All eyes on Dubai as we're all set for day 2 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and we'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. We had a fantastic kickoff. We saw time scrambles and big turnaround. And in the studio alongside me today is Grandmaster Peter Swidler and Jesse February. Peter, what was the highlight for you on day 1?
For me, clearly the highlight was the game Vishy won against young Krzysztof Duda. I've known the man for 25 plus years, and still every time I watch him play, I turn into a fanboy. And watching that game yesterday was just unbelievable for me. The deep understanding Vishy has of the game and the passion for the game he still has at his advanced stage, which feels very weird to say that, but he is an elder statesman in this tournament. This was fantastic to see him beat the younger generation.
Yeah, and what I believe was the first round of the match, there was the upgrade Mumba Masters versus the Triveni Kings, I believe, and there was already one decisive result, I mean a bunch of draws as well, and the first decisive result was Vidit losing against Wei Yi, and I mean that already puts a lot of pressure on the teams, because the moment there's a decisive result, it means that, you know, one or the other team is going to win. There's no chance of a draw anymore. So yeah, I think it was up to Alexander Grishuk to take one for the team there, or at least win his game, and that's what happened. And I think it was the upgrade Mumba Masters that won that match. Yeah.
Some amazing chess and some amazing emotional moments as well when we saw Vidit celebrating at the end despite that loss. Well, there's more chess action coming up. Let's take a look at the menu for the day. We've got 4 big matches. 4 big battles, and today we will see the world #1 in action. Magnus Carlsen will be fighting as the icon for the SG Alpine Warriors. We will be starting with their match against the Berlin Alaskan Knights. After that, we've got the Triveni Kings against the Chingari Gulf Titans, and that's not where it ends. It's a big day of chess with the Ganges Grandmasters. Vishy Anand at the top, taking on SG Alpine Warriors, and then the upgrade Mumba Masters against Berlin Alaskan Knights. I look at the matchups all around today, Peter, and for the icon boards, there's a lot of drama in store.
Oh, there's absolutely some very storied matchups on board 1 and in many of these matches. And of course, match 1 will feature Magnus Carlsen playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 players who played each other here in Dubai a couple of years ago in the World Championship match. They've known each other forever. They've met in junior tournaments, very young kids, and there's a lot of history there. And in particular, one story comes to mind where reportedly they were at a training camp many years ago during one of the World Championship matches of the previous era, and as they were looking at some chess, they were also keeping an eye on the World Championship match, and at some point, reportedly, one of them turned to the other and said, "Why aren't we playing that?" And some 10 years later they were. So there is a lot of history between those two.
That's going to be a lot of fun, Jesse, to watch as well, with all their history and with their personal relationships as well, because they're good friends off the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's history there, and I cannot wait to watch the match. It's going to be amazing. Yeah.
Amazing day of chess coming up. Let's take a look at the format of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. First time ever, never seen before in a league format. We will have a double round robin. You've got to earn your dollars here, because we see that the winner takes all and nothing for anyone. So you've got to fight for those big bucks here, Peter.
Yeah, this is a new quirk on the prize format in general, and yeah, additional incentive for you to do well, obviously, and for fighting chess. And the key rules here are, as you see on your screen, a very interesting innovation here, actually allowing more points for a win with black, which is harder to do, obviously. 4 points for a win with black, 3 points for a win with white, 1 point for a draw, and the combined score wins.
This is what the players will be fighting for. And let's take a look at the squads and the teams playing today. This is where the chess action will happen. We saw some amazing lights there, definitely putting the players in the mood for some fun, Jesse.
I like that you said there, you know, putting them in the mood. That's a great way to put it.
It is all about giving your best chess. And we know the chess players here, when they're enjoying the event, is when they play their best chess.
That's absolutely true. That's always been the true over the course of my career, and I think it's the same for everyone. Playing in a well-organized, fun event always brings you, gets your spirits up and gets you playing your best.
Let's take a look at the squads for the teams that are fighting, who will be playing in the arena. As we see, the SG Alpine Warriors, it is their first match in the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And look at that squad. It's stacked top to bottom. We've got Magnus Carlsen. He's world #1 since what now, 2010?
2010.
Peter, no one's been able to surpass him for 13 years. That's going to be a tough board for whoever's facing him today.
Absolutely, and also very proudly not sporting a jacket. Feels like he can afford it after all these years of dominance. Yeah, not even photo shoots. Asserting dominance right there.
A lot of dominance there. Let's see if he can actually show the domination on the chessboard today. Let's take a look at the profile here for Magnus. And of course, once again, there's nothing that can be said that amounts to the achievements that he's done, but this is some of the big highlights. And he has won 15 World Championship titles in all, Rapid, Blitz and Classical, 5 times World Classical Champion, and he is the player with the highest rating ever. Let's take a look at the team that they will be facing, the Balan Alaskan Knights. And I'm super excited about this because of the clash on the top board. Once again, Jan Nepomniachtchi as the icon. Jesse, what are you expecting with this one?
You know what, usually I would say it's a battle between who has the longest hair, but I think Jan recently cut his hair and Magnus growing his out, so...
Haircut battle, what do you think about that? Who's winning the hairstyle situation here?
I will hand it off to the specialists in this arena. I feel entirely unqualified.
Yeah, no, it's just a quick comment, but yeah, I think that it's going to be quite a battle. I mean, sorry, exclude my comment.
Well, he did get a haircut in the middle of the World Championship as well, Jesse. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi has been such a fighter, the player to actually qualify for the World Championship 2 times back-to-back, the winner of the candidates event. Let's take a look at some of his big achievements as you bring to you Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi's big highlights. He's also the former European team chess champion. He's won several Olympic medals. Peter, you know Jan very well. You've been teammates with him. What is his biggest strength and what's the one weakness that you think he has?
He won't like me saying that, but if you talk about his weaknesses, he is a little bit, the way to describe it would to say that he is impulsive or perhaps tilt prone, although I think he hates that word and I should not be using it. But he is a fantastic attacking player, lots of imagination and absolutely fearless, doesn't really care about safety and just generally goes all out for a win, which is a very, very attractive quality in a player. Makes for very nice viewing.
Absolutely, it is a very dynamic fight between 2 very aggressive players. Well, we are getting a big update that the toss has happened. We are going to find out which team starts with the white pieces, who won the toss, and there we see the captains of the 2 teams. It's Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte on the left, and we've got Vishal Serene heading the SG Alpine Warriors. And handshakes there, but of course, right now, it's all about the competition. They're 2 very good friends in real life, but right now, it's not about friendship. And we see the coin go up. It's the SG Alpine Warrior that wins the toss. And once again, Jesse, they choose the white side, despite black getting 4 points for a win.
Yeah, I wonder actually what sort of strategy can go into preparing, because you don't really know what color you're going to be playing until about 30 minutes before the games start. And of course you want to be able to be as well prepared as possible. Do you prepare for white? Do you prepare for black? I mean, you never really know.
Wow, yeah. It is very interesting to see how the players and the teams that are winning the toss have, in all 3 matches, chosen the white pieces. Let's take a look at the pairings and the matchups that we've got coming up. And this is the action that you have to get ready for. And as always, on the icon board, we've got heading the team, world champion Magnus Carlsen against his 2021 challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. So much history between these 2 players. I have to ask you, Peter, which board here stands out to you as the one that could be the decisive board?
It's hard to say. I think it's very evenly matched. I would say that the battle on the Prodigy board, both of the Indian youngsters are incredibly strong, but Praggnanandhaa is a little bit better established, I would say. Raunak is a beast in Blitz, but this is not Blitz, this is Rapid. So I think maybe this is the one where I feel there's a difference.
We'll find out. Well, the action is about to start. We're going to take a short break, and on the other side, we will be back with the games.
Welcome everyone to the second day of the Global Chess League. This is Sagar Shah here, and joining me is my very good friend Samay Raina.
Yo, Sagar, I'm super excited. Before we begin to talk, the match has already begun, Sagar, between Magnus Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. What a match!
It's an absolute delight for all the spectators here. They've played the World Championship match against each other, and today we are going to witness this clash once again at the Global Chess League. Samay, who is your favorite in this matchup?
I'm going to support Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he's the current world rapid champion. This is what he does for a living. This is his bread and butter, rapid chess. And not only him, Sagar, the entire SG Alpine Warriors. What a strong team. They've got Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh, Arjun Erigaisi, Aina Kush, Praggnanandhaa. Oh my God, what a team, Sagar.
Yeah, it's a brilliant team, but Samay, you know, we've seen this again and again. Things can go wrong in the team championship. And for now, let's shift our attention to the moves on board number 1. It is the Petrov defense that we have had. Let's go. If we can have the analysis board, you can see Samay Jan Nepomniachtchi slightly surprised. And his face is like, Magnus, that line was not something that I had prepared for.
There we have it, guys. Let's see how the game progressed.
So it was here, white took, he pushed the knight back, then black took the pawn, bishop came out.
Bishop on d3. Isn't that like stopping the pawn on d2 to go ahead?
Exactly. It was always told, don't put your pieces in way of your pawns because it will stop the other pieces from developing. But here, Magnus is like, you know, if one path is closed, I can remove my bishop from the other path.
Oh. So again, he is deviating from the textbook chess, Sagar.
Exactly. Exactly. The pawn comes up ahead to save the knight.
I guess now.
And he brings the queen out.
Oh, so now the knight can't move because it's pinned to the king.
Absolutely. And the threat is to take and win a pawn here. So... and he gives it up.
He gives a free pawn.
He's like, okay, Magnus, if you want to take the pawn, be my guest. And Magnus does take the pawn. This is really exciting chess, Samay.
But what does black get in return?
Black says, I have castled and I have 2 bishops. And 2 bishops are very good when the board is wide open. And that's what black is counting on.
So maybe white should also castle. And now how about bringing the rook on e8, attacking the queen through the bishop?
Yes, it was possible to do this and set up some kind of a discovered attack. But he plays his pawn to c5. And basically, Jan is saying, I am happy with my position. Even though I'm a pawn down, I don't really care. I will bring my knight out here. I will develop my bishop. I'll bring my rooks together. And I'm completely okay even with 1 pawn deficit.
You know, giving up a pawn against the world champion it shows that Jan Nepomniachtchi is not intimidated by the world champion at all. He's saying it's okay. It's a regular day for me at office.
Absolutely. If there's someone who's not intimidated by Magnus, it is Jan. By the way, Samay, have you noticed that there is a tattoo on Jan's forearm? I don't think it existed before.
Oh, what?
Yes. Look at that. I think this is something new.
Maybe if we can have a different angle and we can read what the tattoo says.
But I'm sure this was not there when he was playing the World Championship. Perhaps it's something we can ask him later.
That's a great idea, actually. If I ever start playing chess professionally, I might even write the best moves on my hand in some language that nobody understands.
Well, that's like, you know, your exam days all over again. So knight came out. He also brought his knight out in the center. Pawn up, and then the rook moved in. Your idea, setting up a very important attack on the queen.
Sagar, I still don't understand how that, you know, the pawn deficit is not going to haunt Jan Nepomniachtchi.
We'll see.
Maybe we can ask our expert here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect time to get our expert on board, Samay. Let's go for it. Master Swidler.
Master Swidler.
If we can throw it to him.
Guys, in the you know, we have a very strong grandmaster, Master Peter Swidler, who's going to be joining us shortly, giving us in-depth analysis of the current position.
If we can get him in the studio, that would be epic. Well, they are setting it up. The idea was to get his thoughts, and we will be getting that very shortly. He brings his rook out, bishop here, bishop up, And then this is the live position that we have on the board. The engine suggests a small edge for Magnus Carlsen, but I think it's not such a big advantage. Black does have some compensation for it.
Maybe, Sagar, we can have a look at all the other boards at once.
Yes, we can have a look at all 6 boards and then throw it to our expert master Peter Swidler to tell us, does Magnus have the advantage or Jan have enough compensation?
So here we can see, guys, all the 6 boards at once. You can see the evaluation. And right now...
It seems all are equal, no, Samay?
But I am really looking at Arjun versus Rajabau. What's happening there? All the pawns have been pushed.
Wow, we'll go to those games as well. But let's first go to Peter Swidler. Guys.
Hello, I'm Mr. Peter Swidler. I'm a Grandmaster. I think this position is great for Magnus Carlsen because he has one pawn.
I know you have great ambitions to be a Grandmaster.
I know that even you have. And only one of us can achieve it. And I think it's going to be me because I'm a young guy.
Yes, for now, I think Samay, I am not going to be a GM anytime soon, nor are you going to be. Let's ask Peter Swidler what's happening here.
Hello, everyone. It's me with my new hat on as a chess expert and also a disruptor of this program because I think we need to switch to board 2 instead of board 1. I can speak about Magnus' position for a bit if you want, but board 2 is currently the most exciting one in the match. So yeah, that is now on the screen. And this is a game between Gukesh and Noribek Abdusatorov, in which you will notice Noribek is a full rook up currently. Gukesh played a fantastic gambit in the opening, sacrificed, as you can see, the black knight is in the corner of the board there. There used to be a rook there. It no longer is there, and this is a very, very exciting position. They clearly continued with their homework until possibly the previous move, where finally Gukesh's choice made Noribek think. And for now, I think this is the game to watch. I'm not entirely sure how this will pan out, but I did want to attract our viewers' attention to this very, very exciting position, which is frankly a bit livelier than the position Magnus and Jan currently have on the board. Magnus is a bit better, but I think Jan should be okay.
Thank you, Peter Swidler, Master Peter Swidler, for that brilliant insight. Samay, we had no idea that such an amazing game was going on board number 2 between Nodirbek and Gukesh. If we can have Nodirbek and Gukesh on board number 2, that would be brilliant because that game is absolutely rocking right now.
Can we look at what happened? Can we quickly see from move number 1 what happened in this game?
Yeah, sure. So right now, as Peter told us, Nodirbek is a rook up, but we will go through this game. These two are extremely competitive opponents. They have a very, very nice history between each other. Samay, at the Chess Olympiad 2022, it was Gukesh versus Nodirbek on board number 1, and actually Gukesh was completely winning there, and it could have been that India would have won the gold there, but then Nodirbek fought back and won that game, and Uzbekistan took home the gold. So although they are very young, there's a nice rivalry building up.
And they're both so strong, Sagar. They're both top-tier chess players, and they are the future of chess.
Absolutely.
So let's see what happened in this game. The ready opening, I'm assuming.
Yes, it was, but it was a slightly offbeat stuff. And here, Nodirbek came in and said, look, with my bishop looking here, and also my knight, I am planning to come in and give you a fork.
So how about knight a3, bringing your knight out to defend that square?
Samay, that's how we play chess, or that's how our viewers would play chess, but that's not how Gukesh plays chess. He's like, come and take my rook, Nodirbek. I am all ready to give you that. And Nodirbek says, Gukesh, I'm up to your challenge. He goes in, takes the pawn in the center, he chops off the rook, and now pawn up to e4.
He's given up a rook, and now he's given up another pawn, Sagar. What is Gukesh thinking?
Gukesh is saying development over everything. If you see, Gukesh's king is castled, Black king is in the center. His pieces are undeveloped. He's like, I am going for it.
So that means that if something, strong does not come out of this sacrifice, soon Gukesh will be worse.
Gukesh will be toasted here, but this is the risk he's taking. After bishop takes the pawn, he takes on e6.
There we have it, guys. A double exclamation mark move, which means it's a brilliant move.
I'm sure this is Gukesh's preparation here. He is well prepared for this. And now after pawn takes, he brought his knight out in the center, hitting the bishop. Samay, this is a brilliant game.
What an exciting opening, guys.
Knight comes to the side. Knight jumps up and he takes the bishop. And queen comes up. Maybe the engines do not like this move, but I'm not so sure. Even the engines here might not be able to decipher if Gukesh, what he has prepared, It must be some deep prep.
Yeah, I mean, look at the knight on a1. It is kind of trapped over there. Once the bishop moves, you're going to win that knight anyway.
Absolutely. And now this is the live position on the board that we have right now. If we count the pieces, Samay, let's do that. Knight for a knight. Bishop for a bishop. Rook for a rook. Here you have a bishop for a knight. So actually, black is a complete rook up.
Sagar, look, black is planning to castle now. Once the king is castled, all of Gukesh's attacking is like there's no chance of attacking anymore.
Absolutely right, Samay. You have got this perfectly on the spot. So what do?
Maybe bring the bishop back and stop the king from castling?
You mean put it here and pin the queen?
Or maybe even behind.
Oh, you want to bring it here and stop him from castling. Wow, that's a great idea. Or Samay, how about giving a check here to the king?
That's also a good idea, but maybe the bishop goes back then. Or maybe the knight comes in the center.
He gives a check. He gives a check and Nadir Beg moves his king to the side.
This chess? What is happening in this game, Sagar?
Oh, Samay, Gukesh and Nadir Beg are rivals, right? They really want to fight. But it's not just that they fight in dull positions. They create fire on board. And that's how they fight.
Yeah, this is so intense. I've never seen something like this. Like, why is the king going to the left side where there's nothing? There's an open file. You're going to get attacked over there. The bishop is looking at the c8 square. Your king is literally trapped. Your king has no moves.
That's a very good observation, Samay. And now look at this. He's pinned the knight.
God.
And now our computer says it's an exclamation move, which means this is a good move played by Gukesh.
Not only has he pinned the knight, even his knight is being attacked by the rook.
Yes, absolutely. And this knight, if you take it back, then you will only be an exchange down, which means that you will have a minor piece and the opponent will have a rook for it.
When you talk to both these players in real life, they're so calm and so composed. You will never assume that this is the kind of chess they'll play over the board.
Yeah. Don't be misled by their calm demeanor. When you meet them, they'll be like, yeah, I'm good. How are you doing? And then on the board, they're like, oh, I'm out to kill you.
I think they conserve all the energy for the board,
By the way,
the rook has taken the knight.
I understand now why did he bring his king here, because he wanted to bring his rook to the center. And that's the reason why after this, he brought his rook to trade. And Gukesh said, sorry, I'm not trading. I'm picking up the knight.
All right. This is heating up.
Oh, and he picks up the pawn. He brings in his rook. And Nadir Beg says, now the pawns are equal. Both sides have 5 pawns each. And I am an exchange up. I am in control here. Or is it true, Samay?
Sagar, why is Gukesh not bringing his bishop one step back and attacking the rook and the queen at the same time?
He can do that, but then the pawn would block it.
But wouldn't that open up the black king?
It would. And I am very, very sure that he's thinking about this move very seriously, Samay. And if he plays it, you can be very proud of yourself.
And how about him bringing the knight in the center and attacking that knight once more?
Beautiful. Another great idea, because this knight is pinned to the king. So maybe that is where, again, that could put black under pressure.
It's heating up. Maybe we can have a look at all the 6 boards at once more.
For sure.
To understand what the entire scenario is in this entire match.
Yes, let's have all the 6 boards on our screen. And there we have spectators in the playing venue. Lot of people have come here to watch. And let's have the 6 boards on our screen to see which team is moving ahead in this match through our bars.
The SG Alpine Warriors versus the Balan Alaskan Knights. And here we have it, the evaluation bar. So far, everything is equal. But guys,
no, Samay, look at the third board. Arjun seems to be better against Temur Rajabov.
Oh,
it seems like white is better there. And if we look at the fifth board, it seems Batsyashvili is better as black. So that seems that it is getting very intense. It might be very difficult for us to understand which team is moving ahead right now. But we have our great master Peter Swidler here, who is the 8 times Russian champion and 3-time candidates player, who can help us to tell who is ahead in this match. Who is winning according to him? Is it the SG Alpine Warriors or Balan Alaskan Knights? Let's throw it to Peter Swidler.
Master Peter Swidler.
Master Peter Swidler, sorry.
Welcome back. And the situation in the match, I think the entire match might be decided on the third board, because the position in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Timur Rajabov is extremely sharp. The evaluation currently seems to favor white, but this is a kind of a position in which the evaluation seems largely irrelevant, because it's very difficult to play for both sides, and mistakes do crop up. And on the other boards, things seem sort of easier to understand. So I think whoever comes out on top on board 3 in that incredibly messy position between Arjun and Temur will probably help their team the most. As for the other boards, you correctly said on board 5, Balan Alaskan Knights are ahead there with Nino Batsyashvili having the better position against Elizabeth Pates, but still a lot of plays left. On our icon board, though, I suspect we might have a reasonably quiet event there, because the queens have just come off on the top board, and that one seems to be destined for a draw.
What a beautiful roundup there by Peter Swidler. And I think he just pinpointed the most important game, Samay. It is between Arjun Erigaisi and Temur Rajabov on board number 3, and we have to look at it.
Yes, and look at it, Sagar. The rook on G8 file is ready to launch an attack on the white king. Once the pawn takes on H4, the king is completely vulnerable to the attack.
I agree, Samay. Right now, standing between this rook and the king is a pawn, a bishop, and a pawn. But things can open up, clouds can clear, and the rain gods might come down the board.
And out of those 4 pieces, 2 belong to Mr. Rajabov.
Yes.
So it's on him to bring them back and launch an attack. So maybe he should take the pawn right now. What do you think, Sagar?
I think so. It is right now a very, very important moment, because Arjun has moved his queen to the side. The engines consider this slightly better for Arjun. And as you said, Samay, Rajabov might be thinking, should I take the pawn? Should I not take the pawn? But he has gone all out, you know. He has not held back anything in this game against Arjun. He's kept his king in the center and he's gone for the attack.
Yeah. I mean, this position is so complicated, so tense. You know, maybe in the next edition of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, we can even have heart rate monitors on all players to understand what's happening inside, the inside evaluation as well.
That would be epic, because I can feel it that Rajabov is under some pressure here, because also look at the clock, Samay. If we look at the top left, Rajabov has just 5 minutes on the clock, while Arjun has 10 minutes. That's twice the amount of time.
Yeah, and Rajabov is a world-class player. He's a seasoned player playing since a lot of years, while Arjun Erigaisi is the upcoming talent from the Indian chess.
Absolutely. And that is what the SG Alpine Warriors are boasting about. They have 3 young Indian talents. Gukesh, who is right now playing a fiery game against Nodirbek. Arjun, who's better against Rajabov and Samay. Should we look at the third youngster there? Praggnanandhaa, who's playing against Raunak Sadhwani. By the way, he's played your move. He's taken on H4, bishop takes. But are you not worried about this pin now?
Yeah, I mean, you can never move that knight because your queen is going to fall. So maybe you just don't move the queen.
Yeah.
You just don't move the knight.
You don't move the knight, Samay, but this is an irritating pin.
Oh, he does?
What?
Gives up a free
he
knight.
Moves the queen.
Oh, look at his idea. If you take the knight on F6.
If I take it?
He wants to take back on F3.
On F3, but I take with the knight.
And then can you find the move here, Sagar? It's a brilliant sacrifice.
My goodness.
Rook takes G2.
Rook comes in, king takes.
Now the queen comes in the middle and it's a draw.
check, king here.
Then you keep
When you
moving.
take the knight,
Oh yeah, you can even
you
take the knight.
check, king up, and maybe give a check. This is known as a perpetual check because the queen keeps on checking and there is no way to get out of the checks.
Wow, I can't believe he found it so quickly, Sagar. Such a deep idea.
Well, Rajabov has moved his queen, but Samay, we missed something here. In fact, after he takes the knight here, we do not have to take the knight. We can also move the bishop in other direction, attacking here, giving up a full piece.
This is even stronger because
That's
now
even stronger.
Rook is gonna take on G2.
Absolutely, but you know Arjun does not fall for such tricks, and he quietly moves his king to the side and says, Raja, you are not going to get away with such an attack, because if Samay he attacks now over here, then Arjun is going to simply defend his pawn with the rook.
Yeah, it's like a, you know, it's like a poisoned knight. It's a poisoned piece.
Absolutely.
What a great decision by Arjun Erigasi, not taking that free knight. Often in life, you know, when someone gives you something free, you take it.
Well, no, Samay. There are no free lunches in this world.
My grandfather used to tell me, Sagar, that if you ever encounter a stranger and they give you a chocolate,
Yeah. Don't take it, right?
take one for me also. He was a greedy man. But all right, can we have a look at all the 6 boards to know a complete roundup of what's happening between SG Alpine Warriors and the Balan Alaskan Knights? And here we have it, guys.
So, Samay, on board number 1, in the icon board, as Master Peter Swidler told us, it looks like it's heading to a draw. On board number 2, it seems Nodirbek is slightly ahead of Gukesh, so that's good for Balan Alaskan Knights. On board number 3, it's Arjun who is slightly ahead, so that means SG Alpine Warriors are now equal there. Then we have an equal game in Arena Crush and Tanzongi, and perhaps also equality in Pates versus Batsiashvili, while Praggnanandhaa and Raunak also seems around equal. What a balanced matchup.
Yeah, but the match between Gukesh and Abdul Sattarao is really something very complicated.
So should we go there, Samay?
Let's go there because
Let's go to board number 2.
the move that it has happened. Knight D5 has happened.
Your move again, Samay. What is this? What is up with you, Samay? You are here to provide commentary, which is, you know, like, okay, understandable for beginners and stuff, but you're guessing the moves of super grandmasters.
I think hanging out with Master Peter Swidler is really helping my chess.
Yeah, well,
Maybe in the next edition, I'll also be playing for one of the teams.
well, let's see if that happens. But right now, our engine says the last move of Nodirbek is a big mistake. He's brought his queen up, attacking the knight and defending his own knight here. But Samay, what is the problem here? That has to be understood.
In chess, whenever you get attacked,
Yeah,
the natural tendency should not be to defend.
right.
Because counter attack is the best defense.
You mean to say if someone comes to hit you,
You hit them before they hit you.
right, you can either defend or you can counter attack.
Yeah, but if you defend, then there's no way that you're gonna cause any damage to them. But if you hit them before they hit you, there's some chance that you might be quicker and you might damage them in the process.
Absolutely.
So here, maybe let them attack your knight. How about you attack their rook?
Oh, so you mean to say, can we move the queen here
Yes.
and attack the rook?
Exactly.
So if he takes the knight, we'll take the rook back.
Yes.
Wow, that's a very impressive move by Samay, who has suggested here. Let's see if Gukesh can find this move, moving the queen here, Samay. And let's say if the rook goes back, then the idea is to then bring the bishop back and set up a deadly discovered attack.
I did not see this, Sagar. This is what differentiates a blunder master from an international master. Bringing your pieces back is something that's not easy to spot in a game of chess.
Well, not at all easy, and I am also not sure if Gukesh will be able to see it, because of course we are helped by some of the engine evaluations here, and the engines are stronger than everyone. But Gukesh, look at his focus there. He's so much into the game, and I think he may find it, Samay.
Yeah, I think he's already found it. He's probably calculating 50 moves deep what's happening after the queen goes to c3.
Let's see if he manages to find it. By the way, guys, Gukesh currently is world number 13 in classical chess. He has an ELO of 2744 and is just 17 years old and is creating waves in the world of chess.
Yes, I'm really excited to see what he does in the future. I'm really excited for his journey. Right now, he's thinking, he's in a think tank. He has 4 minutes, 50 seconds on him and slightly behind on the clock. But in this format where you get 10 extra seconds per move, I don't think it's much of a time trouble.
Absolutely, Samay. You are right. We will stick to this board, Samay, and try to see what will be Gukesh's next move, because this is an important moment in the entire game. By the way, do you like Nodirbek's hairstyle?
I like it. In
It's
fact,
a new haircut he has. You know, chess players, by the way, always are sort of playing around with their hairstyle, and you know, some have tattoos and stuff like that.
yeah, maybe you know it's the climate right now in Dubai is very hot, so maybe he just wanted some cooling in the sides.
Yeah. Well, but there's no cooling right now on the board. He's also under pressure. He's hoping that Gukesh does not find this move, which is moving the queen one step to the left and attacking the rook. And what do you think, Samay? Will he find it?
I think he has already found it. Like I said, he's calculating deep, and this is what happens, guys who are watching at home. You might be thinking it is Gukesh's move, but why is Abdusattorov thinking? It's because he's thinking for Gukesh. He's thinking, what if Gukesh makes the best move? What do I play? You have to always give the opponent the benefit of the best move in chess, right?
Absolutely, Samay. But Gukesh has not played that move. He's brought his knight back here and is now attacking the pawn with his knight. So not the best move, but the position is by no means in Abdusattorov's favor. It is roundabout even. It can go either way.
Sagar, isn't that bishop trapped sort of on g5 now?
Yes, it cannot go back, but something is happening on our icon board. Let's quickly move there and check if Magnus Carlsen and Jan
Nepomniachtchi over there.
Maybe they've finished their games. Oh, there we have Magnus Carlsen and Nepo have finished their game, and actually it has been a draw that has happened. And that is actually good news for the Team Balan Alaskan Knights, because Nepo had the black pieces and he was facing the best player in the world. So great play by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, like we were talking yesterday that in a team event, you don't have to think for yourself. Maybe Jan could have, you know, he would have wanted to win against Magnus, wanted to have pushed against Magnus. But the moment he saw that he can get a draw, he's like, okay, this is one of the strongest boards. Let me get a draw here. Maybe my teammates can fight. So that is a result of
absolutely
1-1 so far.
It's 1-1 is the score right now. So that is actually good news for Balan Alaskan Knights. But Samay, from the 6 boards, which is the board you think is going in the favor of either team?
I think right now Gukesh versus Abdusattorov is looking equal, but I think this is the game that will give us the result. Let's look at the other games.
Also, Arjun has just moved his knight on the side and doesn't look like the best possible decision there. Maybe, Samay, do you think it's a good time to take a quick update from Master Peter Swidler and ask him if he has a clear favorite in this match right now?
Let's go here. Let's do it.
Can we go to Master Peter Swidler and ask him if it is SG Alpine Warriors or Balan Alaskan Knights who is up ahead right now in this match?
Welcome back, and I feel very proud about my earlier suggestion, because it still seems to revolve almost entirely around board 3, because things have quietened down on most of the other boards, and what will eventually happen in the games between Arjun and Timur, and also Gukesh against Nodirbek, will probably decide the match. Magnus drew his game already. The game between Elizabeth Pates and Nino Batsiashvili is now looking fairly level. The other women's board is also fairly level, and the Prodigy board also looks pretty close to equality. So those two are the most decisive. And as I mentioned on board 3, it's a position which is very, very difficult to play perfectly, and anything can still happen there.
Thank you so much, Master Peter, for that quick and short synopsis.
Brilliant.
Guys who are watching and who have a long day and you cannot follow the entire games, we have Amazon Music, our official audio streaming partner, for the entire synopsis that you can get of the entire day quickly, within a minute or two, I think so.
Yeah, it's in audio format and you would enjoy it tremendously. You can check it out after the matches.
Yeah, and the commentary over there is done by Master Peter Swidler and Sagar Shah. So it's going to be full of technical and deep analysis of the game. They're going to give you a quick roundup. So definitely check it out. Also, please use hashtag Global Chess League and tweet about this event. We might even pull up some of your tweets and read them on the broadcast. Let me remind you that this broadcast is going in more than 150 countries. So you can become famous.
Yeah, well, that's true. But Samay, right now, you can imagine what just happened in the game between Rajabov and Arjun Erigaisi. After the rook came up, Arjun could have gone ahead with his knight, which was a great move, but he moved it behind. And then Rajabov found a beautiful move, sacrificing his bishop so that if you take, the queen moves in. But Arjun says, I'm not taking, I'm defending it.
This is a game full of not accepting sacrifices.
Yes, exactly. They both are like, we are not touching all the pieces.
We don't want anything for free. We want to earn it.
Absolutely. And so Rajabov now moves back with his bishop. And it's very unclear who's actually better. Oh, look at Arjun. He's playing on the queen side. He says the king side is now safe. And I am actually pushing over here. But our engines do not like this move so much.
Sagar, why is black not castling yet? Why don't you just want your king to be safe?
Well, Samay, if black castles here and puts his king on this side, then white simply uses this pawn as a hook over here with this and opens it up.
So how is the rook on a8 ever going to come into the game?
It's very tough, actually. It's not going to be easy, but Temur is thinking he can do it without that rook.
Wow.
He's going to use 1, 2, and don't forget this guy sitting on the side.
I thought it was a pawn.
It's like a sniper bishop. It's sitting far away, but has his eyes trained on white's position.
And right now, by bringing the knight in, he's actually attacking the f2 pawn, Sagar.
Yes, absolutely. There are 2 attackers here, but Samay, there are also 2 defenders. So for the time being, it's quite okay. But if you are careless and you take this here, then when pawn takes, it's now your king is all opened up.
I think if someone's under pressure, it is Arjun right now.
I feel so. I feel so. But you know, time-wise, Arjun has 2 minutes 36 seconds, while Rajabov has only 1 minute 10 seconds. So time has to be taken care of.
And I don't know much about Rajabov, how he plays in time trouble. Maybe if you can give us some insight about that.
I think Rajabov is overall a strong player, Samay, but he is not playing too many tournaments recently, you know. So maybe when he comes under time pressure, he might fumble a bit. And there we have Arjun actually pushing on the queen side. He's like, Raja, you do something on the king side. I don't care. I'm going all out on the queen side. He pushes his pawn forward. And
you have to take it.
Did he take?
No.
He moved his knight away.
He goes back.
Yeah, he moves. And Samay, remember, more the pieces, the better the party. Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th guy is joining in.
This is going to be such a difficult attack to defend, Sagar. I am
agree.
really scared
for
Arjun Erigaisi. Do not trust the engine evaluation, guys. You might see and say, oh, why are they hyping it up so much? It's equal. No, it's not. It is just the computer that thinks it's equal. But when you play these positions humanly,
yeah,
anything can go out of hand very quickly, especially under such less time.
You said it perfectly, Samay, there. And I am actually expecting either of the players to go wrong here, because now both of them down to 1 minute on the clock. Arjun has 1 minute 30 seconds, while Rajabov has 1 minute 6 seconds.
Maybe we can quickly look at all the six boards, sorry.
Very quickly, huh?
Yeah, so that we have a roundup of what's happening.
Let's quickly have a look at the 6 boards so we know which team is moving ahead. Right now, we have a draw on board number 1, equality on board number 2, a complex game on board number 3, equality on board number 4, maybe slightly better for Balan Alaskan Knights on board number 5, and equality on board number 6. So actually, we can say that Balan Alaskan Knights are slightly in the driver's seat right now.
And we can also say that board number 3 is the most critical board of all. So can we go back to Mr. Arjun versus Rajabov?
Yes, let's go there. And he has taken the bishop in the center. If we can go to Arjun game on board number 3, that would be amazing. Yes, he's taken the bishop. The rook moves in Samay. And now look at how each of black's pieces are helping each other. You know, it's like in a crowded sort of bus. One guy moves away and says, here, take the seat. You know?
That never happens, by the way.
Well, it's happening in Rajabov's world. He is moving his rook away. The knight will come in. Oh, he takes the pawn. And he takes back. And now Arjun is thinking he's low on time now.
Also, Sagar, now Rajabao can actually bring the rook on a8 into the game from the b file.
Absolutely. And the king is saying, I am very safe in the center. I don't need to castle at all.
If somehow Rajabao can put his knight that is right now on e7, bring it towards the right side and then bring it down towards the f4, that is going to be a deadly attack,
then
guys.
Two knights tango, Samay. Then the two knights are just completely crushing there.
It looks like Arjun is under a lot of pressure. He has only 18 seconds and this is where blunders are going to happen, guys. 15 seconds, 14.
So much time.
Oh my God, Sagar is going to make a mistake. Is he?
He plays his rook very calmly to f1. He just moves his rook there and Temur Rajabao instantly moves his knight. Arjun pushes his pawn up the board and Samay Rajabao can actually move in with his knight.
My
He's
God,
better.
he has moved.
He's actually winning. He brought his knight in. The rook is attacked. He is winning this game.
Time pressure, guys. Time pressure.
Yeah, now. Oh, and Arjun has given up the material. He says, take my rook. I could not save it, Samay, because if he had saved this rook, the knight would have jumped here and forked the other two pieces.
Oh my God, he must be in a lot of stress because not only is Rajabao winning, he's also winning with black.
Yes, and that means 4 points.
4 points, Sagar.
Huge game for Balan Alaskan Knights. Knight takes rook has happened and Arjun chops off with his knight now.
And now Arjun's playing fast, but it's too late. The bus has already left. Now he's left with very less pieces on the board, actually, you know.
Samay, it's a pure exchange of position for Rajabov. But I must tell you that one of the most difficult things in chess is to win a winning game. Because when you are winning, you suddenly start to get a bit nervous. You are like, oh, I know I'm winning. Should be careful. And then you make a mistake.
I disagree, Sagar.
No?
I feel it's more difficult to win a losing game.
Oh, well, some great quotes by masters hundreds of years ago. Samay does not agree with it. Knight jumps in, Samay, attacking the pawn on d3 here.
I think this game is, we can say that it's over.
Yes, you think so?
I think so. Maybe we can look at all the 6 boards. Maybe there is some hope for SG Alpine Warriors. Some other board is probably fighting back. Can we have a look at all 6 boards?
Maybe something should happen on the women's board, actually.
No,
but
look
not really.
Even Gukesh and Abdusattarao, the black is slightly better over there.
Wow. That means Abdusattarao is actually pressing in the game against Gukesh. That's good for Balan Alaskan Knights. Patsyashvili is pressing against Pates. That's also good for the team of Balan Alaskan Knights. This is not going in SG Alpine Warriors' favor.
And can you believe it? If you look on paper, you're always like, you'll probably assume that SG Alpine Warriors is going to be a clear favorite.
Absolutely, Samay. Can we quickly go and check the game between Gukesh and Abdusattarao? Because Gukesh is trying to attack. He's brought Abdusatarao's king on board number 2 out in the open. But I don't know if that is good enough for a mating attack, Samay. What do you think? There, look at that. The king is out on f6 now. Here, the king is all outside.
Both players in time trouble. It all comes down now to who can handle pressure better.
Yes, I think Gukesh has 32 seconds. Abdusattarao has 34. While Nadirbek is playing on the dark square, Samay, Gukesh is playing on the light squares. Oh, he brings his rook up. He wants to swing his rook over here and attack the king.
And guys, when it is under 30 seconds, chess becomes a completely different game. Now it's not much about deep thinking. It's about thinking on your feet, quick thinking, following your intuition. Now is when experience comes into play, and whoever can handle their nerves better is going to win this game. It is equal right now, but it will change any second. Okay, let's see. 19 seconds now for Abdusattarao. Let me remind you guys once more, it's a 15 plus 10, which means every move they get 10 extra seconds. An increment of 10 seconds.
Yeah, and the king has moved to the side, Samay. What a game this is. Oh, they trade the queens.
This is a draw now.
Yeah, because of the opposite colored bishops here. White has a light squared bishop. Black has a dark squared bishop. It should be a draw.
Black is 1 pawn up, but like we know that in these positions, it's not much. It's not going to translate. All right.
So can we go to board 3, Samay?
Yeah, let's go to board 3.
Rajabov's game.
Also board 5. Can we have...
Oh, they've finished. Board number 3 has just ended. What has happened there?
I'm sure Rajabov has won that game, right?
Oh my God, Samay. There actually is a beautiful checkmate on that board. If we can bring up the the board. We must show it to our viewers because the end was simply phenomenal there. Because here, if we can get the analysis board, we can just show it. Arjun moved up with his knight. And let's have the analysis board on board number 3. They were signing their score sheet, Samay, and Rajabo actually sacrificed his queen to checkmate his opponent.
And now I think the strategy for Balan Alaskan Knight should be clear. Let's draw on every single board and we are taking this home.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight anymore.
So this is what happened, Samay. This was the position on the board. And here, Rajabo sacrificed his queen. Because now, if you take with the rook, then the other rook jumps in and gives a check. And it is all over.
Wow.
Beautiful play.
So is there any hope?
Is there any hope? That's a good question.
Maybe we can ask our Master Peter Swidler here.
Yes, let's get Master Peter Swidler to ask him if there's any hope left for SG Alpine Warriors.
There's very little hope left. They basically have to go all in on every board because the loss with the white pieces on board 3 is really lethal in this format. But the positions don't really allow for it very much. It's very difficult for Gukesh to play an endgame, a pawn down for a win. I think Elizabeth Pates is doing the right thing on board 5, trying to gamble and trying to win an endgame in which she shouldn't normally have much in a way of winning chances. But it probably doesn't work, and Praggnanandhaa is also doing the correct thing on the last board, continuing to play what appears to be a very level position just because his team demands it, but I don't think he's going to succeed. This one looks headed decisively in Balan Alaskan Knight's favor.
Thank you so much, Master Swidler. Maybe we can have a look at all 6 boards. There it is.
Yeah.
Now the only hope
Which one,
for the
Samay?
SG Alpine Warriors is to keep fighting, because you need to win 2 games as white to be able to have some chances of winning this match.
I think it's going to be impossible. Let's go to the game board number 5, Samay, because I think
blunder!
Which
Blunder
one?
on board number 5.
Board number 5 has seen a huge blunder. Elizabeth Pates is actually winning there, and she actually, Nino Batsiashvili, has pushed the pawn forward, which is a huge mistake. But why is it a huge mistake? Because she's just given up a pawn? No, but black can also take the pawn.
Yeah. Oh, hey. What happened? What happened there?
I think, Samay, the mistake happened back to back. After the pawn moved ahead, white should not have taken this. She should have captured this pawn on g5, and perhaps that was better, and white could have pressed on in that position and won it. But instead, she went pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, and there. And now after
no,
Did
this
they
is
agree
going
to a
to
draw?
I guess they agreed to a draw. This is going to hurt a lot because this was their only hope.
Yeah, this was a huge chance for SG Alpine Warriors. They were close there. They could have got that 1 point, like the 1 victory there. But it seems like that is now a draw, Samay, which means the score right now...
Blunder on board number 6. Whenever I see that position, there's a blunder because I am the blunder master. Let's go on board number 6.
Ronak Sadhwani versus Praggnanandhaa.
I have what they call the opposite of Mira's touch.
Whatever you touch turns into...
Blunder. Blunder on board number 6.
But
and
that
here...
means Praggnanandhaa might score the much needed victory for SG Alpine Warriors. What has happened, Samay? The rook is trapped. The rook cannot move here nor here. The knight and the rook have dominated the black rook.
Yeah, the rook is simply a pawn.
Yeah, and the rook can't move, the bishop can't move. If the bishop can't move, everything is just simply boxed in. What just happened? Look at Ronak.
Can you believe it? The king is the only piece that can move.
Yeah, and you know, last move, he moved his king. If he hadn't moved his king and he had moved his rook away, he would have been completely fine. But he moved his king and instantly shut the cage.
And now, how does he win any material?
Let's quickly go to Master Peter Swidler and try to get, because he has some great insights on this position, and let's also have the analysis board so that he can tell us. Let's go to Master Peter Swidler with the question of this position.
I think Prague will show us in a moment, but the win is very, very picturesque here because you need to deny the black rook all the squares before you attack it. So I think Pragg will bring his king all the way up to the square on b6, not c5, b6, 2 squares further. And then, shockingly, when you move the knight back to e3, the rook has no squares at all. The rook on d8 and the king on b6 take all the squares away. Wow. And I think Pragg sees it. I think it's quite clear from what he's played so far that he sees it. I don't want to jinx him, but it does feel that he probably knows this.
Amazing. What a great insight by Master Peter Swidler.
Oh, jinx.
King c4 so far. Hasn't played King c5 yet, so I guess King c4, King b4 and knight e3 is the same thing. You just need to put the king on the b file to deny the rook the square on the edge of the board, so it's probably just exactly the same.
He's doing it the same.
Okay, Sagar and Master Peter Swidler, what if after King b4, Black decides there's no chance of defending that rook because knight e3 is coming. Might as well take that knight with the rook, and then rook takes back, and the bishop versus rook. Isn't that a draw?
It's just winning, Samay.
It's
because
winning.
The pawns are completely mangled up, and I think it's completely winning there for Praggnanandhaa. Raunak will fight on. It's not like he will just resign, but it will be in the end a win for Pragg.
But what an idea. Look at him. There he goes. King b4.
Yeah. He's done it. He's actually playing the same idea that Master Peter Swidler just told us right now.
Basically, this and this is not available for the rook. Sorry, that is not available anyway. And once the knight moves here, even this square is not available for the rook, and the rook is attacked.
Yeah.
And because of the king, even these squares are taken away. Wow, what
Domination
an idea.
is the word, Samay, here. Domination is what Pragg is doing in this position. And Raunak would be so livid with himself for being careless at that final minute.
And Raunak can't do anything but just move the bishop back and forth.
Yeah, he's just doing that, and now he's going to win this.
Can we have a look at board number 4, because this is clearly
So this is winning for SG
Alpine Warriors. Yes.
Oh, and we have a decisive result on board number 4.
What? Have the SG Alpine Warriors fought back?
Yes, Irina Krush has actually beaten Tan Zhongyi.
That was looking like a completely drawish game. What happened?
Yeah, it was a drawn game, but there is a mistake done by Tan Zhongyi, and that means right now, Samay, the score, unbelievably, is 5 to 6 in the favor of Balan Alaskan Knights. It's 6-5. SG Alpine Warriors are behind, but if Pragg manages to win this game, then it is actually in SG Alpine Warriors' favor.
Can we have a look at all the 6 boards at once so that we can do a roundup of all the matches?
Yeah, let's have a quick look at all the 6 boards.
First game is draw, so that's half-half.
No, it's 1-1.
It's 1-1.
Yeah.
Gukesh and Abdusatara. What do you think is happening there?
Abdusatara is pressing there. Unbelievable. We thought it would be a draw in that opposite color, but Abdusatara never gives up. He's like fighting, which means that there, Balan Alaskan Knights can score 4 points.
Yeah, because with black you get 4 points, and already here Rajabha has scored the 4 points for them.
And 3 points for Krush. 1 point each in the board number 5, and here Pragg is winning. So it all boils down to Pragg versus Raunak, Gukesh versus Abdusatara.
Can we have a look at Gukesh versus Abdusatara?
Okay, let's go to board number 2. If we can have board number 2 on our screen, if Abdusatara wins it, the match is sealed, Samay. It means then Balan Alaskan Knights have taken this home.
And I see him bringing all his pieces towards the last file, and that's what he's planning, because he wants to make the pawn into a queen.
He is pushing Gukesh back like anything. You see, Gukesh's pieces are all cornered on the bottom 2 ranks, while the black pieces are all coming down with such great power.
And I don't think there's a way to stop it, Sagar.
No, I feel like, Samay, this one is going to be a very tough defensive task. But if Gukesh holds it, he makes his team win, because Pragg is winning there.
Oh no, look at it. King b1 and the bishop is pinned now.
No, he brings his king back. He brings his king back. But where's the win? Where's the win? We need to find it. Is there a win? Maybe not a very clear win in sight, but I'm sure slowly and steadily Nodirbek is going to find something.
How about we ask Master Peter Swidler his insight about this game as well?
Let's ask him if this is completely winning for black, or he thinks that Gukesh has any chances of a draw here. Let's go to Master Peter Swidler.
I think this is one of those positions where you just win it eventually, because it's much harder to defend it precisely than to continue posing problems. The engine seems to suggest black is completely winning. Sometimes it's not that easy as it looks, but in general it's just much more fun to be the side pressing than the side defending. And In practical terms, I think Nordic probably converts from here. I wouldn't want to bet the house on it, but that's my current suggestion.
All right, thank you so much, Master Peter Swidler. Right now, Gukesh is trying his best to fight back, and so is Ronak. But how has this game changed, Sagar?
A huge, what an topsy-turvy game, Samay. At some point, we thought Balan Alaskan Knights was winning. Then we thought, oh, maybe SG Alpine Warriors in the driver's seat. And now, once again, it's Balan Alaskan Knights. But Samay, I feel somewhere that Prag's position is much more winning than Gukesh's losing position. So, in a way, I'm not sure, but I think...
But Gukesh has only 30 seconds, Sagar. Plus, he's worse. Plus, he knows how important this game is.
Yeah.
So, all of those things are against Gukesh right now. And
Agreed.
I think he's going to fall in this pressure.
I agree. I agree. It's not going to be easy to hold himself together here. Look at the spectators there. They are completely glued to the screens.
Yeah.
And right now, he's brought his rook up. But somehow, Gukesh has built some kind of a mini fortress. You know, it's like, it's not a full-fledged fortress built up of cement and, you know, like best material, but it is something.
What is a fortress?
Fortress.
Hey, what just happened? One sec. Oh, look at it.
Oh,
what a great tactic.
Oh my God, it's a huge blunder, but no, they're back. Gukesh takes, because if you take with the king, it's a check and you lose the rook.
So it's a draw?
It's now a draw. It's a draw. SG Alpine Warriors have struck again.
Hold on.
But no, he didn't have to move his king. He had to move his rook away from this trick. And Gukesh there, you can see, he knows he's tricked his opponent.
This is a roller coaster of a game, Sagar.
What a match this is between these two teams. SG Alpine Warriors, guys, never count them out.
18 seconds now.
Well, Abdusataro is shocked. He's stunned. He can't believe what he just did. He moves his king away, but you know, Samay, there's no way to win now. That was a key pawn. That was such an important pawn. It was a passed pawn. It would have run down the board.
And now it's a clear draw.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Opposite color bishops, 2 pawns, rook for a rook. He's going after this pawn. And probably black is going to go for the other pawn, the H pawn. And then there's no way to convert it.
Guys, this is chess at the highest level of entertainment. You know, you can't find more topsy-turvy match. What do you say, Samay?
I mean, you can find more topsy-turvy. Try looking at my games. But at the top level, this shows that, you know, even these grandmasters are human.
Never say never.
And I don't think anything can happen anymore in this game. Can we have a look at all 6 boards? Maybe there's something that's changed.
Maybe Praggnanandhaa and Raunak. Perhaps Raunak found something or not really. You see, let's go to the board number 6, Samay, and have a quick look. Oh, 6 is done, Samay. That means Praggnanandhaa has actually scored a win against Raunak. And that means the score is now 8-6 in the favor of SG Alpine Warriors. 8-6. Abdusataro needs to win on board number 2. Let's go to board number 2 then, because that's the only game left in this match. If Abdusataro wins, then they win. Balan Alaskan Knights win. But if it's a draw, SG Alpine Warriors are through.
Wow. So exciting. Full pressure on this board. Looking like a draw right now, but with so less time. And if you do not exchange the pieces, anything can happen. The moment you exchange the pieces, it's a draw.
Yes, it's a draw. If the rooks are also traded, Samay, this is a draw. Is there a twist still left? I would say 99% not. But there's this 1% chance still left. Both these players are still playing. And Nodirbek is fighting for his team. He knows that if he wins it, the score would be 10-8 in the favor of Balan Alaskan Knights. But right now, it is 8-6 in the favor of SG Alpine Warriors.
And Gukesh knows that if he draws and he holds this game, then SG Alpine Warriors are through.
Yeah.
So right now, I think his strategy, Gukesh's strategy, should be to exchange as many pieces as he can. Exchange the rook for the rook, bishop for the bishop. Cannot be exchanged. They're opposite color bishops. Here's a trivia for you guys. Which piece can only stay in the same color throughout the game? Let us know by tweeting to hashtag Global Chess League. And the winner gets nothing. Just a like from me, I guess. Because it's the broadcast happening in so many countries, we cannot send something in everyone.
We
every
can shout
country.
it out,
But we can
Samay.
give you a shout out, a
Yeah.
retweet. All right.
Well,
Maybe how about just waiting? Oh yeah,
no, he
Oh.
brought his rook back right down to the board, and for the time being, Gukesh knows this is a draw. But he also knows that Nodirbek is not going to accept the draw.
maybe just wait, give some checks, gain some time, give bishop c2 check.
Oh, he's played his rook there. I'm a little scared. You must play your rook in between, I guess.
Yeah, bring the rook back, exchange the rooks.
That's very important because if you move the king somewhere, Samay, I just simply chop your bishop off and then take your rook.
I think that is a tactic he's gonna spot.
He spots it. He brings his rook back.
Yeah, and I don't think he will accept the exchange because if it's
Yeah.
exchange, it's a draw.
Well, guys, you are actually witnessing two future world championship candidates. You know, like these two players, Gukesh is 17, Nodirbek is 18. Few years down the line, they will be playing in the candidates, eventually perhaps even at the world championship. They are so good. And today you got a glimpse of their fighting spirit.
What a wild match it was, you know?
What a wild game.
This is my favorite match so far.
You mean the entire 6 games?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
yes.
in the entire 12.
You mean?
Even yesterday's.
You mean all the matches until now? Yes,
Yeah.
this one was surely the best. And you know, Samay, that 4 points for black really brings a very, very interesting element. Kudos to the organizers here and the ones who have drafted the rules. It has brought such a nice element.
Yeah, I don't, I won't be surprised if all the tournaments across the world are going to learn from this and adopt this in their tournaments as well. But right now, he's again giving him a check. I don't think it's a big threat because you can simply bring the rook to b5.
Yeah, you can bring your rook here or move the king away. Right now, it's like Nodirbek just can't bring himself to accept the draw. It's like you're not only accepting a draw for yourself, but you're accepting defeat on behalf of your team. But you know, sometimes the chessboard has its own limitations and you have to accept it.
Yeah, and sometimes if you're trying too hard and you push too hard,
Yes.
this might actually turn in favor of Gukesh.
Yeah, it can backfire. So perhaps it's wise to take a draw here, but, well, Nodirbek's not going to listen to us there. Samay, he's going on and on.
He will not accept the exchange of the rooks.
Brings the rook to the center of the board. Guys, let us know on Twitter by hashtag Global Chess League. What was your favorite moment of this match? Was it Magnus's draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi? Was it Rajabov's beautiful checkmate against Arjun Erigaisi? Was it Irina Krush beating Tanzongi? You know, that was something which happened right out of the blue. Or was it the knight trap of Raunak, the rook trap by Praggnanandhaa's knight?
So many moments, so many highlights. And guys, you can catch all the highlights on Amazon Music, our streaming partner for the league. Sagar, right now, White King is stuck on A4. Do you think that could be something that gives Abdus Sadarao an advantage?
Maybe it is something to at least hope for, because once your king comes closer, there are some mating ideas in the air. But I think Gukesh will be careful not to fall into them. For sure. I mean, you can take my word for it.
So you're calling it a draw?
Yes, I feel I'm a bit scared. I don't want to, just like how Peter said, you know, I wouldn't bet my house on it. Although I don't own a house, guys, so I can bet it.
Yeah, because Sagar Shah lives in Mumbai where the property prices
Very high.
are way higher.
Have to stay on rent.
Yeah, I think the buying land on Moon is cheaper.
The king comes in here. Maybe Nodirbek is going all this way, Samay. His plan is go here, go from behind and put your king somewhere here. That could be his plan.
Oh, look at him. He's bringing his king as well, probably, you know,
to counter that plan.
But how about we ask our expert here, what could be the possible plans in this position if Abdus Sadarao needs to win? Could there be some winning ideas?
Yes,
Over to you, Master Swidler.
Let's go.
Not really. No, the short answer is no. You just continue making moves and hope for your opponent to make a mistake. We have seen one really, really big mistake in this game so far, made by Abdus Sadarao himself, not Gukesh. And if he can make a mistake of this magnitude on low time, perhaps Gukesh as well, but this is a very simple position in which keeping control should be very well within Gukesh capabilities. But of course, you must continue because this is a team event, and your teammates will not look kindly on you just accepting a draw here, consigning your team to defeat.
Very, very important words there, and just puts out the entire psychology behind why Nadirbek is actually pressing right now and not agreeing to a draw. There we have a close-up angle of Gukesh, very focused. He has the victory of his team in his hands now. All that he has to do is be careful.
And we're playing on seconds here as we approach the 100th move, guys. This is the 98th
move. Wow.
Remember that if 50 moves are played without a pawn push or a piece exchange, then it's a draw by 50 move rule. And so far, I don't know how many moves have happened without any progress.
I'm actually trying to just look at that, Samay. The last capture was this pawn, which happened on move number 70. So actually on move number 120, we can safely say that it would be a draw if no captures or pawn moves are made until then. So
19 moves. 19 more moves, guys. And I would love to see a draw by 50 move rule because it so rarely happens in chess.
You know, Samay, the rule is like this. If 50 moves are done, then the player can call the arbiter and say 50 moves are done. But because they are not keeping a note, they wouldn't know.
Okay, I'll go and tell them then.
So the next rule is that after 75 moves are done, the arbiter can come and stop it.
Oh.
So that's how it is.
And
they agree to a draw.
He offered a draw and he agrees.
Yes. And with this, and there you can see Gukesh actually talking to him. Nadirbek knows that he's completely winning there, and there's the smile. He knew that he was winning before, but with this Samay, SG Alpine Warriors actually beat Balan Alaskan Knights with a score of 9-7. What a great victory here. What a match this was that we have witnessed.
What a fantastic match. All of the matches actually were quite exciting, Sagar. I really like how today's day has begun.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to have another 3 matches coming up. There you see the chief arbiter of the tournament, Mehrdad Pelwanzadeh from Iran, taking the results there, and he needs the signature of the players. So he's just made the players wait there, and maybe Samay, the teams would be around. Perhaps we could see if they were waiting for Gukesh's game to get over, or were they back, or maybe the team of Balan Alaskan Knights is there. Let's follow the players as they move out of the playing hall. So for now, it feels that we had a brilliant match, guys. First, let's give a small summary, Samay. On first board, we had Magnus, a safe draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Gukesh and Abdusattorov drew in this topsy-turvy encounter. Arjun was beaten by Temur Rajabo. Big victory there for Balan Alaskan Knights, 4 points. But then Irina Crush struck gold, and also Praggnanandhaa struck gold against Raunak Sadhwani. And so this meant that SG Alpine Warriors won.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what happens next because we have 3 more exciting games for you after this short break.
Let's go for a short break, and coming back, Triveni Continental Kings versus Chingari Gulf Titans.
fantastic match there. The SG Alpine Warriors taking the win from the Balan Alaskan Knights. Peter, it could have gone either way.
Well, according to me, it couldn't. It could have gone only the other way. I'm very happy to see that my jinxing powers are seemingly completely undisturbed, and the turnaround happened almost immediately after I said that everything is doomed for the SG team, and it's a tremendous turnaround there. Helped a little bit by their opponents, but still fighting spirit very much on display.
That's what it's all about, to keep the nerves and the fighting spirit going. Let's take a look at the final scoreline of the fantastic chess that we just witnessed. And Magnus Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi ended in a draw. It was 2 wins there, as we see, for the Alpine Warriors on Irina Crush and Praggnanandhaa's board. Let's take a look at some of the big moments, and there were quite a few, Jessie.
Yeah, actually, I thought that there would be more decisive results. Of course, there was this big matchup between Abdu Satorov and Gukesh, as we can see on the screen, and I believe they met at the Olympiad. Peter,
yeah, that was
there?
arguably the central game of the Olympiad. That game that Satorov ended up winning after being completely lost out of the opening. And once again, this one was a fantastic opening battle, a kind of a gamble by Gukesh. He was better, then he was worse, and then eventually there was an endgame that was supposed to be a draw and then wasn't supposed to be a draw, and in the end was a draw. There were so many turnarounds in this game. It was fantastic to watch.
It's always amazing to see the 2 teenagers fight. This is the future of chess, the future potential world champions here we see with Gukesh against the youngest ever world rapid champion. And what a game this was, and complete focus. It was not a Beck's game, but at the very end we did see a big mistake, and handshakes ended in a draw. That saved the SG Alpine Warriors. But of course, the chess continues as you've got 3 big matchups coming up. We will be starting with the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Chingari Gulf Titans. We saw the Kings yesterday. It wasn't the day that they had planned. They've got to make a comeback today, Peter.
Absolutely. They would have been very disappointed with the loss they incurred in our first match of the league, but it's a long league. There's plenty to play for, and now is a chance for them to bounce back.
Yeah, and sorry if I may, Tanya, sorry for interrupting you there. So they did play yesterday, and now they're playing with reverse colors, right?
We will be getting an update on the toss, as you mentioned. Jessie, let's take a look at what happened when the players were deciding the colors. And there we see we've got Luke Vanvali and Swapnil, the 2 captains, the toss, and indeed the Triveni Continental Kings win the toss. And this time they choose the black because they did lose the match with the white pieces.
So we finally see someone choosing the black pieces at the toss, which is very interesting. It was bound to happen at some point, but it's interesting that it happens in this one. I had breakfast with Luke. He had some interesting thoughts on this topic, which we probably shouldn't be sharing because I don't want to give up proprietary information. But it's nice to see that some of that strat is now getting used.
Well, let's take a look at the matchups that are happening. We know the colors that have been decided. The Triveni Continental Kings starting with the black pieces. And let's take a look at the board order. The icons play against each other. The 2 superstars, Yu Yangi, Wei Yi, playing the 2 superstars of Shaq and Daniel. Which will be the decisive board here? We will find out. And on the other side of the break, we get straight to business as the moves will be on the board.
welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Here we have the Triveni Continental Kings versus the Chingari Gulf Titans. What a matchup, Sagar Shah.
Yes. Oh, it's a huge encounter on the top board with the icon players Jan Krzysztof Duda playing with the white pieces against Levon Aronian. And he opens the game with one queen's pawn opening. And now...
You know, Sagar, I don't understand anything unless I see the analysis board. So maybe we can have it.
You know, Samay, the opening that they have chosen with this little pawn move to the side, it's called the Catalan opening.
Catalan, but I don't see any cats here. I only see bishops and camels.
Well, Catalan is a place in Spain. Yeah.
Oh.
And and this opening was found there, and Magnus Carlsen used it heavily to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in World Championship in 2021.
But aren't you just giving up the pawn for free?
Yes, that's the idea. When Black takes up, which he has done, the bishop on g2 says, "Thank you so much for giving me this beautiful diagonal."
So that by seeing all these games, I can say one thing, that a pawn is really useless. People are just giving up free pawns in the opening.
Well, those are known as sort of sacrifices or gambits, but they generally get it back later. You know, in chess, Samay, it's like one imbalance is converted into something else.
It's like an investment.
Yes, sort of. Like, let's say if you have money in some risky accounts.
Like crypto?
Yes, and then you make money there.
That never happens. You can trust me on that.
We can cut that short there then. But, you know, these players are masters at changing one imbalance into another. And that's what Levon Aronian has just done. He's given back his pawn, but caught up in development. Okay, so this one is an interesting position. It's theoretical, Samay. We have seen hundreds and thousands of games with this very position that we have on our screen right now. I would believe that very likely that the position will remain equal for some time.
Sagar, instead of giving up that bishop, if you go 2 moves back, could he have gone bishop h4, a very strange looking move, inviting g5?
But this traps the bishop, Samay. Now your bishop has nowhere to go.
How about you take it with the knight?
Oh, you want to sacrifice and rip open the opponent's king.
Yeah, and is this okay?
Well, I believe this is fine, because at this point, I will trade more pieces, and at some point after a move like this, when more pieces get traded off, you might not get a very successful attack.
But the king looks weak anyway.
It looks weak, yes. At your level, great idea. Not, I wouldn't say
what
great.
Is this patronizing way of
well, you yourself said you are a blunder master now.
I am, but it's one thing when I say it. Alright. So what happened in the game was not this. In fact, bishop took the knight took back, and now
white is thinking. We have Duda, who is thinking for his move. He makes it. He plays pawn up to... Well, he takes more space. And then the bishop comes up.
You remove the queen. Oh, he takes it.
Pawn takes, and the queen jumps back.
This is looking drawish, I guess, already. With
Why would you say that, Samay? If you give me the right answer, I will be super impressed.
Okay.
Why is it looking drawish?
See, the answer to that question...
Just give in one line.
The evaluation bar. If you want a detailed analysis, maybe we can ask Master Peter Swidler.
Well, it's a good time to go to him and ask him what's happening on this board. Is this an opening he's well aware of? I'm sure he knows it. Does he think that white has any chances here to fight for an opening advantage? Over to you, Master Peter Swidler.
Starting with this board, I think Levon will get a little bit of something, but yeah, I would also phrase the answer. I think Samay answered that question perfectly. The reason this position is equal is because we can see the evaluation bar. It's slightly more pleasant to play for white, but I wouldn't expect Levon to have a large advantage straight out of the gate. But the positions on boards 2 and 3 in particular are very sharp, so it's very exciting to see how that develops. I think those will be more the focus of our attention for the next 10-15 minutes, because those look exciting and unusual and sharp.
Thank you, Master Peter, for that quick and thorough analysis. Let's look at board number.
Oh, yes. Let's first look at all the boards, Samay. For now, at the beginning of the game, all the bars on the left. Samay, would you like to explain our viewers what the bars mean on this? Some of them might not know.
So, guys, the bar basically tells you the evaluation of the position. The higher the bar is, the more white is winning, the higher the bar goes in terms of white, and the lower the bar goes with black, the more black is winning. Right now, you see the bars are somewhere in the middle, which means that the position is equal.
Yeah, all games look roundabout even. Let's go to Yu Yangi versus Mamedyarov. You know, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, one of the most creative grandmasters in the world of chess, from Azerbaijan, known for his fighting spirit, tremendous fighter, Samay. And facing him is the Chinese GM Yu Yangi, who lost his game yesterday against Alexander Grishchuk, and that was the reason why his team actually lost that match. So he will be back with a lot of vengeance today.
Yeah, and so far it looks like everyone, all the pieces are equal. In fact, the two bishops each, two knights each, everything is fine.
It looks equal, Samay, but look at these pawns here. Here, the pawn somehow went way ahead, and then the black pawn came in front of it. Some doubled pawns. How did this happen?
Maybe some exchanges on the E file.
Let's look at it. So this was a normal position from a very well-known opening called Slav. And then when he took here, normally people would take back with the bishop. But here, Mamedyarov said, it's time to make the game exciting. He took with the pawn. And then when the knight went back, he pushed his pawn forward. He sacrificed the pawn. And by the way, Daniel Dubo actually came there to see the game.
But what could be the reason behind this sacrifice? I don't see it benefiting white in any way.
Well, he gave the pawn and then he pinned this knight. Look at this.
Oh.
He's attacking here. And then...
So he basically wanted the queen to also put pressure on the knight, which is why he gave up that pawn.
Exactly. Exactly. And now you can't castle easily because your knight would be hanging. But let's see. He brings his rook out. And for the time being, Yu Yangi asks a question. He says, do you want to move your bishop away? If you want to capture, I will capture. You will capture. I will capture. I will be a pawn up. Thank you so much. I'm better.
But also the black king will be out in the open, Sagar, after those exchanges. So maybe he should capture.
Or Samay, do you think he should just move his bishop back and say, okay, I'm happy. I'm going to play. If you push me further, I'm a pawn down. But yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like it at all, Sagar. I think it's fair for white right now to just capture on e7. At least bring the king outside in this endgame.
You mean just take here, yes?
Yeah, just take it. Queen takes, king takes.
He does it, Samay. He follows your advice. He takes it. Queen takes. Queens are traded. King is out in the open.
And now, maybe you can you castle?
Oh, he goes with his knight here. And he tells, your bishop is hanging. And Samay, if we move our bishop here very quickly, what is the winning move?
Knight b6 check. It's a fork. A fork is when two pieces are attacked at the same time and you can only defend one.
So this is not working out. So the bishop has to go to the side of the board here. It has to move here.
Yeah. Why did you take out the headphones? All right. So, how do you defend it? Maybe you go back?
Yeah, you just go back with your bishop, Samay. And then he will bring his king up and bring his other rook into the game. And once again, it's a question whether one pawn is more important or the initiative.
True. Can you tell me the problem with a move like bishop d4? To teach the audience a new concept in chess called the pin.
Let's see. When the bishop comes here, it's standing opposite the king. We can move our rook here and simply pin it and win it. That means that white would completely win the game. So can't move it there. I wonder what Yu Yangi is thinking right now, because it seems like a forced move. Or maybe he's already played it.
Do you think, Sagar, I was hearing this advice from a grandmaster that whenever there's a forced move, just make it.
Yeah.
Don't think at that time.
Yeah, I think he's thinking whether you can move the pawn up. I guess that's the only option to save his bishop. But Samay, this looks interesting. We'll come back to it. How about we go also to the third board between Wei Yi, the amazing Chinese player who was the youngest ever to cross 2700 elo against Daniel Dubov, the magician out there. Oh, by the way, we have the 6 boards here, and for the time being, once again we see all the games looking roundabout even slightly. Somewhere on 5th board, if you look, Nana Zagnidze is pushing it for the Chingari Gulf Titans there with a slightly better position. Nana Zagnidze, sorry, Triveni Continental Kings.
Yeah, you almost gave a heart attack inside the VIP lounge.
No, but I think they have the names slightly wrong here, because the white players are on the right and left. So actually on board number 5, it's actually Shualova who has the white pieces.
Shout out to our production team.
Yeah, Shualova has white, and that should be on the left. But okay, let's go right now to board number 3. We have Dubov playing against Vei. And that is another exciting position here. Dubov. Samay, what do you feel from their expressions?
I feel right now Dubov is thinking, is in deep think tank. He's also moving the piece in his hand, if you can see, like a fidget spinner.
Where? I can't see.
You see his left hand. I think old age also causes some loss of eyesight. That's all right, Sagar. I can tell you what's happening.
Well, right now
his king is slightly open. The Wei's king is slightly weak, I feel. Maybe a move like rook f4 and then rook g4 can come later on.
You mean rook moves up like this and attacks here?
Not only there, also attacking the pawn on e4, which will be triple attacked by the bishop, the queen and the rook. So there could be some play out there.
You know, Samay, Dubov, if you look at him, he looks so relaxed, right? It seems like there's some artist at work. And, you know, chess players can generally be sort of broken down into these things. You can be an artist. Someone can be an utter sportsman. You know, he's tremendously focused, wants to win. Someone can be like a scientist. He wants to always find the best moves. He's not happy with win or loss generally. What kind of category do you feel you fall into? Artist, sportsman, or a scientist?
I think I fall into the stupids. Because I only think 2 moves ahead, Sagar.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I agree with that.
But Sagar, you know, right now in this position,
Samay, if you count the
what
pawns,
is the,
then right now it's equal pawns, equal pieces.
Yeah, I mean, what is stopping you know, Wei from defending his pawn on f6, because it's currently a weakness, from pushing f5.
Yeah, but it closes your bishop down even further. It could be possible, and that's what he's thinking. It could be to push the pawn, bring the rook in the center, move the knight here. Too many possibilities. I think black has actually no problems out of the opening. So very good news for Triveni Continental Kings. Samay, in a way, if we look here, this match is quite well balanced as of now. We don't know who's better. We just know that on board 5, Chingari Gulf Titans have an advantage because Polina Shuvalova is pressing. So let's go to board number 5. If we can have the game between Polina Shuvalova and Nana Zagnidze here. And there you have Samay. Polina Shuvalova is a very young Russian player. She's, I think if I'm not mistaken, just 22 years old. She's the former world junior champion and I think a big fighter.
Look at all those bishops eyeing the king, Sagar.
Yeah, beautiful bishops there.
And maybe if you don't look at the engine evaluation and if you look at it from a human perspective, the bishop on c8 is trapped. It's not coming into the game yet. While whites, both bishops are in the game, both rooks, both knights, all the pieces of white are ready for war.
Absolutely. And also look at the time. Polina has 13 minutes while Nana Zagnidze has 8 minutes. You can see the clock up there on the top left. 13 minutes for Polina Shuvalova, 8 minutes for Nana Zagnidze.
Yeah, maybe it's time for Nana Zagnidze to bring in the black bishop somehow. I mean, the light square bishop somehow. Maybe a move like bishop b7. Oh yeah, going back, I don't know, but bishop
somehow
b7.
Keeping it there, you know, it's not a very active piece, but it is an idea.
Or a longer idea, maybe go a6, b5, and then bring bishop to b7.
Absolutely.
It's a long-term idea.
If you have time to do that, it's perfect. But you know, Samay, I take here, and then I put my bishop on this diagonal, and then you are already in some trouble. So it's not at all easy for Zagnitzde to solve her opening problems, and that's the reason why she's thinking so much. So this might be the very critical board for this entire match. And she plays bishop b7. Samay, your move, she's improved her bishop.
Yeah, I mean, when you can't think of what to play, I think the best thing to play is to just make your pieces better, develop your pieces. That's the standard advice we all chess players get. And also, let me tell you, I'm really learning a lot of chess here. You know, doing commentary beside you and Master Swidler. It's really helping my chess.
What will you do by improving at chess?
I just want to reach 2000 someday. Yeah, and that's my dream.
So, Samay, 2000 ELO is actually an online rating that you want to reach.
Yeah.
And there are many good online platforms where you can play. And Samay, once he reaches 2000, I think that was your aim why you started playing chess.
Yeah, that's when I want to quit.
That's
because after that, it takes a lot of effort, because every 100 rating points is even more tough than the previous 100.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I reached from 800 to 1000 within a span of 1 month. But 1000 to 1100 took me 3-4 months. 1100 to 1200, another 5 months. And now I'm stuck at 1700, trying to reach 1800. I reach 1800, I fall back. It's very, very difficult, Sagar.
You know, the famous world champion Robert James Fisher actually quit playing chess after he became a world champion.
Yeah, great comparison between me and...
Samay is planning to quit playing chess after reaching 2000. You know, everyone has their own milestones where they stop playing chess. What is yours? You can tweet it by using the hashtag Global Chess League on Twitter. And I think that would be very interesting, Samay.
Yeah, right now, look at Shivalova. She has taken her bishop back to b1. Her idea is to go queen d3, take the knight on f6 and threaten a checkmate on the h file.
Wow, Samay, that's some serious planning ahead. You take here and then enter the position. That's the plan. Let's see if Nana Zagnitzde finds a way to deal with all of this.
Not easy, Sagar. I don't see how to defend it. How do you prevent queen d3?
Yeah, she plays a bishop. That was our idea, which we were talking about. She plays her bishop there. And let's see what Polina Shuvalova comes up.
How do you stop queen now? Queen d3 and knight.
But Samay, it's not a big threat, because once you play your queen here, I can actually chop your knight. And if you take with the queen, then I trade the queens, and it's no real threat.
Can't I take with the rook instead of the queen?
Yes, you can, but then it stops your diagonal. It blocks it there. And for the time being, I can then push you away, and then the entire diagonal here is blocked. So it looks okay, but this one slightly better for white for the time being. Can we go and check the junior board? Because there we have Jonas Beer playing from Triveni Continental Kings and Nihal Sarin from Chingari Gulf Titans. This is the 6th board, and let's move to that game. Samay, you know Nihal Sarin very, very well. Can you give us some sort of insights about this youngster?
He's a very reserved, person. He doesn't express much. I think he's one of those people who just wants to play chess and do nothing else. Nothing at all. I think his idea of a party is to just sit at home and look at chess base whole day.
True. You know, many people have said when you interview Nihal Sarin, you ask him questions like, what's your favorite hobby, or what do you like to do when you have free time, and he just gives one-word answers. And ask him about his favorite chess game. Ask him about what tactical move did he play 2 years ago, and he'll just rattle out the moves. That's how much he loves chess.
Yeah, he's obsessed.
Yeah, and facing him, Samay, is Jonas Beer, one of the top Swedish youngsters, and actually yesterday was almost going to beat Javokhir Sindarov, and that game ended in a draw. Today, in this position, it's around equal, and Jonas Beer is actually holding his own quite well. But if we look closely, there are these two hanging pawns on the board. What do we mean by hanging pawns, Samay? It means that both the pawns are not supporting each other. They are just standing next to each other, and actually they could become weak, but also could be big strength.
Yeah, and I think, Sagar, after a move like d4, even if you give up that one pawn, you're opening up the dangerous bishop that is going to eye the king like a sniper in the long run. I think that bishop is going to cause trouble.
What a
to Nihal Sareen.
beautiful idea. And Samay, this is one of the key ideas when you have the hanging pawns. Just push one of them, get your pieces rolling. But Nihal is known for his positional play. He's known as a boa constrictor. You know, he goes to a position and like the snake, he just tries to completely compress his opponent's counterplay. And that's how he loves to play. Let's see if he manages to do that today.
Maybe we can have a look at all the 6 boards and see what's the most exciting board and then stick with it for some time.
For sure. Let's have a look at it. For the time being, we can see Aronian versus Duda is around equal. Yu Yangi versus Mamedyarov maybe slightly better. Therefore, Yu Yangi with the black pieces, but it might end in a draw there. Wei versus Dubo, guys, just make the players' names opposite. And I think it should be Daniel Dubo here is kind of in some trouble against Wei.
I mean, looking at all of this, it looks slightly equal except one game. But let's maybe get into the depth of these positions.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask Master Swidler if he can give a detailed analysis of what's happening in each of these boards.
Yeah, we can have this screen and we can have the voice of Master Peter Swidler. He can tell us which is the game we should pay our attention to.
Yeah, I want to begin by saying that Sama is a man of my own heart, because I've seen him solve puzzles today, and there is no way 2000 is his limit. I think he's probably already hiding some kind of a 2400 rating on some site somewhere, and is just planning to ambush us with it. But we'll wait for the grand reveal. As for the match, which is of secondary importance, obviously, compared to Samai's chess prowess, there probably will be 2 reasonably comfortable draws. The game between Katerina Lagno and Alexander Kostyanyuk is about to end, probably has already ended. Frankly, this looks like a draw. And I don't think Shahryar Mamedyarov has too many winning chances despite being a pawn up against Yuan Yi, so I'm assuming this is also going to very likely finish in a draw. The rest of the match is very interesting to watch, though. That game you were talking about between Polina Shuvalova and Nana Zagnidze is very interesting, and those two have a fantastic history because they haven't played very many games against each other, but they played an absolutely fabulous match in the World Cup in 2019 where they played 7 games. The first 6 were all decisive. Black not managing a single draw in the first 6 games. And then they played what is called in chess an Armageddon, where Black has draw odds but less time in the very final game. And that game, Nina Zagnidze managed to draw, progressing to the next round of the World Cup. So they know each other really, really well. Playing a match like this really gets you well acquainted with the person sitting opposite you for a full day. And that position is very interesting. The top board is also perhaps still full of surprises.
Thank you, Master Peter Swidler, for that update. Some great historical background also provided to the battle between these 2 powerful women players here. Polina Shuvalova was better, Samay, but now Nana Zagnidze has transferred her queen. And look at how the bishop, actually, which was sitting here, has also transferred itself to a beautiful position.
Yeah, so we are seeing some positional chess. We have seen attacking chess, we have seen a lot of blunders, and now we are seeing a positional game. We have it all, guys. So please tune in, and if you do not have the time, you can check the entire highlights on Amazon Music, our official streaming partner for the league.
Absolutely. And Samay, what would you feel that this pawn on d4 would like? What do you feel it is feeling? Because look at it. Attack from here, here, here.
This is a regular, everyday, normal guy. Having a lot of stress at home, at office, in his personal life.
Yeah.
And still trying to make everything work.
Still trying to survive with 1, 2, 3, getting one more defender being like, please save me.
Yeah.
You know, isolated pawn, has no supporters here, because you can see on both these files there are no white pawns. It's a weakness.
It's a weakness for now, but it could be turned into a queen if it reaches the end. But
Yes.
it's a long way.
4 more steps to go, and also the pawn stops it from moving forward. So for now, while Polina Shuvalova had a great position out of the opening, Nana Zagnidze has turned it around and is looking very, very solid. Good news for Triveni Continental Kings there. But by the way, Samay, one result has come up, and that is the game between two of the best Russian women players, Katrina Lagno and Alexandra Koschenyuk, has ended in draw. So the
Oh.
score is 1-1 there, and right now the match with 5 games to go is at 1-1.
I think, Sagar, this is the game that will have a result in very, very soon.
You think so?
Yes, because soon I think black is going to strike in the center with e5. Opening up the center, the queen is being attacked by the rook on d8. I think we're going, this is just heating up. Right now everything looks calm, but I think it's the calm before the storm.
Yeah. Samay, should we go to the icon board between Levon Aronian and Jan Krzysztof Duda and try to understand if Levon Aronian or Duda has any chances in that position? Let's go to board number 1. Very focused, both the players there. 5 minutes 52 seconds for Duda, 7 minutes 22 seconds for Aronian. And Samay, what do you make of the position that we have? If we can get the analysis board there, yes. What is the first thing that you notice and you feel like, oh, this looks a little worrisome?
What the first thing I noticed that looks worrisome is that behind Duda you see that mango juice. I wish I had that mango juice because I'm feeling thirsty.
Why do you say it's mango juice? It could be orange juice as well.
I know, but here I have some experience in
What is
drinking
next,
a lot of
next
fluids.
to that?
That I think is grape juice.
Okay. Okay.
I know how I know it.
How?
I actually had some of it.
Really?
Yes.
When?
Before the players came.
That's why it's little less there, yeah?
Don't tell anybody, Sagar. Just between you and me.
Well, Samay, you can't become an icon by drinking what they drink. You know, you
I'm trying everything, Sagar. I tried sitting on their seats. I tried drinking the juice. What else can one man do to become an icon?
Yeah, true, Samay. Hard work is not something that comes in your dictionary, does it? By the way, the bishop has come here. Samay, the one thing which worries me a lot is that this one pawn here is single-handedly stopping the 2 pawns. It's like clamping them. You can't move ahead. If you move ahead, I'm doing this en passant in chess and I'll move forward. So that's the reason why it seems like Duda has some pressure.
Yeah, and right now the c7 pawn is actually under attack.
Yeah, true, but you can't take it, because if you take it, your knight is hanging here. So that's the reason why Jan Krzysztof Duda is trying to figure out what needs to be done. But
Can you not give that knight up for those 2 pawns? Because you get bishop takes, let's say you take the rook up to c7 if we can make the
Yeah.
move. Let's say you give up that knight
yeah,
and you go rook b7,
okay,
attacking that pawn, no way to defend it.
true.
Can you
Yeah, it seems, but you will get only 2 pawns, Samay.
but a passer pawn on b5?
Yes.
Oh, maybe he just goes back with the bishop on a5, defends that pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He can also defend it very easily. So that's the reason why you can't sacrifice right now. But it is an idea in the air that you can win that pawn. So he moves his knight, by the way, Duda, and he asks Levon, how are you going to defend this pawn?
But when he by bringing his knight to b3, he has let go of the control of the e4 square, which is where the black knight can now sit and enjoy that very
Samay,
beautiful
Samay,
square.
Asking for myself, if you come here, why can't I just take this? Now it's really a free pawn.
Okay, that's a good question. But I think, Sagar, I think that the pawn on f2 also is weak.
Yeah.
And is there a way you can attack that pawn once more?
It's a very weird move. You can get your bishop here and attack it.
Exactly, and I think there is no way to defend that pawn once the bishop comes to e1.
So that might be the thing that Levon Aronian might do. He's a very tricky player and he does that.
I'm telling you, the mango juice is working.
Yeah, your juice is actually working. You're finding all the moves. And look at Levon. You know, it's not only about the moves on the board, Samay. It's also about what they do off the board. Levon makes his move, gets up, and tells Duda, I'm very confident. Do you also feel that I am in the driver's seat? You know, Duda under pressure, I feel somehow. A little bit.
Levon went and saw the screens over there. Can he also see the evaluation bar?
No, he can't see it. He's just checking all the games without any evaluation bars and making a decision whether he should play for the win or not. And Duda moves in and takes the pawn. This is heating up, guys. This is actually now in Levon's hands what to do next. Does he come in with his rook here? Does he move in with his bishop? Does he attack the knight? There are a lot of possibilities.
I think bishop e1 is directly, you get a pawn back, an eye for an eye. Maybe that's what I would do.
Yeah, I think Samay, it might be a direct move, but it might not be what Levon might do. You know, he's a player who likes to mix it up a lot. So maybe that's what he may do.
Saga, what if he goes rook a to attack the bishop? Is there a way to defend that bishop?
Yeah, it is possible.
Maybe knight c, you bring knight c1. Can we make those arrows?
Yeah, if the rook comes in, the knight can actually defend the bishop and the rook. By the way, Samay, while we are discussing this, a poll question is coming up for our viewers to actually decide who will win this. The question is, which player will execute the most daring sacrifices? And people have given 69% vote to Duda.
That's amazing. 69% to Duda.
Wow.
30% to Aronian.
Where can people vote? I think it's in the metaverse. There is a very nice fan app that is created by the Global Chess League. Go to their website, globalchessleague.com, and there you can get the link of the fan app where you can go and do the voting and take part in many, many interesting games that are possible there.
Right now, Levon Aronian is in a think tank, and I am still thinking about rook a2. Saga, can we go a little deeper in that line?
Okay,
let's say rook
go.
a2.
Attacking the bishop.
Knight goes back to c1. So basically what you've done is provoked the knight to fall back.
Right.
Retreat.
Right.
And now can you go back with your rook and attack the pawn a5 by going rook a5?
But that pawn is already defended, Samay.
Okay.
So maybe
you could go back all the way back with your rook. So what you've done is actually...
Yeah, you could go back, or you can just keep it here to pin the knight.
To pin the knight, even better.
And attack it even further with your bishop.
Even better, even better. So maybe these are the ideas Levon is thinking, if not for bishop e1, because bishop e1 is pretty direct.
Oh, he plays rook a2, Samay. He plays the move which you wanted to go deep, and Duda plays that move which
And now rook a1, there you go. There we have it.
Wow. Just what we were discussing has happened. The knight goes back, and let's ask Master Peter Swidler here what's happening, because he seems to have some insights on this very interesting position. Over to you, Master Peter Swidler.
Thank you very much. And yeah, this has been quiet for a while, but it no longer is. And I think young Krzysztof is still fine, but he will have to make a very interesting decision here potentially, because saving that knight on c1 is not trivial, and you probably will have to give up material. You probably have to start by unpinning it, by moving a king forward. And now black has this very tricky move. He can move the knight from e4 forward to c3, and now interrupting the connection between the rook and the white knight. And if the knight moves up, the bishop on e2 is attacked. And yeah, here we've lost the rook on a1, but we can play rook b1 there. And what white should do here, probably, instead of knight b3, is, yeah, this doesn't look good, but in this particular position, white has a very interesting resource. You can actually give up a rook for the knight here, sacrificing what is called an exchange, a trade of a rook for a minor piece. And then, after black recaptures, you get a lot of positional compensation because the black attack fizzles out, and black actually has some weaknesses in their own position for white to play against. It's not a very easy thing to spot for young Krzysztof, but I think he will be greatly helped by the fact that he does not really have very many good choices apart from that. So he might just be forced into the correct continuation here by the method of exclusion, simply.
Well, thank you so much, Master Peter Swidler, and it's an honor to be on the same frame as him, because earlier when we would vanish, he would come in. Okay, that's gone. It was just for a couple of seconds, but we enjoyed that.
Yes, and here, guys, already on board number 5, you see.
Oh, Nana Zagnidze is actually better, Samay, on board number 5. She is doing really well, which means Triveni Continental Kings are doing excellent in that game. And on the other boards, almost all games are equal, except for Wei, who's also pressing in board number 3. So Triveni Continental Kings firmly in control of this match. And yesterday also, Chingari Gulf Titans lost their match, as well as Triveni Continental Kings. So they need to win. Both of the teams desperately want to win today.
Which game is the most exciting, Sagar, according to you?
Let's go to game number 5, Samay. Nana Zagnidze versus Polina Shuvalova, because as you rightly pointed out, we will get a decisive result there. And there you have it. Nana Zagnidze is pawn up there. If you count the number of pawns, there are 5 pawns for white, but 6 for black. It's a solid, healthy, extra pawn. And also black has the double bishops here. You can see the bishop here and the bishop here, Samay. It is really a very, very one-sided position here for black. And I don't think Nana Zagnidze will have much trouble in converting this into a full point.
Sagar, what is happening on board 1? Can we go quickly to board 1? I think there are some developments happening over there.
Whoa, my goodness. What Master Peter Swidler told us actually has transpired. Knight did jump to c3 here, and then instead of actually taking on c3, he went bishop takes g4, which is not a good move according to the computer. And there you can see Levon Aronian is slightly surprised. He's like, why did my opponent play this move?
Yeah, you can simply take back the bishop.
But you know, Samay, I think what he wants to do is, after you take back, he wants to jump in with his knight, attack the bishop, and jump in with the knight again, and together with his rook and knight, create a lot of counterplay.
Wow.
Duda is going to make it very complex. But at the same time, Samay, look at this. Just a thought. Your bishop is hanging, but you don't care for it. You know what you do? You bring your knight in here. And if he captures this, can you find the move?
Can I find the move for black?
Yes.
Oh! Rook g1 is checkmate.
Yes, rook g1 checkmate, because the pawn takes away the escape squares and the king is gone. So Levon Aronian not only is winning actually material, but also has some deadly threats in the position.
But Duda has only 1 minute 28 seconds, so it's not going to be easy for him to find all of these moves in that much time. As time goes down, pressure increases, and this position is looking very complicated because even the knights are there in the game, and knights are the most tricky pieces.
I agree with you, Samay. There is a lot of pressure on Levon as well now, but clearly in this match, if you see Triveni Continental Kings in driver's seat, Levon is better, Wei is better, Nana Zagnidze is better. I mean, what more do you want, Samay?
Don't jinx it, Sagar. Even yesterday,
Exactly.
this was how it was until the end.
Exactly.
I think rapid chess comes down until the last 30 seconds. Everything changes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even yesterday, they were completely better against upgrade Mumba Masters. But then, in the end, it just went haywire. And today, they will try to hold it together. But let's see if that works out.
So knight e2 is what Sagar Shah is saying should be played here. Let's see if Levon Aronian finds it.
Maybe that could be a move.
Why don't you take that pawn that is free on b5?
Well, Samay, if you take that pawn... Oh, that's an interesting... Because if I take you on bishop, you take my rook.
Yeah.
Oh, nice one. Actually, that's a great suggestion by Samay here. After taking this, maybe he has to move his rook first. And maybe Levon might listen to you. The juice, Samay, is coming to good use.
I think he's calculating between knight e2 and knight b5 because both look good enough. Knight e2 comes with the threat of a checkmate. Knight b5 comes with gaining some material. And what does he choose?
Takes the pawn. He takes the pawn. He's taken it. And now Duda moves his rook to the side. And he tells Levon, yes, I know I'm losing here. I'm worse clearly. But I'm attacking your pawn. I'm attacking your bishop. I'm also going to move forward, attack your pawn here, attack your pawn here. So all the black pawns are weak, while the white pawns, look at them together. Such a beautiful pawn chain.
Yeah, I think white is getting slightly better here.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, we have one more result which has just come in. Board number 2 between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Yu Yangi has just ended, and it has ended in a draw, it seems. And that's
a 2-2 score.
yeah, it's a 2-2 score right now. And now we can quickly go to board number 3. Wei is playing against Dubov. Dubov versus Wei. I think that game, we thought Wei was slightly better. But we don't know what's happening here. The game is super complex. Maybe it's the right moment to ask Master Peter Swidler what is happening here. The king on the side is completely exposed. If we can get the board and also Master Peter Swidler in, that would help a lot. Oh, he's given. Where's the queen? Where's the white queen? Master Peter Swidler, please help us. Please help us. Yeah.
As confused as you are, guys, there's been a lot of changes of evaluation over the last 5 moves. At some point, it seemed like Wei playing the black pieces was fairly firmly in control, but it's a very complicated position, and they have not really very much time left. And I think we should just watch this one. It's very difficult to predict how this will happen because it's a very tricky, sharp position with a lot of tactics that need to be controlled.
Oh my God! I think this is a very complicated position. I request, I request the production team if they can get Master Swidler beside us, because we might require his assistance.
Yeah, we can throw it back to him very quick. We'll have to throw it back to him many times, Samay, because right now
there he is.
The knight is attacked. Yeah, wonderful. That if we can get him to also join in at the right time. Yeah, check here.
Dubov, interestingly, also declines to take the central pawn that was on offer on the previous move, but he wants to put the knight on a much more solid square, which supports the entirety of his position. Everything is now very well connected, and the passer in the center of the board might be extremely powerful. You are taught to think that the queen is, of course, the strongest piece on the board, and you generally favor the extra queen. But here, in particular in practical terms, it looks to me as if it's easier to play with white. In the meantime, by the way, on board 6, Jonas Bulbier will beat Nihal Sarin. Nihal is about to resign there. He got mated somehow.
Wow, can we get to board number 6? This is huge news because Nihal Sarin seemed to be slightly better. I think, is it going the other way or?
Sorry, it's the other way around. Yeah.
Oh, Nihal Sarin is winning.
Yeah,
which means actually it's a big result here. Nihal Sarin, Chingari Gulf Titans was on the back foot in many of the games of this match. And Nihal Sarin beating Jonas Bier means that they get valuable 3 points here. And he resigns. Well, Master Peter Swidler taking us to the right games at the right time.
It's not the right names, but that's okay.
But Nihal Sarin actually maybe providing one of the most crucial wins here for his team.
I like how these chess players are so gentle. You know, even after winning or losing, they first arrange the pieces back and then they do whatever they have to.
Also, they shake hands.
Yeah.
You win or lose, you are unhappy or happy, you need to shake hands. It's a gentleman's game at the end of the day. By the way, the score is now 5-2 in the favor of Chingari Gulf Titans. This is great news for the Chingari team. Samay, which board should we go to? And I think Zagnidze versus Shuvalova in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings right now. Then there is Lagno Kostyuk already ended in a draw. Wei is actually pressing against Dubov. And you also have Aronian Duda. I don't know where to go.
Let's go to Wei versus Daniel Dubov because something is happening over there. Queen has entered F2.
Okay, let's go to board number 3. Let's go there. For the time being, guys, Chingari Gulf Titans in the lead, but this will not remain for a long time. Things are going to go up and down here. Let's follow the game between Wei and Daniel Dubov. And the last move by Dubov may not be the best move. He's brought his knight up. And can Wei find... Oh, he brings his queen there to d4 here. Samay, I think this pawn, which Peter had told us, the d6 pawn, is very powerful, but it has been firmly blockaded right now by a black piece. It can't move forward.
Yeah, and only the queen and bishop are unable to do anything. And one more reason for that is that the king is on the dark square, while Duba has. So while Wei has the black bishop. So
Yeah.
the king is on the black square and Wei has the light bishop. So the bishop can never attack the king.
True, true. That is true. But by the time being, like, if Wei can win this pawn here, then he might be in the driver's seat. And that would mean a big, big result for Triveni Continental Kings, because that would give them 4 points. It
6
brings us to-
seconds.
Oh,
Sagar,
it
it's
brings
not
us-
easy
not
with
easy.
only the queen and bishop. I'm telling you,
I agree.
do not trust the evaluation bar. This is the creative genius of Daniel Dubov. Not playing with the queen, but playing with 3 pieces instead.
I agree. Dubov is maybe, on the chessboard, perhaps the least materialistic person you will find. He's freely
Oh
giving
my
away
god, he has
pieces.
7 seconds.
Oh, and he takes there. On d7, king takes. But now Samay, 2 pieces have been traded. Oh, but look, now what the knight wants to do, it wants to pull, but it's a big blunder. He's now controlled this and also attacking this pawn. And it seems like Daniel Dubov is in big, big trouble now.
Again, I am telling you, do not trust the evaluation bar, Sagar.
No, but Samay, now just take this pawn. It's a very important pawn, and he takes it. He takes it, and he has his own passed
Oh,
pawn.
the passed pawn.
But no, Samay, what if the knight gives a check and your pawn is just 2 squares away from queening? I don't understand what's happening. Check, king goes back.
Should you be greedy and take the h7 pawn?
No, but what is the point? This pawn is queening here.
Okay, should you then bring your rook?
Oh, what is he thinking? I have no clue. Maybe he wants to switch the roles somehow with his knight and rook. But I think Wei's pawn is way faster. He can push his e-pawn down the board and he should win this.
I don't know what they need to do. I know what we need to do. We need to get Master Peter Swidler here with his expert analysis over this position.
Yeah, let's ask him if Daniel Dubov has any chances to hold this game. Master Peter Swidler. Yes.
If only the white king was a little bit safer, I think there would be a lot of chances. But the reason for the very strange rook move that you just saw the previous move was that black was threatening a check from the f1 square, which would have won the entire game on the spot. And the fact that white has to care about preventing black's threats means that Daniel Dubov is just not going to be in time to create threats of his own. This seems to be very firmly in control of... That's not a decision I would have taken lightly. That took me... okay. I see it now. If you take the pawn on e3, you can check from the corner and then check from the central square on e4 and pick up that knight with 2 checks.
Oh, let's just show this. Let's just show this. Check here. King moves up and check.
Oh, and I think he has fallen into that. I think he has fallen into that.
Master
Oh
Peter
my
Swidler
God.
there. Once again calling
he did
the
not
action.
have a better move anyway, but yeah, he now is in desperate straits. It will be a true miracle if he saves it from here.
What is that move though? He could have picked
He could
up
have
the
taken the
knight,
knight,
yes?
right?
He wants to do it in an even more advantageous situation. He is threatening mate in 1 from the g6
Oh, he's
square.
threatening mate in
Wow.
one.
So that is great news for the Triveni Continental Kings because they get 4 points for a win with black.
Absolutely, and they are right now trailing the match 5-2, and then they would be in the lead with 6-5. And also, Samay, Wei yesterday beat Vidit Gujarati, today beating Daniel Dubov.
He's in great
He's
form.
in amazing form.
And guys, this is what it all comes down to. The players, they had to be chosen very, very wisely in the draft. And I think that decision was very, very
It's worked out beautifully for Triveni Continental Kings.
they made a very good decision by taking Wei. He's a dark knight of this game.
So far, and thinking here, there's plenty of comfortable options. Yeah, but the simple, judging by the rook, the pen movement, just picking up that pawn he just won should very easily be enough because now his passer is going to be faster than Daniel's passer. Although you still have to calculate a little bit. I
It's
assume.
so exciting, right? Because black's pawn is going down, white's pawn is going up. But look at this move, Samay. Now, if the king moves, you can simply chop off the pawn. He's kind of locked him up with this last queen move. Very smart move by Wei.
I think this is why he was thinking when he considered whether to trade his outside pawn for the white outside pawn. He didn't want to allow the white pawn to the penultimate rank, and this particular move, the last move he made, I think nails the game down completely. There is now no chance for Daniel whatsoever.
By the way, we already have a result on board number 1, the icon board between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Levon Aronian. It seems like Duda has escaped there and the game has ended in a draw. So the score right now is actually 6-3. 6-3 in the favor of Chingari Gulf Titans. It's 6-3.
Isn't it 7?
No, the game is still going on, right, Wei? If Wei wins, Samay, it would be 7-6.
What happened in this game? This was completely winning.
Yeah, it's winning, no?
Oh,
it's winning,
no,
it's
I
winning.
saw the evaluation bar and I got a heart attack.
Yeah, there's just no bar anymore. It's all black. Black has 2 queens on the board, which doesn't happen very often, but it is happening here. I'm not entirely sure why Daniel is doing this to himself.
Daniel is enjoying just his play. Oh, he takes the rook. Okay.
Probably
Takes.
hoping for a stalemate.
Hey, maybe he can take the pawn with his queen and then push the pawn here and make another queen. That would be something. No, he just plays this. Okay, and there
This
you
is
have
over.
it. Resignation. And so that now
The
match
only
is...
game that's remaining is Nana Zagnidze versus Shualova.
Let's go there. Let's go to board number 5. Nana Zagnidze versus Shualova.
This is the
The
game.
match is right now 7-6 in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings. But the game right now, it's over. Board number 5, what happened there? No, it's still going on, right or not?
Knowing that it will be enough for her team to win, Black just took a draw there.
Oh,
In a good position, but not such an easy position to win.
So Nana Zagnidze agreed to a draw, which means that Triveni Continental Kings have won the match.
By just 1 point, Sagar.
Wow, which is 8-7.
Yes.
8-7. And by very smart decision by Nana Zagnidze, actually. She said, my team is winning. I don't need to press in this extra pawn up rook endgame.
Can you believe it, Sagar? There were 4 draws in this game.
Yeah.
1 result in favor of Chingari Gulf Titans, 1 result in favor of Triveni Continental Kings. But because Black gets 4 points for winning, everything changed.
Yeah, exactly. This 4-point stuff is just epic. Wei Yi leading from the front, and even though Nihal Sarin won on the Prodigy board, it was not enough for Chingari Gulf Titans as they go to their 2nd defeat in a row, and then Triveni Continental Kings will be very happy because they made a comeback.
They have made a comeback in this league, but there's still a long way to go for the Chingari Gulf Titans. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome everyone to this Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. What two amazing matches we have had today, and both decisive games with so many turnarounds. With me in the studio, I have Keti Satsalashvili and Samay Raina. Guys, what a day it has been.
Incredible day. We couldn't ask for any more emotions from the chess tournament. We had it all.
Oh, this is the first time I am appearing on this screen. I must say I should have chosen better jeans because blue doesn't go together.
True. Well, your clothes are fine, Samay. Let's have a look at the standings of this tournament and the results that have taken place. And there we have Triveni Continental Kings beating Chingari Gulf Titans. Wei was the one who scored that important victory with the black pieces. Nihal Sarin did score for his team, but it was not enough. A fantastic play by Triveni Continental Kings. Well, guys, what do you think about Wei? You know, he beat Vidit Gujarati yesterday. Today, once again, he beat Daniel Dubov, two 2700 plus players. Amazing chess.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not very surprised because he is himself already very strong grandmaster. But just imagine the team should be very happy to have the hero in there. He's getting it all.
Yeah, and wasn't Wei about to? I think there were talks of him not playing chess anymore.
I think he has definitely slowed down a bit, Samay, because remember, he crossed 2700 ELO in classical chess at the age of 15 years.
Wow.
That's insane.
Wow.
15 years.
5-0. So you have time. You have a lot of time.
1-5, 15. 2700 rating at 15, man.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's a tough childhood.
Well, this is just phenomenal. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this match that happened. Brilliant play by Wei and team Triveni Continental Kings. There you have Duda and Levon Aronian. This was a game where Levon actually put great pressure on Jan Sistov Duda with the black pieces. I think Samay, Levon had his chances there, but I don't think he could convert it in the end.
Actually, in this match, 11 was a favorite, score favorite, as the statistics says that he won the most of the games. But we have Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland, the hero of Poland, and he is very tough in the rapid segment. But you know, guys, it is quite difficult to get a decisive result on the first board unless you are Vishy Anand.
Well, talking of Vishy Anand, he'll be on the board very soon. But before we come to the next match, let's go to a short break.
Welcome back, everyone. The big matchup for the day is Ganges Grandmasters, led by Vishy Anand, taking on SG Alpine Warriors, led by Magnus Carlsen. Between these two players, they have 10 World Championship matches and titles. Let's go to the toss and see who won it between these two teams. There you have Ganges Grandmasters and SG Alpine Warriors. Let's have a look at the toss. And there you have Bharat Singh Chauhan doing the toss and GM Praveen Thipse, coach of Ganges Grandmaster. And it is won by SG Alpine Warriors Vishal Sareen, and they have chosen the white pieces, which means Team Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces. There you see Vishy Anand on the screen eating something before the game. Need the energy before the game. What do you think, guys? Yeah, he is looking very cool and calm facing world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Ex-world champion.
I mean, world rapid champion. World rapid champion.
Himself is also a world champion, guys. Hold on. I think, in fact, Anand is here to look for big ones, and Magnus Carlsen is his for sure opponent that he wanted to face against.
Wow. That would be epic. We have the order of play right now. Vishy Anand takes on Magnus Carlsen, Rickard Rapport against Gukesh, Lenier Dominguez against Arjun Erigaisi, Ho Yifan takes on Irina Krush, Bella Khotenashvili against Elizabeth Pates, and Andre Esipenko against R. Praggnanandhaa. What a match this is there in front of us. Samay, I have to ask you, what is your opinion? Who do you think is the favorite?
I am just going to sit back, relax, and watch this match just like them. I want to watch Anand versus Carlsen. What a match, Sagar.
But look at this team, Ganges Grandmasters. They're having such a nice time with each other. I love the camaraderie. You know? It's so beautiful.
And have you noticed SG Alpine Warriors has not lost the toss so far?
Oh, yes. Today they won
Both the tosses. They're having a lucky day.
But guys, I wonder why no one chooses black side, because black gets the most of the points. And we have seen matches winning with the black pieces means you win the match as well. Just like we saw
true.
previously.
No one has gone for the black with the toss, but we'll see if SG Alpine Warriors can win another match today itself. Well, they actually made a strong comeback in the first round. They were almost losing that match, but they won it. Do you think that in this match as well, apart from Vishy versus Magnus, which is the other game that you are actually looking forward to, we have actually Rapport versus Gukesh as well. Very interesting battle.
Yeah, I think that is again a clash of styles, and I'm really looking forward to that game. I think it'll all come down to the bottom boards if there's a draw on the top board. But if Vishy strikes again like yesterday, I think
well,
Ganges Grandmasters is going to win.
True. Ketty, what is your thought on Andre Esipenko versus Praggnanandhaa? Two very strong juniors.
Oof. To be honest, these two players are in the chess world for so long and winning so many games that you think that they are very old, like older than me. Look at them right now. This team has
serious look.
Yeah,
SG Alpine Warriors, little more serious than Ganges Grandmasters.
Calculating already some strategies and so on. In this match, I would call on the women's game, Ho Yifan and Irina Krush. I think that's going to be very interesting, and kind of thinking that the last boards might be decisive in this one.
True, that is very much possible. Let's have a look at the next creative that we have on our screen as we go closer to the match. We have here, once again, for all those who are joining us, Vishy Anand taking on Magnus Carlsen, two of the best players on the planet against each other. And we have Rickard Rapport against Gukesh, Lenier Dominguez versus Arjun Erigaisi, Yifan versus Krush, Khotenashvili versus Elizabeth Pates, and Esipenko versus Praggnanandhaa. Mind you guys, SG Alpine Warriors have the white pieces in this match. Yeah, well, guys, This is going to be a very exciting game. With Magnus having the white pieces, actually, he does not go easy. Today, he drew against Nepomniachtchi in the first game. But I think against Vichy, he would be wanting that first win. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I am having goosebumps right now, even thinking about both these players playing again after all these years.
Yes.
You know, that World Championship match, I always look at it again and again. I keep replaying that match, those last moments where Magnus Carlsen took the World Championship from Anand.
2013.
2013,
And
yes.
guys, in Chennai, I was actually there
were
too.
there?
Yes, and I remember after winning the match, Magnus Carlsen jumped into the swimming pool to celebrate. We do have a lot of swimming pools here. Here we see actually players walking to the playing venue.
And I love how Anand and Gukesh walking side by side, because currently Anand is India #1 in classical chess and Gukesh is India #2. And there you see Gukesh actually moving forward.
Took over.
I'm sure Anand is more than happy to see the young generation go forward.
Absolutely.
And, you know, because that is the future of Indian chess. But right now, it's going to be an epic, epic matchup between both these teams who are looking very, very strong. On paper, the SG Alpine Warriors are the favorites. But like we saw in the last game, it's not so easy.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for your inputs. Let's have a short break and then we can switch over to our commentators, Tanya Sachdev and Peter Swidler. It's going to be epic.
Where do you keep this hand, man?
We've seen the players in the dugout, we've seen the players walk out and take their seats, and it's now time to get to the action as the SG Alpine Warriors with the white pieces take on the Ganges Grandmasters, who will be playing with the black pieces. We've been talking about Magnus versus Vishy, but Peter, it's top to bottom, every board is equally competitive.
Absolutely, very exciting, and it's also the first double-header, so to speak. We see the Magnus team, the SG Alpine Warriors, playing their second match of the day. This will happen occasionally during the course of this tournament, and very interesting to see how that will and if that will affect them. Yeah, Magnus sporting a very hippie haircut. I would.
You said hippie on the broadcast. I love it, Peter.
Yes, that's not a swear word.
It's not. It is a very cool hairstyle, and Vishy, they're looking super serious as well. We did see the two teams in their dugout. Some very different vibes there. I'm loving it. Magnus starts with the white pieces. Peter, I've got to ask you for the prediction. Will we see the king spawn move forward with white, or will we see the queen spawn?
I'm going with one king spawn forward. It seems like Magnus is favoring this right now. I don't think he was kidding against Jan. Although, of course, his preparation against the people he's played hundreds of games against differs, and maybe he found something he wants to do against Anand specifically. We shall see.
We shall see, but this one's going to be a big fight between these two titans of the game. And of course, there we see Magnus with his classic hand raise before the start of the game.
None of us were right.
Nobody was right. It is the bishop pawn opening that starts. It's called the English opening. A symmetrical start by Anand.
So far, so good. It could be quite a slow development type game. Generally, it very much depends on what the white player wants to do here. And Vishy's approach to that opening is extremely solid. This is probably the most solid you can go on the black side of it. So understandable, I think.
It's a bit of copycat chess here, Peter.
So
Whatever
far, yeah.
white has done, Vishy's repeated the favor. But is it time to now deviate?
It's very possible. You can still continue the symmetry. There's nothing wrong with moving the same pawn. Magnus just played one more forward as well, but moving the king's pawn for Vishy here is also pretty decent.
There we have it.
Yeah, and there we have it. The expert opinion. But yeah, Vishy for now sticks with this seemingly somewhat childish approach. And yeah, this move will not be repeated. I was kind of hoping to see that, because that would signify the start of the funky approach from Magnus. It looks very much like Magnus is breaking every single rule you get explained to you as a kid. Moving the queen early in the opening, moving the queen in front of your bishop, preventing your bishop from being developed. But what white wants to do here is to move the knight's pawn one square forward and develop the bishop to the side. And in order to do that, the knight on c3 needed to be protected. So this is why this very artificial looking move that Magnus has just played.
Incredible stuff. As you mentioned, opening principles, you've got to take out your pieces, take out your knights, then your bishop. And we see Vishy Anand, after that very surprising move by Magnus Carlsen, takes a little pause and decides to, of course, not repeat it, continues with development. The last move made by Magnus is looking to take out the bishop on a fianchetto, on the long diagonal.
Yeah, it looks very unusual, but it has actually been played somewhat recently by very strong players, so it's not a huge shock. I'm pretty sure Vishy still knows what's going on and has a pretty clear idea in mind of what he wants to do against it.
And we see bishop b2. Black has managed to go with the king side, castling. Kings are safe.
Very true. Your normal procedure when your opponent wants to... Yeah, and we have a fan poll right now going on. Fans can participate in polls by visiting the official website at https:/fans.globalchessleague.com/broadcast, and you can participate in all kinds of fan activities there. So do take a look at the website. It was very carefully constructed to enjoy the league as much as possible, not just listening to us people.
Go and have some fun on the website. There are a lot of polls, a lot of competitions on, and of course, a lot of fan interaction there. Now, Peter, to me, this looks like a slow positional strategic fight that we have, and I think it's a good moment to zoom out to all our 6 boards. Let's get a bird's eye view on the openings that we have all around. Magnus has just made his last move, developing the knight. We will keep our eye out on that one. We've got action all over. We do see on the top left there, Magnus with the white pieces. Peter, in the Ricard Rappo versus Gukesh game on that top second board, the H-pawn has moved forward. It's looking aggressive. Which game catches your attention?
I would like to point out that on board 3, Arjun is repeating the opening that cost him, well, not cost him the game, but resulted in him losing the game against Timur Rajabov just a few hours earlier. And he goes for a very, very similar idea again. Lenier choosing not to repeat exactly what Timur has done in that game, but Lenier is one of the foremost specialists in general of this opening, so it will be very interesting to watch how they approach this position. It's a very sharp position.
It's a sharp position, and we as fans love it. With the black pieces, do not try this at home, because look at what black has done. Advance the 2 kingside pawns. In chess, you castle to make your king safe. But by advancing the pawns, yes, you're aggressive, but there are chances of it backfiring. What are the drawbacks for white in this position is that with this advance, the bishop's activity has been stopped. Peter, who does this back and forth favor?
You have to take it position by position. There's a lot of very similar type positions that differ in evaluations greatly. As we've seen, Timur Rajabov actually in his game chose not to castle for black at all. His king stayed in the center until the very end of the game. And Lenier chooses this option where his king is somewhat safer in the corner, but that cost him some time and allowed white some time to regroup his pieces and perhaps start playing in the center. White definitely wants to start opening up the center here. The push of the d-pawn 1 square forward, yeah, that's the major part of Arjun's plan here. They both should be very well aware of the intricacies of this position. It will be interesting to see how the next 5 moves shake out.
If the position opens up, black's king can be in a lot of danger. d4 in the air. Meanwhile, black as well has plans of going f5, trying to open up the rook. Both players are going for each other's kings here.
Yes. We will love to see that.
We'd love to see that. Knight 8-7, that retreating move. In chess, retreating moves are the hardest to make. He comes back with the knight to go forward with that pawn down the board to open the file. Peter, are you expecting Arjun to break in the center with the pawn push?
I think it's very, very much expected in pretty much any of these positions. You could also make an argument for bringing the knight that is currently somewhat languishing on the back rank to e3 to perhaps fight for control of the center, perhaps make the pawn push that you were talking about slightly less advantageous for black. That's also a move that is definitely to be considered for Arjun. So I think this is why he's thinking. Otherwise, I think the pawn push would have been played already.
All right, well, as Arjun goes into a think tank in this position, it's a critical moment. 2 important decisions. Does he come forward with the knight, or does he go for an immediate breakthrough in the center? What do you say? Good time to break out, zoom out?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the other positions while Arjun is thinking. This one is definitely one to watch, though.
Let's go into our bird's eye view as we take in all the action all across. And Peter, I do see there is some crazy middle games developing. I look at the women board with Bella Khotanashvili against Elizabeth Parts, the middle board from the bottom. What's going on there?
Hard to say. You would need to take some time to figure out exactly who is doing what, because it's a very unusual landscape. You don't see positions like this very often. At the first glance, it looks very pleasant for white, but I think both players are extremely happy just, getting some kind of an unclear position on the board and playing it. They're both extremely fighting players, and a messy position, I think, suits both of them very well.
Fighting and super fearless. Elizabeth Parts, one of the very attacking women players, and as well as Bella Khotanashvili of Georgia. She doesn't know how to back down in positions. This is going to be a big fight. We see a position where both sides have put their bishops in front of the king, not only as defenders, but as attackers as well. And there we see the players on our camera. The last move, a developing move by Bella Khotanashvili, bringing the knight into the game. There's a lot of tension in the center. Peter, what should white play? How does white handle this?
In these types of positions where white gains some space or on the queen side, on the left side of the board, you can see that white made some progress there. And you generally want to continue making progress there. And white's previous moves do seem to indicate that this is what Elizabeth is thinking of. And I think she has played, yeah, that's the move I was expecting. Continuing to gain space. We've seen a pawn trade right there, which brings the black rook on a8 into the game by opening up the line on the side of the board, but it's still a very, very sharp position, very difficult to assess. I'm not quite sure what I think of it. We'll revisit it in 5 moves time, and perhaps it will have defined itself somehow by that point.
They say pawns are the souls of chess, Peter, and in this position you were talking about space advantage. Very often space advantage is gained by pushing the pawns forward. We do see that white has done that on the left side of the board, meanwhile black is playing on the king side, the right side of the board, by advancing the pawns. Is this some sort of a race?
It is, and there was a very interesting thought expressed by Magnus Carlsen, which is not unusual, frankly, when he talks about chess. When he was talking about his experience of playing a specific opening against Fabiano Caruana in their match in 2018, and he kept on repeating a specific opening there where it's not considered to be great for black, but there was a very clear split. White was playing to gain space and perhaps material on the queen side, where on the other hand on the other side of the board, Magnus was trying to give mate. And in an interview, he said that psychologically, it's just much easier when your target is the opponent's king. So even if it's perhaps not entirely sound, and the heartless computer says you haven't actually achieved very much, from a practical viewpoint, being the side attacking your opponent's king is always much more fun, and it's also sort of easier to play. And this is why he felt that was a good choice. And here we see a similar story, I think, because whatever black will be doing on the right side of the board will be aimed at the white king. And that is always a much scarier proposition to face when you're playing white, because you know that if you allow something bad to happen on that side of the board, it will probably cost you the game, whereas your progress on the other side of the board is not as decisive.
Yeah, absolutely. So black can start piling up pieces and pressure against Elizabeth Pat's king here. We will revisit this game as this heats up. It's sure to be a fun one here. But once again, let's zoom out and get a quick tour. Let's take a look at how the teams are doing in our bird's eye view as we pull up all of our 6 boards. And there we see there has been a lot of progress all along. Peter, what catches your attention?
The question we were discussing has actually been defined on board 3 in the game between Arjun and Lenier Dominguez. So there's a very new situation there to discuss when we get the chance, because Arjun, after some thought, went for a very, very interesting, very committal choice of actually sacrificing one of his central pawns to activate his pieces and to start a very direct attack against the black setup. So this is the one that catches my eye so far. As for the games we haven't really talked about yet, the game between Hoi Fan and Irina Krush looks fairly level, and so does the game on the Prodigy board. I don't think anyone is particularly seriously better there.
Well, you called it. A lot of fireworks on the Lenia Dominguez, Arjun Argesi, board 3, and that's where we are headed. Look at that position. Not only has the center opened up, but as well as there is a lot of action on the king side for the 2 players. This is a big moment. It is currently Lenia Dominguez, his move in the position, and we see that Peter, his bishop on d4, looking very strong, attacking the b2 pawn. And to me, it does appear to be a free pawn, but let's not forget that black also has a weakness on the king side.
Yeah, and the biggest weakness on the king side, as weird as it might sound, is that king in the corner, because the more the position opens up, the less safe the king in the corner will feel. And I don't know if Arjun is even necessarily interested in restoring the material balance. He did sacrifice 1 pawn, as you correctly pointed out. The other one is hanging, but he is clearly paying no attention to those little guys, as the famous quote of the American Grandmaster Nick DeFermian. He was once asked about a brilliant game he won by sacrificing 4 or 5 pawns in a row, and he said, "I didn't sacrifice anything." And when he was reminded of that, he said, "Those little guys?" And that approach has served many a player very well over the course of the years. This is a very, very aggressive approach by Arjun.
I'm loving it. When it's aggressive, those are the kind of positions that we enjoy. And look at it. Black's king looks super unsafe. Black has an extra pawn in the position, but white's compensation is the target against the king. as we've been talking about pawns being the souls of chess or the little guys here, well, I do see that the white knight and the queen is targeting the black pawn, while black has only one bishop, one piece defending that pawn. If Lanier was to get greedy with the b2 pawn, you would end up losing a pawn on a very key side of the board. It might be time to start thinking about king safety for black.
But how exactly is the big question here? The way to protect that pawn is you can support it with your other pawn, yeah, with that move that you're indicating there, but it creates additional targets potentially. That pawn could become weak in due course. You could move your queen out, move the queen to that square, support the pawn on g4 that way. But that also has its own drawbacks. So clearly, Lanier...
Ooh, look at the decision he took. Oh my god, he's playing with fire here.
Well, that's also one of the kind of core principles you at some point realize, despite sounding very silly, is very legitimate. If you are under attack, you should at least have something to suffer for. So he is picking up some material he might have to return later. So I think he's maybe doing the right thing here.
This is going to heat up. It's an attacking position, and we do have someone in the studio, Peter, who's joining us, who's such an aggressive attacking player herself. She is the ambassador of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and we are going to ask Sarah Kadam to give us her opinion on it as soon as we can. She will be joining us because I think this is the kind of position that she really enjoys.
That would be excellent.
Much, Tanya and Peter, for having me. Yeah, about this position, you're not right, Tanya. This is the position that I don't like to play with either of the sides because it's too complicated for me. But I think this will be probably the decisive game of the match because I mean it's just too complicated to have a draw here. And as I was saying, the other games, I think this one will probably have a result that it will not be so boring. So.
Well, Sarah, this is a complicated fight, but I want to ask you about our icon board. We've got such a big matchup between Magnus playing against Wishy. Are you rooting for someone? What do you think about their matchup?
Well, Magnus is my favorite player, to be honest, and I do have lots of respect for Vishy. He is a legendary player, so it's not easy to pick up side for me. But I think I have the feeling that Magnus is going to do well here.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Hot takes right there, yeah.
Hot take right there. Magnus playing against Wishy. Sarah saying, well, she's got high hopes. We'll find out, Sarah. We'll keep jumping back and forth with you. Thank you so much for giving us your thoughts on this very complicated position.
Thank you.
Peter, what do you make of that?
Those were fighting words. As a hardcore Vishy loyalist, those are very much fighting words. But Magnus is white in their game, and it's not an unreasonable assumption either. But for now, let's stay with this one, where Lanier is now 2 full pawns up. He has been forced to play the move we were talking about, moving his pawn forward to protect the other one. And now both of them could potentially be targeted by attacking the entire chain. We'll see how Arjun approaches it. It's one of those positions which could potentially be very good for white, but you absolutely need to play very concretely and very energetically, because black is, after all, up material. And if you give them time to consolidate, to defend properly, their material advantage will start telling.
White has got 5 pawns on the board. Black with 7 pawns ahead on the material. But take notice of Black's king out in the open. This is called playing for initiative in chess. It's called playing for the attack, and that's exactly what Arjun Arigassi needs to do. It is his style of play. These are the positions that Arjun does enjoy playing, but time is of the essence. He can't give Black the opportunity to consolidate and develop all the pieces. We will come back to this one, Peter. A good moment to check in with our icons. Let's first zoom out, take a look at our bird's eye view, take it all in, and see what's going on all our 6 boards as the SG Alpine Warriors take on the Ganges Grandmasters. The SG Alpine Warriors with the white pieces on every board, that top left board. I do see that Magnus Carlsen has an extra pawn in that position.
Yeah, I have a feeling Sarah had a bit of a leg up on us there, because she may have seen the position when she was answering our question. Having known that this is the current position, I probably would have agreed with her. Magnus, a clear pawn up, and that pawn, what is called an outside passer, This is very, very problematic for Anand.
I'm looking at the position and the last move that Anand has made. He's lined up his rook against Magnus's queen, threatening potential dangerous knight jumps in the position, which will hit the queen and the pawn on e2 as well on the square that we are pointing out right now. There are threats on the board, open files. Peter, there is definite compensation here.
There is some compensation, but white to move should be able to find a way to diffuse some of it, maybe not all of it immediately, but some of it. And after all, a pawn is a pawn, as they say. White does have a very clear material advantage, so it will be difficult, I think, for Anand to defend this. But he is, in my opinion, the foremost defender in the world of chess, has been for decades. So if anyone can hold this against Magnus, it is Anand.
You're a big Anand fan, I can tell.
I am, yes.
I can tell, Peter. And I have to ask you, right? You, of course, know and understand and played against both Magnus and Anand several times. Peter, these two have such a rich history as well. They've played world championships. They've played against each other in the elite tournaments. Do you think there is a special dynamic when they face each other, which also goes maybe off the board?
Of course, yeah. Your history of games against a certain player, in particular when there's been so much played between them, does factor into how any additional games go. And I think Magnus in general has had the better of it against Vishy over the years. I don't think he's a particularly comfortable opponent for Vishy, and maybe it is something that has influenced the game today as well. Although hard to say, and I don't really want to, be an armchair psychiatrist here.
Right, well, the last move, with that last move, we do see Magnus has stepped out of the line of the rook. All the threats that we were pointing out have been parried. We are getting in our poll results in as our viewers are participating in the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Which icon player do you think will perform better in the match? A huge Anand fan base there with 62%, and for Magnus Carlsen, that's at 37%. A lot of emotion as well I can feel in this poll.
Yeah, I think that may not have been an entirely objective assessment of the position. Perhaps people's likes and dislikes are coming into it a little bit, but Magnus won't mind all that much if he wins this game.
Yeah, I don't think he's the kind of player who really cares that much about public opinion or public polls. He's sitting there, he's up an extra pawn. We see that a-pawn, you call it a little guy, but Peter, once this, excuse my arrows, once this starts marching down the board, it could be the pawn that gets white the win.
Absolutely, yeah, and I also feel right at home with that arrow. Like, I've drawn such arrows my entire career as a commentator. That's just a trademark arrow I would have drawn.
Yeah, the arrow game still needs some work on, but right now, look at that. Magnus Carlsen with his hand on his head. Absolutely focused on how does he improve this position. His last move, Vishy Anand, has gone in the think tank. He's down by 4 minutes on the clock. How critical is the clock right now?
It's not going to be pleasant if you're defending a poor position, and this one really isn't a very good position. You want to have at least something going in your favor, and having more time on the clock definitely would count. So being both down on time and having to defend a position that is not great is not the greatest combo. But Anand is, like, genuinely, I'm not trying to create intrigue where there is none. I've failed to win so many good positions against Anand in particular that I know how difficult it is to beat him.
A reason why he's 5 times world champion, Peter.
One of, yeah, definitely.
Explains a lot.
Not a single one. There's many others as well. He is just.
What do you think is Anand's strongest chess quality?
Sort of, by this point, almost universal knowledge. There's really nothing he doesn't know, I feel. And I would actually go with just how well he defends. That might not be every other person's choice, but to me, I tried modeling my own, puny defensive game on his, and I always felt like he's a shining example of how to approach holding unpleasant positions.
Well, one thing's clear. In this position, he needs to get that defense in, but he's chosen a very active form of defense. Peter, if we just go up 2 moves, starting from here, when he's targeting the queen, Magnus moved the queen away. He immediately brings the bishop, targeting the queen again. Magnus steps back with the queen. The pawn moves forward, targeting the knight this time. It feels like, yes, Vishy is on the defense down a pawn, but he's playing super active.
Well, he knows that he can't really let Magnus convert calmly. He needs to create some questions. He needs to create counterplay, and this is why every move that he makes is an active move, a move that forces a decision out of Magnus, because if you give him a couple of moves here to stabilize, it probably is beyond repair by that point.
This position is heating up and the players are getting low on the clock. Right now, a big threat on the board as Vishy Anand is attacking that knight on f3. Where do you go? Where do you run and hide with this? Do you go forward with that knight to g5? And by that I mean this square, Peter, but it could immediately be hit.
Yeah, that was my first question. I was trying to figure out what Vishy plans against that particular move, because not only is that move an active-looking move, it also attacks the black pawn that just moved forward. And I was trying to figure out why it doesn't just win that pawn. Vishy clearly has something in mind, but it's taking me some time to figure out exactly what. Perhaps he wants to move one of his rooks up to protect the central pawn that he just played. But yeah, that was my first instinct with white. Just go up, attack more material, try to win more material. You know, being one pawn up is good, being two pawns up is even better.
All right, a big moment and a big think there by Magnus Carlsen. He is thinking where to move this knight. And this is a good moment for us as well to perhaps just zoom out of what we have. Let's get our bird's eye view on and see what's happening on the other board. Let's say that this one, Magnus has the advantage here. So for the SG Alpine Warriors, this is a big board right now. Where do you see the dangerous Grandmaster striking?
Well, the Argent game against Lanier is an absolute mess. It still looks to me like white should be doing quite well, but it could definitely go any of the three ways. So that's definitely a board where Ganges Grandmasters could strike back, assuming something bad happens to them on board one. And the second women's board is also a very, very sharp position where it actually looks like Elizabeth Pates is well ahead against Bella Kadanashvili, because she somehow is up a full exchange there. So perhaps this is the one we could switch to.
Well, there are so many exciting boards, and I think we should ask Sarah right now, the perfect moment to bring her in, because she's the one who said that Magnus is going to do well. So far, her prediction seems to be working out. Sarah, tell us, what do you think about all the action that's going on, especially that top right board crazy position?
Well, after seeing the polls result, I feel really bad to support Magnus here, because I see we have lots of Vishy supporters. And about the games, I think Elizabeth's game looks like really in favor of her, which can be a decisive game. And Arjun is the same; it's a mess. So yeah, I'm guessing that maybe Elizabeth will convert this one to a win, and probably. I mean, I'm still rooting for Magnus.
Big Magnus fan in the house.
Absolutely, and not backing down, which is what you should be doing, I feel, as a pundit.
Yeah, everyone.
Absolutely commit yourself to an opinion and never back down, even if, like in my case, proven wrong. Not in Sarah's case, but in my case, every single time proven wrong. But I'm still sticking with my reads.
You gotta believe in yourself, Peter, and stand by it. And that's what we've got here. We want to hear from our viewers. Who are you supporting? Which team is your favorite team? Action is heating up. We've been talking about the Arjun board. Peter, that's the one that looks like has got the most fireworks currently. Should we jump straight into that board number 3? Lenya Dominguez taking on Arjun Erigaisi.
Let's take a look at this one, yeah.
Let's bring up our big board as Arjun Erigaisi there with the white pieces playing against Lenya's king. And look at that. It's not only the black king that's under fire, but we also see the G file has been opened up, which means white's king is in danger as well.
Yeah, both kings are pretty unsafe. And also, I wanted to say interestingly, but actually it's very much par for the course. Lanier is one of the slower players, in particular in Rapid format. He is a former Blitz World Champion. He is really, really strong at Blitz, but in Rapid, it feels like he is sort of warming up for the vast majority of the game to get to that Blitz format, and then he still plays really well, but it's not unusual to see him being down on the clock as he is here. He's almost 5 minutes down on the clock in this position to Arjun, which could become a factor.
And Arjun's last move was a knight jump to the center of the board, targeting black's key defending bishop that we see. Big decision here for Lenya. How does he keep things together here? Peter, if you had to pick a color to play from, white or black, what would you choose right now?
I feel like it's probably good for black objectively, but I think it's easier to play for white because I think white's king is marginally safer, and you pretty much always choose the side which has the safer king in terms of just ease of play. But I suspect the computer will favor this for black. I think Lanier actually defended quite well until this moment. But who knows what happens from here.
But computer might favor black, but take a look at the clock situation.
Exactly.
Black is down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Exactly.
And this is the kind of position where you need so much time to play the precise moves.
Absolutely. And I like Lanier's choice. He brings the queen out to place. The queen does support the bishop now. It also, importantly, when I was considering that move, I thought, what happens if the white rook hits it immediately? But then you put the queen in the corner, and you actually force the queen trade, because the white queen cannot really leave the back rank. And
nice.
Because Lanier is still a pawn up in this position, any trades, but in particular queen trade, should favor him quite a bit. And I think this is a kind of a justification for the decision he's made. And Arjun now has a bit of a tricky decision of his own.
That's a really nice point. Any endgame at this point favors the black pieces because black is ahead in material. Simple guide to chess, you're up in material, you want to trade off pieces. That's the general rule, Peter, and it really holds true.
I think in most cases it will, yeah.
And we see there that Arjun has gone into a think, as you were pointing out, white cannot go up on the board, which makes it a trading position with the queen. If not that, how does white keep the initiative, the energy to get to black's king?
I'm not seeing it right now. It's very interesting for me to see what Arjun does here, because whatever depth we can get to in commentary, the players at the board see vastly more than we do here in the box. So I am very interested in Arjun's decisions here. I'm pretty sure he has something in mind, but the options are very complicated, and there's a lot of things he could consider here.
Well, this one is the board with all the fireworks, but we're going to take this moment to zoom out and get a quick update on the evaluation that Peter Swidler thinks is happening on all the boards. Let's bring up a bird's eye view as the SG Alpine Warriors take on the Ganges Grandmasters. And let's start from that top board, the top left. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Vishy Anand. White's better or black's better?
White is now 2 pawns up, but Vishy managed to trade some pieces, and also in the resulting endgame, the final stage of the game with a lot of pieces traded, you generally prefer having bishops over knights, because bishops sort of control more on the open board. They move further, they attack more squares, but obviously having 2 extra pawns is vastly more important. It's not completely lost for Vishy, but it's much better for Magnus.
Long-range bishops, long-range pieces, the bishop's very strong in the endgame, but he is down a pawn. What about the second board? Richard Rappo against Gukesh. What do you make of that one?
Fairly balanced, I think, but I think because of how the match is going, I think Gukesh is about to maybe try to go all in somewhere, because one thing I really like about the setup in this tournament is that there are very nicely visible screens the players can see from pretty much anywhere in the hall, so they pretty much always have a very good grip on how the match is going, which is necessary, because you absolutely have to inform your decisions by how your teammates are doing. And this is what it feels like Gukesh is now lining up some kind of counterplay, which might backfire, but he needs to play for a win, because I think Anand is in trouble on board 1, and board 5 is also not doing particularly well. So you have to at some point consider that the match is not just going to go well for your team if you don't do something.
Very key point. The players can see each other's boards. It is up on the big screen, so they know how the teammates are doing to take the call on their own board. I see the eval bar has gone absolutely crazy on that middle bottom board. Bella Kotanashvili against Elizabeth Pats. It says that white is completely winning. That's the second game in which the SG Alpine Warriors have a big advantage. Peter, which is the board that you want to go to right now?
It's probably... We still have to come back to board 3 in terms of the excitement, and the least obvious in terms of what will happen remains the game between Arjun and Dominguez. But yeah, looking at the bird's eye view, it does look like the Alpine Warriors, the SG Alpine Warriors, are firmly in control of the match so far.
All right, so the SG Alpine Warriors looking strong, but we've seen big turnarounds at the Global Chess League. When it comes to time scrambles, anything can happen. This is the wildest position in the match right now. And a key one, because if Arjun Arigasi for the Alpine Warriors takes the win in this, I think they've got this match in their hands.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, if Lanier actually converts this, and it really does look like he's doing progressively better and better, the move that Arjun just made in the position we were discussing, he must not have been very happy with his choices, because that is not a particularly happy move to make. He moved his rook from an open file to its sort of starting position, where it doesn't really do very much. And this is not a move you make lightly. I don't think he was particularly satisfied with his options for him to choose that. And if Lanier wins, that throws the entire match up in the air, because that's the 4-point win for Lanier there.
That's a big advantage that we see for the black pieces in this position. Lanier Dominguez up not only a pawn, but now with the initiative, as we see that the white king is also out in the open. The rook stopped by its own pawn, and it's difficult to imagine white making play headway, unless perhaps there's a way to get the white queen into the activity. Queen, start pinning, start attacking the black king. Is there something that black needs to fear on the king side?
Definitely, you can still make a mistake somewhere, and suddenly white will have a tremendous attack on the king side. But Lanier so far is really not giving us a particular indication that he's planning to make many mistakes in this game, and good for him.
Absolutely. Down a pawn. This is getting very critical on the clock as well. Peter, if you had to predict the result right now in this match, who do you think this game would favor?
The game of the match. The game, I think I'm starting to feel Lanier will take it home. And this is a very crucial victory for Ganges Grandmasters, because they absolutely need a win somewhere. They will definitely lose at least one game of the two poor positions they have elsewhere.
This is an absolutely wild position, and we had Sarah earlier saying that this is too complicated. I think this is the moment we would love to have her back and get her opinion on it. Peter Swidler feels that this one is going in for the Ganges Grandmaster, Lanier Dominguez with the black pieces. Sarah, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, now I also agree with Peter, because it looks much more comfortable for black, and black is also up in material. And if I had to take side, it's obviously black here, and I think it's not so difficult to play as black. Before he had some time trouble, but now he has managed to make the time difference less. So I don't think he has a difficult job here to win this game.
Wow, and we're getting our first results, Sarah, that we do have handshakes on table 4 of the match. And let's just zoom out and take a look at what happened as that one has ended. In fact, in a draw, we're seeing the second strongest ever woman player, Hu Yifan. She's walking out right now. She has drawn her game. A reasonable result for both Irina Krush and Hu Yifan. That bottom left board that we see, the position was even. That one has ended. And Magnus Carlsen on the top left, still up a pawn, but we do see that black's rook is attacking white's pawn. But meanwhile, Ricard Rappo and Gukesh, that game is getting wild, board number 2.
Absolutely, we should go there, because there has been a quiet game for quite some time. It no longer is. And Gukesh, as I expected, did go at some point pretty much all in, trying to win his game. But it seems to have backfired, and Ricard Rapport on the black side of it is now sort of firmly in control with extra material and just a very, very strong position. Seems like Richard is just close to winning the game outright. Something has gone badly wrong for Gukesh here.
Up a pawn, feels like black's the one with all the attack and the initiative. Take a look at white's king. Absolutely weak with no pawns ahead of him. I think this is Gukesh with the last move, trying to create some play against black's king. It's really the only way. He has to look for his chances. Peter, how dangerous can that G file be for black?
If it gets opened and black falls asleep for a second and allows an attack, it could become very, very dangerous. The bishop, the white bishop, could be attacking the pawn in front of the black king. But you can also just not let the file get opened at all. I suspect avoiding the pawn trade there, moving your own pawn one square forward and just not letting the G file open is something you can play. There could be tactical solutions which are even stronger. But if you want like a safe move which doesn't spoil anything, that would be my choice, I think.
Wow, this is looking tough. What white wants to do here is pick up this pawn and throw it out of the board. If that was legal, you just want to get rid of this pawn because it's coming in the way of your own attack. You want the G line open. You want to start targeting the pawn in front of black's king. A big decision right now for Ricard. Will he go with Peter's suggestion to push the pawn, close down the play on the king side, or will he take it head on with ideas of perhaps trading the pawns on the king side? And Peter, both players getting down on the clock.
Absolutely, and I think Richard knows he's winning. He's just looking for a way to put it to bed, so to speak, in the most safe and efficient fashion. He still has 2 minutes, so he can definitely invest a minute of that time finding the most comfortable solution. But this is a huge game in the context of the entire match, because if Richard wins this, Ganges suddenly starts looking very good for the whole match, because Dominguez is also doing well, and those are the 4-point wins Ganges Grandmasters badly need in this match.
Let's remind everyone that a win with the black pieces is 4 points. A win with the white pieces only gets 3 points. So any win for the Ganges Grandmasters playing with the black is a huge, huge step towards winning, getting that match victory. The last move played by Ricard Rappo is an aggressive one in the style of Ricard. He does hit the bishop with the rook and the queen lined up. And that's a very dangerous threat, because yes, it's easy to say, what happens if the bishop moves forward? But let's not forget that the pawn is hanging as well.
There's a lot of problems in the white position, and keeping it together is very difficult. I think in the current position, the only move that makes any sense to me whatsoever.
Oh my God! What have we just seen? Peter, were you about to say this move? Because this looks absolutely insane to me.
No, I understand. It's a gamble. It should lose. I think Gukesh knows it should lose, but he is also with very, very little time for both of them. I think he says, calculate your way out of this. Perhaps you will make a mistake somewhere because this move shocks you and throws you off your game, and then perhaps I will have a chance. But generally speaking, I don't expect this to be working.
With 19 seconds on the clock, Gukesh has sacrificed the bishop. Everything has gone wild. Do not care about the eval bar just now, because mistakes can happen, but it just looks like black is faster, picking up piece after piece. White's king is the one who's still in danger. The G line is still blocked. We get a close-up of the players. We have zoomed in as it's a critical moment. 11 seconds, 10. Gukesh needs to make a move. 9, 8, 7, 6.
I'm a bit shocked by this. Yeah, finally he makes the move I expected him to make, but yeah, now Richard probably just calculated this out and knows he has mate on the other side of the board, and it is a reasonably simple conversion from here. If the white king goes back to the square it came from just now, you can check from the side, and now after the move Gukesh played, you continue checking. Now you can just trade the queens for black. You can give a check with queen b3, and that's exactly what he does. And the attack immediately disappears. This will end in a second. There you have it.
Great call by you, Peter. That endgame, move by move, you called it out. We see the handshakes, a huge point for the Ganges Grandmasters with the black pieces. Ricard Rappo takes the win against Gukesh. The players adjusting the pieces back. A definite moment for Gukesh where he knows he had it under control, but things went out of hand.
Yeah, we missed the crucial point in this game where it seems like control was lost, and yeah, this is a massive, massive victory for Ganges Grandmasters, because Anand is still in a lot of trouble on board 1. And
let's head over, Peter. We've got to head over. The players are playing on seconds right now. Let's pull up our board 1, the board between the icons. We see the eval bar creeping up the board. Vishy Anand with the black pieces in big trouble. That A pawn, the little pawn that you were talking about, has become a big pawn right now.
Absolutely, yeah. And Vishy seemingly made some progress on the king side. He can now take the knight with the bishop and collect quite a bunch of material on the other side of the board. But the white passer is just too strong. It gets home too quick, so that's not going to be working for him. But there was a huge turnaround on board 5 in the meantime.
Wow, and we do have handshakes with Vishy Anand resigning against Magnus Carlsen. It's an endgame, Peter, difficult to fight. Yes, black could have won some pawns, but this A pawn is just too strong. It was going to march down the board and queen, and we see the two players, mutual respect there.
Absolutely,
so much of it, analyzing, seeing where they went wrong, and this is the beauty of chess.
It is definitely something that is very, very pleasing to see every time you see it. And these two have played so much against each other. They have so much respect for each other. And yeah, there you see them just discovering the truth about the game after the game has been played. Vishy obviously not very happy with how this went. But once he looks up and sees how his team is doing, I think he'll be a lot happier.
Well, he's got reasons to be happy after that Ricard win. Magnus there holding the H-pawn, trying to say something about the attack that he created, a distraction that he created, winning that A-pawn, and then finally winning the game in the end. Ending, it does end on board 1, but the action continues. Let's zoom out. Magnus Carlsen leading from the front takes the win for the SG Alpine Warriors. Let's get in our bird's eye view. All the boards, the live action as it's going on.
Yeah, and just as we were going to the conclusion of the Icon game on board 1, there was a massive turnaround on board 5 where Elizabeth Petz seemingly missed an important threat on the king side and is now not winning at all, perhaps even losing, which will throw everything, I think, in favor of Ganges Grandmasters. This will be a decisive victory, potentially.
And let's just update everyone that currently it is, in fact, Vishy Anand leading from the top. Ganges Grandmasters team that is leading the match because Ricard Rapper won with the black pieces. He gets 4 points. Magnus Carlsen winning with the white pieces gets 3 points. So it is a 1-point lead currently for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Yeah, and on your screen you see that game I was talking about where White's position just collapsed because Elizabeth Petz missed a check, and as you can see, her entire structure on the king side is gone.
God.
There were a lot more pawns there a moment ago, and they're all been collected by Bella, and they don't have much time left. So perhaps there's more turnarounds in store for us. But currently, this is just not good for White at all.
At all down. I'm still trying to do the math because the position looks absolutely wild. Black is ahead by 2 pawns, but it looks like a lot more because look at that pawn storm in the center. But as long as White has the knight and the queen putting pressure on the black king, anything can happen, especially because Bella Kotanashvili with the black pieces is down to 42 seconds. Her last move with the queen attacks the bishop, a direct threat. White has to find a way to target this, to defend this. How do you do that with White?
I think you go back with the king. You want to unpin your bishop and play with all your pieces, because as long as the bishop is pinned, you can't really use it in attack. He chooses the other way. He goes with supports the bishop with the rook. I don't much like this particular move because I think it...
And look at that, Peter. It's been awarded by the question mark. A question mark means that it is an inaccuracy on the board.
It felt to me like I understand the reasoning behind it. You don't really want to move your king back in the way of attack, but now all of White's pieces are very, very interconnected, and they will start hanging momentarily. So yeah, this looks like a very, very panic station type position for Elizabeth Petz.
Peter, I'm panicking. I don't even know if I want to be white or black, but perhaps black would be the choice here. Simply look at these pawns marching down the board. A huge threat by black. Push that pawn 1 square ahead. You not only target the king, but the bishop as well. Meanwhile, black's king is far away from white's pieces and feels a lot safer.
Much safer. And also that rook that we were talking about, we just brought it into the center of the board, and it is now hanging, which means that you have to dedicate even more resources doing something about that threat. This is just not looking good for Elizabeth.
Not looking good for Elizabeth. Now, there's one player in the studio who's played both Elizabeth and Bella several times, and it is Sarah. Let's head over to get her views as it is panic time with just seconds on the clock. Sarah, what do you make of this one?
Well, I think, yeah, Peter was right. The moment was King D1, where maybe she could have bring some complications to the game, because then after D4, Knight D4 was there with Queen C7 coming. So now I think it's totally in Black's favor. And yeah, I have played both of them. I think they both do good in complications, but now it seems to be good for Bella in all the ways. I mean, just look at the pawns and the position. There is no way that I think Elizabeth is going to save this.
She still has to take care, and I think the reason she paused here is that she realized after the intermediate check that Elizabeth just played, Elizabeth will now sacrifice the bishop for those 2 pawns in the center, and the position will open up a little bit. And the king on g7 could perhaps, with the central files becoming open, could become less safe, but if she plays precisely from here, she should still be firmly in control, I feel.
And we're getting more updates that, in fact, board 3 has ended between Lenier Dominguez and Arjun Arigasi. As this one continues the fight, we will get an update on this one. What the result was, if we can just zoom out for a moment to our bird's eye view to get the update on the result. Did Dominguez manage to win that one, or did Arjun survive it?
That looks like a draw.
Wow.
That looks like a draw to me. So Arjun actually pulled this one out. It looked very, very critical for him at some point, but He defended really well, and I guess maybe on very, very low time some mistakes crept into Lenier's play, and it's a very important draw for SG Alpine Warriors, because losing another game with white would have probably doomed them.
Absolutely. What a save there by Arjun Arigasi. We see him there confidently walking out. He knows he's done what needed to be done for the team. Getting out of that position, a tough task, but Arjun saves the day for now. But action does continue all over. Peter, we've had a look at the Bella versus Elizabeth board, the middle bottom board there, and things are still on. Things looking difficult for black here. What about the other boards? Where can the players strike?
There's only really two boards going on, that Bella versus Elizabeth game, and also the Prodigy game on the last board with Prague playing against Yesipenko. Prague against Yesipenko is a very dry endgame with very little material left. If that doesn't end in a draw, I will be severely shocked. And because of the dynamic of 4 points for a win with black, Elizabeth has to play for a win in that position against Bella, which is not good. She generally would be hoping to save it, but she has to win it somehow for SG Alpine Warriors to get out of this match with any points.
Well, that's going to be the big one, but right now we will take a look at the Prague versus Andrei Asipenko board. And we see there Prague trying to advance with the king, hoping to find a breakthrough, but with this black pawn in the center being a distraction for white, where white needs to find a way to save it, to control it. It looks like black should be able to hold. Might be time to come back with the king.
You could still play the knight to the center, stopping the pawn from advancing further, but the problem is you don't actually have very many threats. Making progress for white here is very difficult, and there's probably some ways, and yeah, Andrei now is demonstrating one of the ideas I wanted to talk about. You can probably make a forced draw here with black by shedding one of your pawns, which is what he's done, and activating his own king. You can play the king forward here and start attacking the white structure, and yeah, white is obviously running zero risks here, but winning this position will be fairly impossible.
All right, well, Peter's calling this out, that this will, in all likelihood, end in a draw. So it really does come back to that board number 5, Bella Kotanashvili taking on Elizabeth Payet. And perhaps we can just quickly run over to that board, because the players are down to seconds on the clock. And Peter, white has got a pawn all the way down to the board, just one step away from queening. But I see the dark squared bishop is defending that square.
And even more importantly, I think Bella is 2 pieces up right now, which really nails this match down. She is not going to lose this. She will be able to win a piece for her passer on next to the promotion square. But black still has a bunch of extra material left, and even sadder for Elizabeth here, black needs a draw. In terms of the match situation, black just needs a draw here. So yeah, that's going in the favor of Ganges Grandmasters.
Well, all you got to do is do the simple math here. Black has 3 pieces, white has only 1. Even if black gives up this bishop for this pawn when it queens.
Could have given mate in 2 just there, but it's not needed really. Like you can do without.
Well, there's a mate in 1.
There's
There's a mate in 1. What a fantastic finish. Doesn't pick up the queen, but gives a checkmate. The bishop coming in. The king has got nowhere to run. A beautiful finish there.
Very beautiful, yes. I feel I shouldn't have said anything about the mate in 2.
Not a mate in 2, but a mate in 1. The party continues here. Well, with the black pieces, a huge win. And Peter, it seems with that win, the Ganges Grandmasters, they come out on top.
Absolutely, and they will be our provisional leaders after 3 of the 4 matches of the day done today. They are on 2 wins out of 2. Very impressive by them, and even a rare Anand loss on board 1 didn't deter them due to a very important victory with the black pieces on board 2 by Richard Rapport.
And we see there Elizabeth disappointed. A difficult game there, a difficult match for the Alpine Warriors. Even though Magnus Carlsen won the game with the white pieces, it wasn't enough for a match victory.
Yeah, not a very usual situation. When your icon player wins, your team generally should do very well. But this one did not go their favor. And extremely hectic action, which is perhaps an opportunity for us to say that we're also doing recaps at the end of the stream. When we're all done with the day, we also do recaps, which will be streamed on Amazon Music, which is an official audio stream partner. And do check out our little recaps, which we do right at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and you can get all the updates on the Amazon Music, our official audio streaming partners, where you'll get all the highlights. And for now, it is Ganges Grandmasters who are shining with a big win against the SG Alpine Warriors. And for more talk on that, on the other side of the break, we will have Samir Raina and Sagar Shah.
Welcome everyone back to the Global Chess League 2023. We had the third match which ended today, and Ganges Grandmasters are literally unstoppable in the tournament. They won their first match and they won this one again. That too against the SG Alpine Warriors. Guys, what do you think?
I had a great time watching the match between Carlsen and Anand.
Yes, big match.
Big match. Carlsen won, but the team lost. How do you think Carlsen must feel about this?
I think
Well,
Katie
I
has
know,
some
guys.
inputs because she met Magnus after the game.
Face to face, I just saw him. He was not happy, obviously, because he said the team just lost and wanted to interview him. He was ready to give me an interview, but then when he heard that the match was lost for his team, he decided that there was no point to talk now. Maybe later on we can have a chance to talk with him, but yeah, obviously he was not happy.
A thorough team player, that's what Magnus is. Let's have a look at the results of that matchup on our screen. Ganges Grandmasters versus SG Alpine Warriors. Let's have a look at that results. And there you have it. Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Vishwanathan Anand, getting 3 points for his team. But saving the day for Ganges Grandmasters were Richard Rapport and Bella Khotenashvili, both of them winning with the black pieces and scoring 8 points there. Meanwhile, the other games ended in draws, and that meant that the Ganges Grandmasters won the match with a score of 11-6. Guys, did you see the checkmate in the game of Bella Khotenashvili versus Elizabeth Pates? It was a mate with a bishop.
Oh, is it possible? Is it legal to make one bishop?
Well,
Two
not
bishops.
just one bishop. There were more pieces, but it was a very pretty checkmate at the end of the game. Samay, you saw it.
Yeah, I actually saw it, but I couldn't understand it. Sometimes I wonder what I am doing in this league, you know. I cannot understand chess. I can barely speak English. I can only be funny in my native language. Why am I here? I don't know.
Well, Samay, the fact that we are both smiling and laughing means that you are making us laugh.
I don't know if you're laughing with me or on me, but it's okay. Either ways, you're laughing.
Well, the thing is, Samay, right now, the team that is laughing a lot is Vishy Anand's team, the Ganges Grandmasters, because they won yesterday, they also won today, and they are on the top of the leaderboard. Before we go to the next game, we can also have a look at the standings at some point if it is available. But the next matchup is Upgrad Mumba Masters versus Balan Alaskan Knights. And on the top board, we'll have MVL versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Big matchup there. That will be coming up. But let's have a look at the highlights of the match between Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen, the two world champions taking on each other. What do you think, guys, here? Magnus actually drew his first game against Jan, but then came back strongly to beat Vishy. It was a very smooth win by him.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game indeed. And, you know, this is a team competition. Anand lost a game, but he's in the end still very happy because his team won.
Yes.
And somehow you're forgetting these painful losses in chess.
Absolutely. And there you have the resignation by Vishy Anand. And with that, Magnus won the game. But Vishy had the final laugh because his team won. Let's take a break, and after that we'll come to the next matchup. Well, that's the match we have today between Upgrad Mumba Masters and Balan Alaskan Knights. It's the final matchup for the day and very exciting one. And this is going to be a tremendous matchup. But before we go to the match, Samay here. Samay, how's the league going for you?
Oh, amazing. I mean, more than 150 countries are watching this broadcast. And I just found out that this league is also being streamed on YouTube channel of Tech Mahindra. If they had to do it on YouTube, might as well have done on my YouTube channel. But that's okay. And across the world, many people are watching. Do you know how many people are watching right now?
No, tell us.
You won't believe it.
Go ahead.
2,000 people are watching this. That's incredible. Great for chess. I hope more and more people watch, for which we need a controversy, I guess. Maybe Sagar and I create some controversy.
What could...
Well, that's actually a big thing that this is
Well,
also
Samay,
broadcasted.
we could do some kind of a controversy here.
Let's see.
Well, Samay, with his amazing sense of humor, Samay, today we have Upgrad Mumba Masters versus Balan Alaskan Knights. And Ketty, on the icon board, we have MVL versus Nepo. We have the World Blitz champion against the World Championship challenger.
Well, Nepo just ended his match, right? A month ago. He's so well prepared for all kind of events. And then we have MVL, who is the most strategic and the sharp player. So I think there's going to be a big match. But in this match, my favorite is Grishchuk and Noderbek, because here we have a serious age gap. And also a little bit different style between the players. And here we see
Mumba Masters, Upgrad Mumba Masters here with Srinath leading from the front as the captain with Vidit, MVL and Koneru Hampi there. The team looks very relaxed.
Yeah, I guess they're watching our broadcast.
hello.
Guys, please, if you are watching us, all the best for
They're
your
actually
game.
watching. That's true.
Yeah,
they have
that's-
screens, yeah.
Yes, maybe
Yeah.
they are watching it.
Yeah.
And
That's what's
before,
keeping the watching high.
before we go to the more in-depth analysis of the matchup, let's have a look at the toss. And there you have Bharat Singh Chauhan doing the toss with Srinath Narayanan, the captain, the team manager of Upgrad Mumba Masters. And he won the toss and chose white, which means Abhijit Kunte's Balan Alaskan Knights have to play with the black pieces. I don't think it's such a bad thing that has happened, right? Because teams with black are winning here.
That's right. That's right. I would choose black too, because it's like 4 points. We have more points for a win. Why not?
Samay, would you choose black as well?
I would choose black because why not?
4 points.
4 points.
points.
Yeah, but
They're
I think
greedy
since
people.
this is a new thing done in chess where you're getting 4 points for black and 3 points is white, maybe the teams are still not able to find out the best strategy, because I think we should have just taken black in all games.
Correct. They're playing it safe. But remember, guys, it's a double round robin event, so they will anyway get the black pieces against the same team, and that is bound to happen. Let's have a look at the pairings as to which player is playing against whom.
I'm looking fat in the shirt, man.
We have MVL against Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alexander Grishchuk versus Nodirbek Abdusattarov, Vidit Gujarati versus Temur Rajabov, Hampi versus Tanzongi, Harika versus Nino Batsiashvili, Javokir Sindaro versus Raunak Sadhwani. Ketty, we heard you getting really excited. For which game did you feel?
Board three. Obviously, this is the players going right now in the playing venue, and this is amazing to see them chatting and smiling.
I like how Nepo was talking with
yeah.
Nodirbek. You know, this is what the youngsters are learning from the icon players. They get to interact with them, and it's a great opportunity thanks to the league.
Right. Oh, guys, one thing. I said that second board is my
Board three,
favorite,
yes.
but I'm gonna go board three. Vidit and Raja, they are also very close friends. They used to stream together chess on YouTube during the pandemic time, if we all remember that. And now they're going to face each other. What do you guys think about the match?
I want Samay your thoughts on this matchup as well. But before that, let's go to a break and then we come back.
Yes,
and
I
know
can prepare
about
my answer. Yes.
The upgrad Mumba Masters are ready to take on the Balan Alaskan Knights. It's going to be a big fight. We see the players are set. They've taken their seats. They are ready to go, facing each other. These are the most tensed moments in a match right before the start. Once the first moves are made, the players get in a full-on zone. But right now, James, they're feeling the tension.
Tanya, the tension is real for real. We are here in Dubai and it's very hot, and it's about to get hot on this board here as we have this last match coming up, as the icons there right on the screen, and you see MVL versus Yam Nepomniachtchi. Of course, these guys have played a lot of games before, Tanya, and we're going to see an exciting one, I think. Already, look at that tattoo, that new ink he has there, Jan, with the short sleeve shirt. That's a new ink for sure.
We haven't seen that one before,
Yeah,
James.
new.
I know
That's
you're
new.
an ink guy.
Definitely.
You got some tats going on. You approve of that?
I
What is
approve.
that?
I approve. He's doing it with the right hand too as well. He just wants to flex the tattoo there and flex the position as well when we have ourselves a little Petrov just moving the pieces around, doing what he usually does. He's used to this. Giannis played this many times. Knight of 3, castling. Yeah, this is just stuff you need to do, guys. You got to develop your pieces. You got to move them, get them off of the back rank, okay? Easy chess here is develop your pieces. Get them off the back rank. Do that kind of stuff, right? MVL doing the same thing here. Look how fast they're moving. It's not blitz. It is just rapid chess, of course, but they are moving like it's blitz because it's the beginning of the game. The beginning, you can move really, really fast there. These guys have played so much chess together, and they know each other very, very well, Tanya.
Wow, and Jan Nepomniachtchi sporting a new haircut and a new tattoo, blitzing it out. He's the first one who takes the pause in this match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Goes into a think. He's looking at his opponent right now, not the chessboard. But James, that's a classic chess player pose.
Right.
It's still the position on his mind, even though he hasn't yet looked on the board. What do you make of that? Those are some tensed moments right there.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot actually in there in the playing hall, the players can actually see the other games, just as you see right here in this shot we have on the camera here. As you see, it's right behind him. You can see all the rest of the games as well. So he's checking those out. Wants to see what we have going on, obviously, just to see, okay, what do we keep playing on? Obviously, he is, and now he's in the zone, MVL looking, and he's doing his thing. Ready to go. Oh, yeah, in the zone.
Wow. All right, this is the big one, and action is on all the other boards as well. It is time to get our bird's eye view as we do a quick opening tour of all the 6 boards. Right now, we've got the Frenchman in front of us, the Frenchman with 3 names. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Oh, my goodness.
And he is playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi on the top left board. Peter, queens have already been traded off on that top middle board between Sasha Alexander Grishchev.
That's right.
And Nodibek Abdusatrov. Meanwhile, action and queens on the board on the other boards.
Oh, yeah.
Which one catches your attention?
Well, of course, not the second one, because that was queens off the board, guys. So queens off the board, you can go to sleep most times, okay? But here, we're actually looking for some action. So let's try to find some action in some of these games here. And yet still...
Ooh,
wait,
look
what you
at
got?
the middle bottom board.
What you got? Middle bottom. Okay, I see it. Ah, B4.
There's a lot going on that one. Harika
Okay.
Dronavali taking on Nino Batsiashvili. And we see a lot of tension between the pawns. Board number 5, Harika versus Nino. We saw some action on the queen side. It's time to bring out our boards and look deeper into the position.
Wow.
Both players in a critical moment.
Absolutely, 100% critical moment there. As you can see, well, these players, wow, they're very strong. This is a different board there. Definitely a different board, but we're going to get that up for you guys in a second here. Yeah, they're playing great chess, though, of course, obviously. Harika here is ready to swing. She's ready to go. Okay, there we go. We got the board up, Tanya. All right, B4 happened. That pawn is attacked twice, and she's taking the C pawn there. And says, are you going to capture it back? And she says, not yet. Wow. Just moving quickly. Initiative is what they call that.
And this is already a wild sort of one. This was the big position here, and after this pawn move, we see another tension developing on the queen side.
That's right.
And then finally, here, a pawn has been captured by Harika. Meanwhile, black just continues to ignore the material deficit and development on the board. What black wants, James, is to advance the central pawns further down the board, open up the bishop, grab the pawn back with the bishop,
That's right.
get the party going.
That's right. Get the party going and get the pieces off the back rank. If you're watching from home here, you just have to develop those pieces on the back rank. Get them off the back rank. Get the team off the bench, as we like to say. Get them off the bench there. So she's going to do something like pushing that E-pawn so that she can get that bishop out and try to get that king safe at some
James,
point.
it's going to happen. It's going to happen right now.
It's going to happen right now. I mean,
She's
there's no
push
other
that
move.
pawn in front of the king.
You have to push the pawn in front of your king, chat, if you're watching from at home. You push the pawn in front of your king here. But she is thinking about it. Maybe she wants to do something else, like develop on the queen side. But definitely getting the pieces off the back rank is the general idea here. So maybe pawn E6, maybe pawn E5. I wonder, maybe E5 she doesn't like. A capture on D4. Pawn takes pawn on D4. Maybe that can open up the game and be kind of annoying with a rook coming to the E file, which is going to check the king. She's thinking about that right now, I think, after a capture.
And the line that you're talking about is a potential check on the king that can get tricky.
Quite annoying.
While Nino Batsiashvili thinks her pawn on the board, and she decides a different move. It's a pawn move, James, but a crazy one.
D3, that's for me. She said, I want to do something different here. The question mark, the engine says, what are you doing? That is not a move. D3 is not a move, says the engine. But of course, I am playing a human. So half the human, that is, as strong as these players are. But it is definitely a move here. D3, trying to close up some squares and gain some space. Engine did not like it at all, Tanya.
It did not like it because, James, look at the position. Black's king still in the center. The bishop isn't open. You've got a pawn in front of it. You're behind in development. Meanwhile, white has already castled. Up a pawn. And let's just say you start attacking and targeting this pawn that has been pushed. It could be a weakness really soon. This is playing with fire. Nino Batsiashvili makes an inaccuracy. Gets a question mark for that last move. How does white take advantage of it? One problem with this move is that it gives white a very nice square for the knight to come out. Remember, James, how the pawn from here was controlling this?
Right.
You push a pawn, you lose control on the
Right.
square.
Like we said before, we want to develop the pieces and get the pieces off the back rank. So a move for me is develop my bishop to the long diagonal.
Ooh, nice.
Very nice. Like to have the diagonal there. Bishops are long-range pieces, or we call them sometimes a snake in the grass. You can you step on it, you don't see it, you get bit, right? That's how it is. The bishop is definitely very strong on that long diagonal there. After it goes to b2, it's going to be a very strong piece there. And then maybe we can try to round up this pawn on d3 with a few moves of just attacking it. But that starts with, again, moving the pieces off the back rank, Tanya. So we got to probably develop with the bishop to b2.
All right, well, Harika in a think right now, James. And I think this is our moment to take a think on the other boards as well.
Let's take a look.
Let's get a bird's eye view. Let's get our look on for all the 6 boards as the action is on between the upgrad Mumba Masters against the Berlin Alaskan Knight. And we're going to start with the top left board. Quick evaluations there. James, it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 titans of the game, extremely experienced players. What do you make of that one? Would you rather be white or black there?
I'm always going to take white in these type of positions. I am not a fan of the Petrov defense, is what they call that opening there that Jan plays. But he plays it, of course, all the time, a.k.a. called the Russian as well. And he is Russian, so he's going to play that opening, which he plays it before. So I do like the bishops. We have both the laser bishops with white. And we can, we have active pieces as well. I am a fan of white's position. Absolutely.
All right, James picks the position for the white pieces. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for our other boards. Let's get Master Swidler on. Master Swidler in the house. Calling Peter here.
Master Swidler.
Peter, we want your opinion. What is happening on each of the boards? Because we see the eval bar going pretty crazy on some of them.
Yeah, the one with the biggest change, I think, in evaluation is the one you've covered comprehensively. There's really not very much for me to add about the game between Harika and Nino Batsiashvili. I do not like the last move Black made in that position. It really goes against the spirit of what she was doing until that moment. I think she's in tremendous amount of trouble, and that is sort of the early defining moment of the match, where Upgrad Mumba Masters should be very happy with that development. They have a board on which they are like very, very far ahead. The game that James said might potentially put people to sleep, the one where the queens came off on board 6 or 7, the game between Grishuk and Abdusatorov, board 2, that was actually a pawn sacrifice. That wasn't for nothing. Alexander Grishuk sacrificing his pawn very, very early on for positional compensation to open up diagonals for his bishops. Very interesting to see how that shakes out, because clearly Nodibek, his opponent, wasn't taken by surprise by that, judging by the speed of his reaction. On most of the other boards, things are reasonably balanced, but potentially the game between 2 members of the Wolf Pack playing each other on board 3, Vidit against Temur Rajabov. They've done a lot of content creation together. They know each other extremely well and are now mortal enemies for the next 45 minutes. This is potentially a very sharp game which could go either way. So things to focus on, perhaps board 3, and definitely board 5, giving the early advantage to Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Well, Peter, call it James. I think it's time to go over to our Wolfpack playing against each other. 2 very good friends fighting it out right now. Vidit Gujarati against Temur Rajabov there on board number 3. We see the position on the top right. So much tension in the center. No pieces have been traded off yet. No pawns have been traded off yet. James, it's kind of always difficult to play against a friend, someone you know for a long while, because then factors outside the board start affecting your decisions on it sometimes.
Oh, 100%. In fact, even Gary Kasparov, the man himself, talks about the psychology part of the game being more important than sometimes the moves itself. So it is important to understand this. Of course, it starts in the mind. So here, playing a player so many times, okay, maybe we try something different. I know you like this. I know you like that. Let's try something different, which could backfire 100% here. This is reminiscent of the game that Rajabov had against Arjun Erigaisi, where he was able to beat him. It kind of looks similar with just the G file not open yet. So Queen D7, the engine hated this move, but it looks quite fine. Don't see why this is this is so bad just yet.
Well, I think I've got a question, and I would like to bring on Master Swidler just one more time
Master
on this.
Swidler.
Peter, it's time.
Master Swidler.
And the reason for that is that the last move that Temur Rajabov just made with the queen walking up the board, we see it has been given a question mark by the opponent. Now, one move here, Peter, that I would be tempted to make is pushing the pawn forward, hitting that.
Temur now probably realizing his mistake a little bit. And there is a very specific, very beautiful tactical justification for the fact that there are problems now for Temur. And that is, if we can continue the variation a little bit. The bishop is now attacked. And the most natural thing in the world here is just move it back a square and say, why should I be worried about this? Just put it there. And now white can take the knight. And after black recaptures, you have this really beautiful shot of knight taking the central pawn, which looks like a blunder of a full queen. That knight was pinned, and now the queen on d1 is hanging. But if black does take it, we take the black queen, and we end up, after all the captures, we end up a healthy extra pawn to the good, and almost winning in the final position. So black cannot really reply to the move we did just played by retreating with the bishop. And if you are forced to trade that bishop for the white knight, you abandon perhaps the biggest trump you've had in this position, which was that pin on the knight. So this is not very happy developments for Temur. He is not lost yet, but he definitely is on the back foot here.
That's a really sweet tactic out there. The most natural move just doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
James, calculation over everything?
Over everything. In fact, actually, absolutely, COE, guys. Calculating at home. Hopefully you're calculating right now. In fact, we do want to do bishop takes h3. That is immediate. Of course, that's the first thing that Grandfather Tao says. Is sack first, and you think about it later. The bishop takes h3, queen takes, and then maybe knight h2. And what do? You might hit the button, which is resign, in fact, because you might be in some trouble here. But it is possible he might be calculating it as he already calculated in the last game with Arjun, and he was able to sacrifice some stuff. Worked out for him in the long run. But here, I mean, playing with fire like this may not work the second time around here.
But it's definitely on his radar.
Absolutely.
I mean, you pointed it out, the move bishop h3. If he doesn't like Peter's line of capturing this knight, giving up the strong bishop, activating white's queen, he very well could be thinking about the piece sacrifice. You get 2 pawns in return. You open up the white king. Things could start looking very, very scary for Vidit very soon. If you had to make a bet right now.
I'm sacking.
You're
I'm sacking. I'm going all in. I got the black pieces. Yeah. If I win, I get 4 points. I'm sacrificing, and I'm going to fight for my absolute life here, Tanya. I don't know what's next, but we're going to sacrifice this bishop.
Oof. Tough choice here. Peter, would you agree with that? That taking this pawn, opening up the white king, is that something that Temur is thinking about?
It just most likely doesn't work out. And his position in the other lines, the one we've shown, that one is bad. But taking the knight right now, while like wildly unattractive, doesn't really put his game at as much risk as this option. Although I do agree with James in general. I think he would very much like to play actively. I think that's the reason he played this opening. That's the reason, like the whole concept was based around him trying to get a win for his team. But now perhaps it's time to rein it in for a bit and think about preserving his position, because there will be no going back if he goes for that sacrifice. And my feeling is it doesn't quite work.
All right, Master Swidler giving the verdict. Giving his verdict on the sacrifice and suggesting that Temur Rajabov should refrain from him. I want to see bishop h3 on the board. I want to see that sacrifice. I want to see all that happen. Temur Rajabov thinking about it. James, big moment in this position. He's down on the clock to almost half the amount of time. He's got less than 7 minutes. Meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati with over 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. I'm getting this far down on the clock. Just I have to. I don't have a choice anymore. Bishop takes h3. It's got to be the move here, guys. Bishop takes h3. that's for me, or it's going to be GG, one or the other. It's going to happen. I think bishop h3 is going to happen. The other moves just don't feel as right. Obviously, you do have bishop f3 and bishop h5 doesn't work. You have bishop h3 or bishop f3. You at home, guys, what do you think? Put it in the chats there, or discuss them on yourselves. What do you think he's going to play? Is it bishop f3 or bishop h3, Tanya? What do you think?
Bishop h3. But also, let's just point out, the one move you never want to make in this position is the bishop retreat by 2 squares. Because
what's wrong with that, Tanya?
Falls into a big pawn move. A small pawn move, but a big impact right there. Because you hit the bishop, you hit the knight on the board. That's called a double attack. That's not something you want. So that one is out of the question. And Temur Rajabov still in this position with the black pieces for the Balin Alaskan Knights, still having a big think. This is the moment. We're going to zoom out.
Let's do it.
We're going to zoom out, get our bird's eye view, and take a look at what is happening on our icon board. Because look at that top left of your screen. White's got a pawn that's marched down the board.
Whoa.
But black's queen and rook seems to defend everything. Meanwhile, if we take a look on the other boards, Temur Rajabov still in the think tank on that top right of the screen. Queen's off the board, which means James definitely doesn't want to go to that top middle board between Grishchuk and Nordefak. That's not happening for a while.
Nope.
And I think the excitement continues in the bottom middle. Harika versus Nino.
Definitely a fan of that one. I'm also a fan of the bottom right as well. Looks like there's some action over there. There's a queen on h5. But definitely let's check out Harika's game versus Nino. Because that one was heating up, and that pawn on d3 is still there with Harika on the move here. Time is about level. Of course, Nino's up just a little bit of time there, but she does have a difficult position to try to defend here. What would happen? Okay, e6 was the last move, attacking the pawn on c5. She wants to play bishop, take c5, and try to castle my king with the black pieces here. White, on the other hand, did move that bishop to b2 on that long diagonal. Very, very strong and annoying bishop. There's lots of things that I can do, many threats, of course, especially if you castle. You can get into lots of trouble quite so later. But okay, hey, you know what? The d3 pawn is still there right now. It's still there.
It's the big pawn in this position, but I think for White, you just continue with development, James. You want to bring out your knight into the game.
Yep.
If Black is brave enough to not pick up the c5 pawn at this moment, the knight jumps to the corner of the board and defends it.
Ooh.
But if you do pick up the pawn, then you lose even another tempo with the knight jumping in. The queen coming into the attack. Black's got weaknesses all over. I think Harika's got reasons to be happy with her position for the upgrade Mumba Masters. This one looks like it is a good outcome from the opening. Let's zoom out from here, get our bird's eye view on some of the other boards as Harika is still thinking about her move and how she wants to continue to develop. Peter, what's your take?
Doubt that board 1 has disappeared off our screens, so to speak. This game has been drawn.
Ooh,
not unexpectedly, but Jan Nepomniachtchi making 2 very, very comfortable draws against 2 absolutely world-class players in Magnus Carlsen and Maxim Vachilegrad in one day. That has to be good.
Wow.
Definitely. That's a big result coming in. The 2 icons call it a day. Jan Nepomniachtchi effortlessly on the top right of your screen with the black pieces. We do have a draw there. We do see Harika in the bottom middle board has developed her knight, in fact, to the center of the board. Action continues all along. And 1 second, James.
Wow.
Top right.
He played your move, bishop e6, and says, Tanya, try it again, Tanya. Yeah, double attack where? Or what? Okay, there is a double attack. Like, there's no way around that. We definitely have to go to that board immediately because bishop e6 is definitely, I mean, a double attack is there. What is he doing? Whoa.
Vidit Gujarati versus Temur Rajabov. A big critical position on board number 3. The retreat that we thought was impossible. A retreat that wasn't even considered by us. And look at that.
Oh my goodness. I think I understand.
He's not even looking at the board right now. He makes the move. He's down to 4.5 minutes on the clock. James, you've got to explain to me what's happening if Vidit simply gets greedy.
I mean, it's quite advanced here. Maybe some COE action, a calculation over everything. He might actually be going for, as weird as it is, bishop takes h3 now, Tanya, which is crazy because after he takes the knight, we go queen g4, and then I stare at you across the board very strangely. Now I'm going to look at you with this very strange stare, as we both know that
Oh
you are
my
lost.
gosh.
100% get the man off the board.
And let's just finish this line, because yes, you can move your knight to the side of the board and defend this pawn, but you know what? The knight was overloaded because it
Right.
also had to defend the bishop.
Wow.
And black simply captures the bishop. This is some
Wow.
incredible tactics on the board.
And Tanya, what happens if I go G3 instead of knight H4 in that line after
Let's
bishop?
start over.
Let's
Bishop
start over.
E6.
Pawn to D5.
This is the big move. This
It's a
is the big
double.
move.
I mean, D5, right? Bishop takes H3. Whoa. I take your knight.
You take the knight.
He's
I
like,
come
have a
in
good
with the
night,
queen.
right? Queen G4.
But James, what happens if I get greedy about the bishop?
I'm just going to take the pawn. I'm just going to take it.
That's not one piece sacrifice. That's two pieces that you're giving up. You gave up the bishop. You gave up the knight. What's going on here?
You know what? I actually don't know anymore. Maybe knight to G4. Bring more pieces into the fire. When you're attacking, sack first, think later, like Grandfather Tao says, and you bring more pieces into the attack. You got to do it with more than one piece.
You know what Grandfather Tall also said?
Yes.
That you've got to get your opponent into
the
that deep, dark forest of calculation,
Wow,
James. Because
Tanya.
in that forest, the path
Wow.
is wide enough for only
One to get out.
One to get out. And that's where you catch your opponent. You said you have no idea anymore what's
He's
going
done
on.
it. Is that on the
It's
board?
on the
It's
board.
on the board.
It's on the board.
Oh
We've got
my
to get
goodness.
Master Swindler in.
Master Swindler.
Master Swindler.
Master Swindler.
Peter, take over.
I will attempt to, although I am also very, very confused by this. I don't think it quite works. The line you showed earlier, when you don't take the bishop first, you take the knight, that one absolutely does lose for white, but Vidit, of course, knows that. But if you take the bishop first here, black, of course, as James correctly said, black will take with the queen, otherwise the whole thing makes no sense whatsoever. But I am currently struggling to figure out what happens if I just I continue taking your material. If you give me a check from G3, and this is a good illustration of the power of pin, because it looks like a very, very poor move, blundering your queen, but you cannot take it. The pawn is pinned by that bishop standing far, far away. But I think the king in the corner just wins here, followed by, if you continue giving me checks, I can interpose with my knight and solve, I think, most of my... And Vidit does something else as well, which was kind of interesting to me. So perhaps it's no longer relevant. Vidit says, I can wait for a move before I inevitably win a piece somewhere.
Yikes.
And this looks pretty strong as well.
That's very strong.
Peter, do you think that potentially Temur missed this resource, this nice little move, not rushing with the piece capture, but just coming back with the knight? Because what he does with this is he controls that key square where the queen was jumping in with the attack. And is this something that Temur perhaps missed?
It's very possible, but I also think he just hated his position enough to sort of bluff with the sacrifice. I don't think he had full belief in it working. I just think he went for it because he felt the alternatives are worse. And he decided to check whether Vidit will get scared, whether Vidit will miscalculate somewhere. So far, does not seem like any of that is happening. Vidit is a very clean calculator. I just lost a match to him a couple of weeks ago. I have full, first-person experience of him calculating cleanly and quickly. So, yeah, very nicely done by Vidit, and it looks like he's in full control.
We've got to do an action replay of what just happened, because this
Crazy.
is some incredible chess.
Wow.
Let's just bring up our analysis board for the moment. In this position, Temur Rajabov retreated with the bishop, walking into a move that we thought was just game over. Vidit goes for it. We see a sacrifice on the board, and now calm and collected Vidit, not rushing to pick up either of the pieces, which could have created a mess, a chaos on the board.
100%.
A knight retreat. That is a cold-blooded move on the position. What is
Relax.
going on?
You got to relax, Rajabov. You got to chill.
Yeah,
There's
he
three
is,
pieces
he is
hanging
going
right now.
Here, but
What is this?
I don't think he had a particularly good choice, and this one does create additional mayhem because with that sacrifice, we've attacked a lot of white's pieces as well. I think that particular knight needs to be taken. It's the most threatening of the 3 live pieces you can take. And it's not a sentence you say very often, that you have a choice of 3 live pieces that are all hanging. So I think we're taking the knight in the middle, and
Yeah.
black will proceed by attacking that rook with the queen. Yeah, that
let's
has
ju-
already
let's
been
just
played,
be,
and
honest
Temur
here.
will blitz out this move. Yeah.
Wow.
And now
25.
white also has a bunch of things under attack here. The rook is hanging. That pawn that was highlighted by Tanya. If you allow that to happen, you get mated. So that is perhaps the most important threat in the
This is
position.
crazy stuff.
But it looks like there should be a way to keep things under control.
And let's just... Peter, we got to show that. You said there's a potential checkmate. Let's say that white does defend the rook. You don't care about the bishop on g5. That's
that?
not the point.
That's not even
It's
there.
all about the king. You give a check. Suddenly, the bishop on b6, the big sniper, and you move in here. And then the other sniper, queen g2, is checkmate.
Get him off the board.
Get him off the board.
GG.
GG's.
Yikes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't try this at home, chat.
By the
Just
way,
don't try
it's
this at home.
on the
okay?
board.
Rook
Peter,
takes c4. Queen
great
f5.
call by you there. Queen has come into the play, attacking
Wow.
the rook and the pawn.
Wow.
So there's a few things here that look to me like they could be solving our problems. One is to play the queen to the f3 square, which protects most things, but there are still some calculations required there, which are not entirely to my satisfaction. The kind of a fancy move I quite like here is moving the rook one square down instead of the queen move. Go back one. Yeah, just go rook e3,
Oof.
one square down. We have blunted apparently the engine doesn't think it's any good, which is a very normal occurrence
You're
when
correct.
humans try to calculate in positions as complicated as this.
Wow.
There are better choices, but it appealed to my aesthetic sense by, we take a piece that is hanging on one square and we put it on a different square where it's also hanging.
And look at Vidit. He can feel the tension. He's the one who's almost now less than 5 minutes on the clock. Look at him. Focused. He knows this is the big critical moment. Let's get the live position on the board. This is the action. We've been discussing the lines. This is an absolutely crazy game where each side, every move, multiple pieces are dropping off. This is some top class, top level, super grandmaster chess.
Absolutely. If you breathe wrong, if you think wrong in this position, you just lose the game 100%. From both sides, in fact, here. It's a very sharp position, something Rajabov likes here, and it definitely has Vidit thinking, as we have seen in previous tournaments from Vidit. When he gets in time trouble, sometimes even in winning positions, it does mess him up. And he goes with the queen f3 move, which is very natural. Question mark from the engine.
It's a move that was on Peter's radar as well. Offering a queen trade, such a human approach in the position.
Definitely.
You defend your mate on f2. You protect your rook here. You
Right.
offer a queen trade. Of course,
Right.
black will never trade queens here because
Right.
that's as good as resigning, right?
Right.
But instead, you can pick up the bishop that lies next to the queen. But again, James, there are too many pieces hanging. I take your bishop. With it says, you know what? Fine, you can take my bishop. I take your bishop as well. And I don't know what's going on because it's madness all around.
he
Black
gets
comes in
beat.
with a huge check. You've
my
got to fall
goodness.
back.
Wait.
And look at this. If black was to pick up this pawn at any moment,
Right.
white's rook is trapped.
What is that? But then the knight's hanging, and this is just insane. There's so much to calculate
We might
and
see
not
it.
enough time. It's happening.
We might see the line that we're talking about happen on the board. Temur
Yes.
Rajabov has picked up the bishop.
Wow. And we have to go over to Masters Fiddler. Masters Fiddler has some words for us.
Yes, he's got a big update, Peter.
This position still confuses me greatly, but while we're watching this, there's been a massive development elsewhere where Sadhwani looks like he just won his game on board 6.
Wow.
Let's zoom out.
Putting the Alaskan Knights very, very far in front, because that's a 4-point win there for Balan Alaskan Knights.
Whoa.
What a big moment that is. Playing with the black pieces, a huge win by Sadhwani against the Olympic medalist Sindarov Javokir from the Upgrad Mumba Masters. And there we see, oh my God, that is destruction.
Whoa. Hold on. Hey, man, this is a family channel. Oh, my goodness.
Bottom right.
Wow.
That's
that
a
is
checkmate.
disgusting, in fact. Got to bring that up there just to see what happens on that board. Wow.
Well, that one's over. Ronak
yeah, that
takes the
one's a
point.
wrap.
A check was given, followed by a mate soon, and that finishes. But action is on everywhere. Look at the board next to it. Harika against Nino Batsiashvili. Harika completely crushing there with the white pieces. The queen disappeared for a second, I thought, but that's a trade, and it's a big blunder.
Apparently, it's a huge blunder, apparently.
We've got to pull
It's
that
so
up.
huge. Okay, now it's maybe not. Okay, cool. Eval Bar getting some reps in. Do your workout at home. Make sure you're doing your reps at home, says the Eval Bar. Wow. Okay, we're still winning, says Harika.
There's Harika. She's got her game on right now. And let's do a quick count here because I'm trying to take all of that in. White's got 7 pawns. Meanwhile, black has got only 6 pawns. So
Okay.
that's an extra pawn. A bishop pair advantage over the bishop and knight that Nino Batsiashvili has. The rooks all lined up on the b file. eyeing the pawn. There's a big threat on the board, James. If it was white to play, white can capture this knight.
I can capture it?
All the way
takes?
here.
Okay.
And black can't take. Well, black can take right now because the bishop...
Wait!
Ooh,
Oh,
almost.
Almost.
The idea
Right.
is that if you take the knight, the rook captures it. You can't take it back with the pawn because that would mean the end of the game.
GG, game over. But we definitely see Harika here with having just the better pieces. Why? Well, the bishop here is what they say you usually have some type of advantage. And especially in open positions where this position is open, there's lots of space for your pieces to move around. You favor the bishops in this type of position. Rooks like open files and etc. So the rooks are doubled on the open file. We have the space, we have the initiative, the time, the activity. Harika is doing much better in this position.
Well, it looks like on this board, the upgrade Mumba Masters have the upper hand. Let's zoom out and take a quick look all around because excitement is on the other boards as well. Let's get our bird's eye view up. This looks like it's ending.
Yeah, that was accurate from her. In fact, the calculation-wise, that was very accurate from Harika, by the way. That's going to end soon.
And we're also getting an update that board 4 with Humpy and Tanzongi, the game has ended.
What?
And there we see, did black win?
Oh my goodness. That does look like black won that. In fact, if you read the DGT there.
For those of you wondering how we're coming to that conclusion, it's based on where the kings have been placed by the arbiter after the game. That is Tanzongi. She is one of the strongest women players, a world champion there walking out, and she has won her game against Koneru Humpy. We will get a confirmation on that. But meanwhile, action is on our middle board as well with Alexander Grishchuk taking on Nordibek Abdusatrov.
That game is, that's action there, 4 versus 4, okay. Everything looks even, but of course these guys are going to battle it out and say, you're going to make a mistake. No, you are. And they go back and forth in these equal positions to see who makes the first mistake. And we try to capitalize.
And it's all about the bishop activity. This is a position with the opposite color bishop, different color complexes. Black's bishop controls white squares for the rest of the game. White's bishop controls only dark squares for the rest of the game. But compare the two pieces, and you immediately knows who has that slight pull in the game. Alexander Grishchuk, Sasha playing on seconds. He's got 8 seconds on the clock. 7, 6, he needs to make a move. He moves the rook to the edge of the board.
I mean, this is another day in the office. Alexander Grishchuk lives in time trouble. In fact, we like to say that he gets stronger as he gets lower time. So right now, he's in his element. He's home. He's comfortable. He has no time. He's doing great.
That's when he's thriving. It makes him one of the most dangerous players playing on seconds, as his strength just seems to go higher and higher. He starts playing god-level chess when he's got seconds on the clock.
Of course, this is really uncanny here. It's really, really crazy how it happens.
And look at this.
Yeah, King
Black
G4.
placing all the pieces on the light squares.
Wow, what is that about, Tanya? Why is he placing his pieces on light squares?
Because he's got the light squared bishop. That's the game that he wants to play. And now he's placed all his pawns on the light squares as well. James, that is great strategy. Everything defends, everything. You cannot blunder in this position. You're playing for piece activity. And currently, Nordibek Abdusatrov with almost 8 minutes on the clock. 17 seconds for Sasha playing with white here. This is a big moment, and we do know that Ronak Sadhwani has already won his game for the Balan Alaskan Knights. Can Nordibek Abdusatrov with black get another big win here?
He's going to do it. He's going to do it right now, Tanya. You know what I'm talking about? He's going to do it right now, Tanya.
What's he going to do?
Rook takes F4.
No.
He's going to do it.
No.
He's going to do it.
No.
He's going to do it. No, okay.
He might do it.
He might do it.
I think we need to bring in the one and only voice of reason, Master Peter.
What's he going to do, Peter?
It's a tempting decision as we watch Sasha do his usual stuff on bare seconds. It's a tempting decision, but also it gives an interesting thing to consider in these types of positions is you're playing against somebody who, yes, is extremely experienced at this, but is also down to very, very bare minimum on the clock. So what you don't want to do is to give him concrete problems to solve, I think. I think it's much trickier and much more annoying for Sasha right now. To defend a somewhat passive position where your opponent doesn't really give you any direct targets which might lead you to a position you will just draw by force. So I think Nordibek is doing the right thing for now, not committing to any one decision and just continuing to ask small questions which might, eat into Alexander's time. But definitely the sacrifice was in the air. You could definitely see him going for it, and it might yet happen.
Well, we're talking about a potential sacrifice where Nodibek Abdusatrov gives his rook for the bishop and goes on to collect some pawns on the king side. It will create a dynamic, which means you're playing with fire. Meanwhile, of course, the Balan Alaskan Knights continue quite a blaze with 2 big wins by Tanzangi and Ronak Sadhwani. Let's zoom out of this board and get an update on the big Vidit Rajabov matchup, because we saw madness on that one. We're going to call out the bird's eye view right now to zoom out from this situation, get an update on our other boards. Let's bring up our 6 board view, and there we have it. The top right board, it started with absolute madness, but now we see a lot has been traded off. We are in a different bishop color complex endgame in this one as well. And Peter, what's your take? I see black has a couple of extra pawns here.
Well, white has an extra piece for it, so it's not all bad.
Okay. All right.
And Vidit did manage to stabilize. I was wondering if there was something even better available for him, but I quite like his solution, because the position he got should eventually be technically winning. Black, for now, looks kind of stable, but the extra piece eventually should start telling. And I very much like Vidit's approach so far. Timur is not without hopes entirely. He does have a very, very beautiful looking pawn chain and a couple of pawns for that extra piece, but generally speaking, this should not be possible to save this game if Vidit plays well. In the meantime, we're still watching Nodibek press on that second board, doing the right thing, of course. The big question remains, and we hope at some point to have some update as to what exactly happened on board 4. Because that game seemed like it was full of life, and then it suddenly ended. So something pretty dramatic must have happened there, but we don't as yet know exactly what.
We're getting an update that, in fact, it was Tanzangi of the Balan Alaskan Knight who took that big result with the black pieces against Humpy. Wow. A huge win there. Taking huge. A lot of points, and this is the big matchup that is currently going on. Vidit Gujarati in an almost must-win position for his team. He's got an extra knight, which I almost failed to notice at the start. I thought black was up a couple of pawns. But that's a knight. It's a knight that's far away from play, but once it does join the fight, it's an extra piece. We see there that with the last move, in fact, Temur does get an inaccuracy, a question mark on the board.
Now this knight, I mean, that knight actually is not having a good night at all. In fact, this knight is terrible. But at the same time, we do have the pawns. And also, as we mentioned before, the time is an issue. The time, definitely for both parties there.
Knights on the rim.
Are dim?
And this knight currently is a very dim, James, because it needs to come into play. And what white wants to really do is reroute the knight all the way to start attacking the black rooks. Meanwhile, for Rajabov, he's trying to create some play on the H line right here with that strange-looking last move of the rook retreat. He wants to double up.
He wants to double up on the bubble up, they call it there. Of course, he wants to put both of those rooks on the file with a smile and try to go for something. Rook to G3. That is defending some things. Knight G4 for the score, Tanya.
Double up, put the bubble up.
That's exactly
to bring in some trouble up.
Wow, Tanya, you've been working on that. I see you've been working on that all day. I've seen that. I've seen that, Tanya. You're getting better. Wow.
I try. But right now, the rooks are shuffling around. Meanwhile, as long as Temur Rajabov can control this knight at the edge of the board, there's still reasons to fight for. The rook can join the party on the H line. White's rook on the other edge of the board needs to find its way into the game as well. Vidit Gujarati, huge advantage here, has an extra piece. But can he win with just 25 seconds on the clock?
That is the question. And of course, as we've seen many times, that time trouble, not just him, but most players in particular, unless your name is Alexander Grisha, who lives in his time trouble. But I mean, it's really tough. In fact, he does have some problems to face. And we've seen before that he's lost many games that he's won, or he was winning, or maybe botched them, had to take a draw because of the time. We do have increment here, though. A little bit different. A little bit different. So that does help.
And I think that's the reason that Vidit repeated once. He's not going to repeat again. Remember, 3 repetitions and the game ends in a draw.
That's it.
That would mean the end of the match for Upgrad Mumba Masters. They need to start scoring the wins with the white pieces. I don't believe that Vidit wants to go back with the bishop move.
Oh,
and Peter's got news for us.
Yeah, I wanted to bring a somewhat prosaic math update here because with the two games having been won by Alaskan Knights on boards 4 and 6, the equation is extremely simple. White probably will win on board 5, and let's say Vidit converts his extra piece on board 3. That gives Upgrade Mumba Masters 6 points for their 2 wins with the white pieces, against 8 for the 2 wins for Balan Alaskan Knights with the black pieces, meaning that Alexander Grishuk actually needs to win his game. Oof. And he currently is offering a rook trade, after which he will definitely not win his game. And Nodebek is refusing to... Nodebek is... these young kids, they are a very special breed, because he probably is still fully in control, but if he traded the rooks there, that would have secured the match for his team.
Wow.
That would have made sure of the match win. And I have played under some captains who would probably not play me for the rest of the tournament if I did that.
Big decision there by Nodebek Abdusatrov. As you're pointing out, Peter, he's also the player who was responsible in a big way for the Uzbekistan Olympic gold medal. So he's had some... he's definitely had a lot of experience in the team championship, but he's such a fighter in every position he plays on. But right now, this is where our focus is on. Can Vidit Gujarati convert this with the white pieces? You mentioned an important game. Let's zoom out. Let's get our bird's eye view to take a look at what really is going on in the Grishuk versus Nodebek board. And we see it on that middle top board. White has a rook. Black has a bishop. James, I think that sacrifice you're talking about actually did happen at some point. If we can just pull that board, if we can zoom into board number 2, a critical board here. Nodebek Abdusatrov just needs a draw for a match victory, but it looks like he's playing for the win.
Oh, 100%. Of course, we actually did see that coming there. Of course, just understanding what needed to be done to try to win this game. And he found the right idea. I have the right amount of pawns. I have them on the right side of the board. All I need is the right time where Grishuk didn't have. And we're going to sacrifice our rook for the bishop, and then we walk these pawns, or we walk the dogs in the park, very easy down the road here. And we're going to have a good day in the office with the black pieces. Scoring again with black. Wow.
This is incredible. And we've got handshakes.
Handshake.
We've got big handshakes, which means...
it's over.
This is over. And it's not only game over. This means it's match over.
Match over, game, set, match. Black pieces win it again. 3 games in a row for the black pieces.
Once again, it is Nodebek Abdusatrov getting the job done for the Balan Alaskan Knights. He's such a great team player. He goes for the win every time, and this time he takes down one of the greatest in the world, a former world blitz champion, Alexander Grishuk. A huge win for Nodebek. Let's zoom out. We've still got action on the other boards, and even though the score doesn't count, it's still hot chess.
It's still hot chess. We got some games left, of course, here. Grishuk's still sitting there, just understanding, man, what happened there. Lots of emotion in that. Definitely being a team player too as well. Vidit though, and having time trouble here, both of them in time trouble here. Timur is very famous for looking up at his opponent many times, glancing at him just to check his emotions, and that's what he's doing here. And Vidit having some time pressure, but it looks like Timur has less time.
James, we also got an update that Humpy Titan, in fact, lost on time. She lost on the clock.
She lost on the clock?
I am not sure what happened there. We'll have our studio team with all the updates on what went wrong in that game. But right now, it's an absolute shocker. And this one, Vidit still trying to win. It looks like he's not very clear what's the direction to actually make progress here.
It's also time too as well. You're trying to move fast. I have the piece, but I mean, it's hard to make things happen here. I'm also getting lower on time. We're evening it out, and we're just going to make moves here. I think Vidit still should have the upper hand. He has the piece, and of course, you just advance your pieces, make a few trades, and just try not to blunder. Easier said than done, obviously, but it's easier to play as Vidit here. I think he will be able to convert.
You're up a piece, like you say, and that counts for something. Of course, Raja's fighting. He wants to keep it going, and it was an absolutely crazy game, but Vidit staying calm and collected, navigating out of those complications, keeps all the advantage, and it all comes down to this incredible bishop on the board. Man. That's a big power piece, controlling half the board. It's a long-range piece. Nothing can ever challenge this bishop because of the color complexes of the bishop. and now retreating the rook only to go forward. Vidit Gujarati wants to capture the only open file in the position.
Jeez, the Alaskan Knights here just really went crazy in this round, because this could be another win here, which would be huge for obviously the Alaskan Knights. But Alaskan Knights, oh wait, this is Timor. Timor's Alaskan Knights, right? So all the way around, in fact, here, it'd be nice if the other team was able to convert. It'd be nice if they were able to get something, but it's very tough. Knight F1, Knight G3 looks good here.
It's all about this knight. How quickly can this knight get into the game?
Knight F1,
and we see Temur moving the bishop from any threats along this file, and finally it's coming. It's coming with a big check.
That's a check. H4's got to be played here. You got to stop that check, right?
You play H4. Every pawn move has its own set of disadvantages, and that would make this point really weak, which means the knight can in fact jump from the other side and land in there.
They're playing on seconds. Did he play G4? Or he played the other one?
It's on the board. And Vidit, will he go in with the check? I think he's going to play the check with the knight, attacking the pawn, giving a check to the king, forcing Temur Rajabov to sidestep.
Wow.
Trying to connect his king to the pawn. It's on the board. He had to move the king here to defend this pawn. And right now, Vidit's still trying to win. Amazing defense here by Raja, surviving till now. But I think Vidit's got this. He's going to do it.
He definitely's got it. He's definitely got it. The knight and the bishop, they work very well together, especially that close-up as well.
But James, the king's coming in.
He is kind of it's pesky. Very pesky. Like, very pesky. He's fighting here, him being Rajabov here. Very pesky, making it still difficult here.
That's a nice move. Big threat on the board. The rook check from here would be game over. On the last move, Vidit could not have given a check from here because of the bishop controlling that square. And now he's got a nasty, nasty threat. A check, winning the rook, winning the game, or at least driving the king away. Incredible
100%.
play here by Vidit.
Now, of course, the rook has to move here. We don't have any good king moves at all. In fact, we have king f5, but that's not good at all. So we have to move the rook away, and then the question is, where do we go next? Kind of a mating net almost, but the pieces are not constructed well enough for the mating net just yet.
James, you're always looking for mates, regardless of whether queens are on the board or not.
Correct.
Now that the rook has sidestepped, maybe there can be some ideas. You move the knight away, you start giving checks from the board.
I like it.
Start putting the king on the kill zone.
I like it
Is he going to give a check right now or sidestep with the knight? Big question to Vidit. He looks at the clock. He's tensed. He's playing on seconds.
He is. He's definitely, that's a quick
Look
move.
at that. Hesitation. Oh, my God.
And he let the king in. I thought knight g3 was probably a move, then rook e4, and then bishop e6.
All right, well, the king is coming in. It continues to march down the board. And if Vidit's not careful, it will find its way closer to white's pawn. Is Vidit losing the thread right now? Is he coming under pressure? Look at the hesitation on him.
Definitely some hesitation there, but I noticed that there's not a lot of things you can do with your pieces being black, that is here. And that was a great move there. I mean, I'm picking up the g4 pawn. He's probably going to hit, it's going to be a resignation, I think, soon. Rook h5, I mean, I snapped the pawn. That's check, too, as well. It takes g4s with check.
Looks nice to me. You got a pawn, pick it up, and he goes for it.
Thanks, buddy.
He does pick up the pawn. Black's king's got to fall back. Instead, he goes forward, trying to target white's pawns in this position. White's got some amazing ideas with the knight jumping further down the board. This is the square you want your knight on. This is where you want to pick it up and put it, James.
Wow, can we just do that?
I wish.
Oh, yeah, you have to
But it's heading there. Look at it. It's heading there.
Yep, move the king away anywhere. And if you take that pawn on c3...
do not do that.
Why not, Tanya?
Look at this. It would be a fork. You attack the king with the check and pick up the rook. Nice spot by Vidit.
Yes, very nice. The knight's going to come right back around with a nice little check.
I think resignation
is definitely coming.
I think Temur is going to resign now.
Definitely coming.
Or in a few moves at least. And it's not far away. But the good news is that he has won. That team has won the match. Peter, what do you think?
I was about to make the exact same point. Temur doesn't look particularly excited about his position, and neither should he. He's in a lot of trouble, but knowing that your team has won anyway makes the bitterness of the loss much easier to handle. And another point I wanted to make is this is the biggest individual score any team has scored in the tournament so far.
Wow.
With the 3 victories with black. This is, assuming Vidit converts from here, Balan Alaskan Knights will have scored 13 points in this match.
Wow.
And this is relevant because apart from the match points, the first tiebreak, in case the match points are equal at the end of our tournament, is board points. And this is a lot of board points to have earned in only one match. And this could be something that becomes extremely relevant in about a week's time.
Wow, very decisive from the Alaskan Knights here. If they keep this up, they're going to be very, very scary for the rest of the league.
Crushing play by the Balan Alaskan Knights. And there we see the rook comes back to defend the pawn. The knight can jump to the center of the board. And just see how the bishop on the central square has remained there, dominating Temur Rajabov in the thing. Head in hands, it's not going to help. The position's already busted. But with it, they're still trying to win. And still, it's not over till it's over. Playing on seconds, he's got 6 seconds on the clock.
5-4. He could actually lose this.
Oh my God, make a move. He does it.
Okay, amazing move there. What Timur wants is, if I get one more pawn here, then I'm going to feel okay. I'm going to feel okay. If I can get this C pawn, the chances of losing go down. In fact, so he wants another pawn. He's trying to grab one, and he's trying to keep the pressure on the clock for Vidit.
The only pawn you can grab is the C pawn over here. But the problem with that is that this knight jumping in will always keep it defended. Now what Temur wanted was to push the pawn, which has been stopped by Vidit Gujarati. Temur lines up the rook for the bishop. Attacks are hard to imagine right now. Will Vidit use the opportunity to break open with a pawn advance on the queen side? He brings his king into the game, and it gets a question mark. That's an inaccuracy.
I mean, it looks fine. Like, it definitely looks like
move
a
on the board.
Fight. Walk the king up to maybe the d7 square, and you'll see reminiscent of the game we just saw with Grisha and Norderbeck, and sort of obviously sacking maybe a piece, a knight or something on d6, or even a rook takes c7 at some point, getting the rook all the way down there. Not necessary, but definitely playable. Of course, Timur is making it very hard. 6 seconds.
I'm looking at Vidit, and I think he just hates the fact that he hasn't won this game already.
like
this should have been over 20 moves ago.
Come on, bro, says Vidit. Come on, bro. Can you just resign?
We see a check. Bishop moves back. We've got to ask Peter. Peter, we see the eval bar. He's got up a piece, but practically, is this difficult to convert?
Whoa!
I think it is. It is now. Yeah. Now that we had to abandon the absolutely fantastic outpost our bishop has had for the vast majority of the game, and the black pawns are on the move, this is now very much possible not to win. And in fact, you could maybe even imagine a way you can lose this with white, even though it's still difficult. But on 6 seconds, and he was at some point on 6 seconds, you can definitely imagine this becoming an actual 3-result race.
Yeah, I've said this before, of course. I've seen it. I remember commentating on it, having Vidit being in time trouble, and it just gets to him. And it does happen where he's lost games due to the time trouble. So we'll see here. Oh, we don't want to wish that on him, obviously. He had a great game here, but it now is going from winning to we don't know what's going to happen.
That's scary progress for white.
Definitely.
Because it was completely winning, then it was winning, and now it's slightly better. Black spawns are moving down the board. It feels like it is Temur Rajabov who's made some progress. Meanwhile, Vidit has been shuffling around but not managed to create real chances. Playing on seconds, offers a rook trade. I don't think you can take it. If white was to take it, the pawn would be super strong. 2 steps away from queening. That would have been a disaster.
Oh my goodness. He's playing on the clock here. Rajabov is playing quickly, knowing what he needs to do. Play fast, make things complicated. C3 is hanging, right?
Taking the central pawn with the knight now might win by force by sort of very specific tactical means, but finding it on 5 seconds, the entire sequence might be difficult.
Whoa.
Yeah, and the engine bar apparently hates this. Yeah.
The bar, right?
Yeah.
The bar always like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Look at that move. Giving up the rook because now the pawn queens, but you don't want to do it right now because if you do go for this after picking up the rook, it is a fork. It would be game over.
What Temur can do here, he can trade rooks. We take with the king, and you promote to a knight.
Oh my goodness! Don't do that.
Although it might steal.
I gotta show this.
Master
still lose.
You take it. You don't want to make a queen here because this runs into a fork. But on the other hand, you do promote. You under promote to a knight, controlling the square. Let's take a look if this is the line that's happened. Will this happen on the board? This is the current position. Will Temur Rajabov trade the rooks and under promote?
The rooks have already been traded off, and he sees he won knight, but he realizes the problems don't end there because white can move the knight back to the center and attack the bishop. It might not be the best choice he has, shockingly.
Look at that,
but
he reaches out.
He reaches out, he grabs the knight.
He grabs the knight.
No, he put a queen up, and I think it might be stronger.
Yeah,
he grabbed the knight.
And he put the queen on the board.
Yeah, that was a trick. That was like a park trick there.
Yeah, that was
okay.
that was
That
an
was a
interesting
trick.
sequence of events.
That was
for
a
sure.
funny trick as well. Wow, and a funny sequence where this is probably going to end in a draw.
Wow, we just had a couple of moves, and let's just quickly do an action replay of what just happened in this position. Rooks were traded. He did make a queen. The king picks up the pawn. And this is the live board. Peter, if black is able to grab the last remaining pawn in the position, it ends in a draw.
Absolutely. And the biggest problem white has here is just how far his king is away from the action, which gives black plenty of time to generate counterplay. If it was already somewhere where it should be, somewhere on the other side of the board, I assume white is still winning, although not easily. But with the king this far away, I suspect this is closer to a draw, but there's still a lot of play left. We'll see how this transpires.
This has been such an incredible turnaround. Timur Rajabov has been lost for the last 5 hours. He's been fighting back, and now he's been in the game. Look at this. It was the central pawn advancing down the board, and now it's going to be this pawn, James, which is going to start marching down the board. And again, with it, we'll have questions to answer.
Of course, and at home, if you're watching this, of course, you just say, always keep fighting. Never give up. You never know what's going to happen. This one was over for Rajabov. Or was it, he says. And it's not. He's still in the game. Of course, completely lost at some point. And now, hey, you know, I'm playing for 2 results. It feels like, at least.
Yeah,
wow.
And the board points will become important at some point. So both of them are absolutely doing the right thing, despite the match being effectively over. The difference between earning 3 points and 1 here could be huge for Upgrade Mumba Masters at the final count.
Nice.
So there's still something to fight for. You want as many board points as you can score. And we know Vidit is a fighter. Regardless of anything, of what the match result is, he wants to win his game.
100%.
And it would mean so much to add up to those board points, but it looks like the best chance, the best position he has had is way in the past right now. And in this game, Timur Rajabov, a big appreciation for his defensive resources here.
Oh, man, definitely. He can probably... Oh, he can't push. Maybe he could push the pawn now, but... Just a deflection here. And he does it.
On the board. Great call there by James, giving up the pawn. The bishop here is overloaded because it's defending the pawn. And Vidit knows that would end in a draw. Instead...
Missed win. Wow, wherever that was. Okay.
Instead,
yeah, right.
another inaccuracy.
Right. Wherever that was.
It's so difficult. They've been playing on seconds for the past, I think, 15 minutes. So mistakes creeping in are really not a shock. And now we will find ourselves in this weird spot where black is no longer going to be able to push that b pawn very easily. But the bishop is very tied to the protection of the pawn, the last remaining pawn white has. And as you've already correctly stated, Tanya, if that pawn gets lost, all your winning chances disappear with it. You cannot win this position with white if you allow the c-pawn to disappear off the board. And I don't know how you make progress. Because all of your pieces are stuck.
Wow.
And this was such a nice little king retreating move by Timur, just stepping out of any forks with the knight. And right now, this bishop hits the central knight. White has to move away, give a check on the board, forcing the black king to vacate the square. Instead, he plays it safe, comes back, keeping the b2 square under control.
He's like, do you want to draw, bro? You want to draw? We've been doing this the whole time.
It's not going to repeat. If I know Vidit, he's not going to repeat this position. Oh my God, just as I say it, he says, Tanya, what are you talking about? That is not the case. And we are going to stick to this game.
This should now just be a draw, I feel, if you push the b-pawn, but Timur will take some time. He doesn't have very much time, but he'll take some time. He's accumulated by adding those 10-second increments to make sure that pushing the pawn is safe. But it looks like it should save the game for him. He could also, there's a very cute move he could have made, but he didn't make it. So it's
now
all
he
in the past.
forces it, Peter. Now he forces it. The bishop has to retreat, and then you win the pawn on the c6 square.
This is an easy draw now.
Oh, fancy. Why are you being so fancy here? Rajabov is he? Are you playing for a win, bro? Or
the bishop was attacked.
Are you playing for a win?
He couldn't have given that up. So he does save the bishop.
Yes.
And now it's the white knight that defends the pawn.
Yes. Bishop f2. In the knight here. This was an insane game. I think the resilience here is huge from Rajabov.
This is a fantastic example of very tenacious defense there by Timur. This will now be a draw, meaning that Balan Alaskan Knights score 14 points out of this match.
Wow. Wow, that is so good. That was so good from Rajabov here. Resilience, guys. At home, if you're watching, hey, keep playing and keep fighting on, even when you're completely lost, of course. Yeah, that's easier said than done.
Wow, and the game continues with it. He's really looking for that win. He wants to keep going. And it's so difficult to give up in your mind when you know you've been winning throughout the game. But this one, with Temur having that dark squared bishop, even if he didn't have that pawn on the C line,
right.
it would still be a draw, James.
It would still be a draw, 100%. In fact, as you're just going to probably shuffle pieces here, and they're just going to move pieces back and forth. Yeah, and here we go. Here's the shuffle city. Okay, not yet. Not yet. A little different. Moving the knight around. Moving the knight around town here. Hoping for some type of mistake. Definitely tough here. Definitely tough. If I'm Vidit, I'm not the happiest, especially after the team lost already too as well. And as we mentioned, every point counts, even the draws.
Vidit's not thinking about the team loss right now. His focus is try to get as many board points as he can for the upgrade Mumba Masters. He was winning this game, and it has been very difficult for him to convert this one. Temur Rajabov, we had all given up on it. We had all said that black is completely busted, and this is what top class grandmasters are made of. They never give up. It's not over till it's over against them.
It's not over until it's over, says Rajabov. I mean, he really played, even beat Arjun today, which was huge, absolutely huge. So playing some great chess here. Rajabov is relieved. He gets the king centralized in the way. Moving the king back around, and we push.
Wow.
Push. Shuffle?
Shuffle
you want to draw, bro?
in the house.
Not
but
today.
Vidit says, no, I'm going to play this out till the end. King on the board, but we'll never get a king versus king, because look at that different color complex of the bishop. Here we see the knight jumping around. The first step is to try to win the C pawn, the only pawn that black has in the position. But if you do that with a piece, if you trade your piece for that,
what happens, Cyan?
It ends in a draw.
Ah, it ends in a draw. 100% game completely ends, and it's over. And it's over. He's not pushing that pawn at all. I'm gonna keep
James,
this here, bro.
It's 110 moves that they've played already.
Oh, it's gonna be 170.
Whoa.
In fact. I mean, it's probably, and I can push the pawn. Remember, like once I get close, oh, I push the pawn, and then the timer restarts.
And look at the clock situation. With the 10-second increment, they're now touching the 3-minute mark. They were playing on seconds on the board.
That's right.
That's how confident Raja is about holding this position. And this is what I was talking about. If Vidit picks up the pawn that Raja has, it's an instant, immediate draw. Rajabov knows he's done the toughest part. He's looking, I think he's looking for an arbiter because
like,
of the 50-move rule.
Bro, come on, bro. Bro, it's a draw, bro.
Peter, what do you think is going on here?
He feels somewhat aggrieved that this is still going on, to be honest. And I can't even blame him all that much, because, I mean, they both know there's not a single shred of a winning chance here.
Look at him staring at him. Bro, you serious, bro?
Vidit is within his rights, and Vidit is also doing something that is very human and that a lot of us have done over the course of our careers. You let what you know has been a winning position slip. And you feel very reluctant to part with that game. If you can still continue, you sort of continue way past the point of reasonableness.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head, Peter. He's shaking his head. I think the realization is in. And the realization was in probably a while back, but it's about accepting it. That he's done everything, but it hasn't worked out. And Temur with a brilliant defense, just going on keeping the game going. It's move by move.
Yeah.
I'm sure Temur knew that he was lost at some point, completely busted. But 100%. He said, not this move. Not 100%. Today, Vidit.
Not today, says Rajabov for Vidit. But of course, Vidit, I think, or a weakness of his is just the time. Now, of course, everyone has that weakness, so maybe not Grishik, but at the same time, when you get low on time, you make these mistakes. Vidit got low on time. He made some mistakes, and he let Rajabov get back into the game here. And it is tough to see here. He was definitely winning the entire game, and he stands up here. He's like,
wow.
Oh, wow. What? What? Wow.
Oh, my God.
Right. The walk away.
That's some flex. That's some inner game going on. That's extra flex. It's your move. It's your move, Temur.
He's like, yo, we won, bro.
He's saying, you know what? I have all the time in the world to look around. I know I've done it. Vidit now taking the situation in, looks around, and this is a heartbreaking moment for the upgrade Mumba Masters. Everything, Peter, has gone wrong in this match for them.
Yeah. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, yeah. Losing 3 with white is...
It's difficult to watch right now.
Yeah, definitely tough here. Vidit is very angry. Of course, we all go through this as chess players too, having nice games where you knew you were winning and then you weren't. And you didn't lose, but of course, it's the fact that we were winning by so much up the piece. We know that things didn't work there. Rajabov with the resilience here, definitely playing great chess so far for his team, and the match is over.
Wow. And with it, we've known him. He's a team player, and I know that right now this one really, really hurts. But look at it. He's not taking that pawn. He's not ending the game. He says, I'm playing this out till the 50-move rule, even though on the inside, Vidit Gujrati has given up all hopes to win.
Absolutely. We saw the head shake earlier there, and then you just start making moves, right? You know.
Has gone to the styling with the, like, he's now moving the pieces with like the very tips of his fingers.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the most emotion I've seen out of these two guys over the course of this entire game, and it was a very dramatic game. But
very dramatic.
Somehow they're most expressive right now when there's really nothing to play for.
And the 50-move rule is when there hasn't been a pawn move or a trade, changing the dynamics of the position, it is an automatic draw.
After that takes C7. I like
Stop
this.
It.
Finally.
Stop it. The theatrics, it's so funny. That's great there. Let me think for 2 minutes here.
What is he thinking about here?
Yeah. Give me about 10 minutes.
This is just trolling.
Don't do
Rajabov
that.
is
Why
I
would
like
you
this
do
very
that?
much.
That's it. And finally,
that's
the
cute.
wolf pack is back. Friends off the board, a smile at the end after a crazy, dramatic fight.
Yes, very dramatic, very crazy here as they talk and discuss the game there. Rajabov was definitely losing. He's like, yo, bro, I was lost. You should have did this, sack, mate. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, you're right. Yep, and game was over there.
What are you doing? What did you do with it? How did you miss this? Is what Raja's saying. You know, all over.
Pointing it out. Tough game, tough match, but the Balan Alaskan Knights win the match.
Wow, and a dominating win. We did see this completely dramatic game. All pieces were hanging, tactics everywhere.
That was crazy.
Vidit Gujrati handled it excellently.
He definitely did.
Till the very end, but
100%.
what defense and just resilience. More than defense, it was resilience.
Right. It was resilience, yeah, of course. I mean, Vidit had everything under control here except the time, which you've seen before. As I say, a weakness for him is really that time. If he can handle that, I mean, he'd be almost unstoppable here. Vidit just couldn't get it done, and the team weren't able to get it done at all either. Balan Alaskan Knights with a dominating performance in this match.
Yeah. Cold as ice, the Balan Alaskan Knights do it with a big wins and a big save here with the black pieces. Tamu Rajabov, what a game this was.
Wow.
Such a good fight to watch. And for Vidit Gujrati, this is a difficult moment.
Definitely. But there's more chess. There's always more chess here. And of course, we take what we learned and we take that into the next match and hope for the best.
And there we see the score sheets have been signed off and the players are still analyzing the position.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know what, James? The position that they're analyzing is the one when things were really going crazy. All the pieces were hanging.
Right.
All the tactics on the board.
Right.
Anything could have happened. And with it, finally managed to get the better in the middle game. But in the end, it was Raja who survived with a draw.
Wow.
Let's take a look at the overall scores with this dramatic win by the Balan Alaskan Knights. We see 3 big wins. Nodebek Abdusatrov, Dan Zongi, and Ranak Sadhwani taking the points. And then Vidit Gujrati had a winning position but could not get a win. It was only Harika Dronavali who got the points in for the upgrade Mumba Masters, and it wasn't enough. Of course, the chess action continues and the players have to be ready. This is the demanding, the absolute incredible Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And let's take a look at the matches, James, that are coming up.
Day 3 is coming up, guys, live from Dubai as we are here. Alpine Warriors versus the Triveni Continental Kings. Then you got the Balan Alaskan Knights again versus the Ganges Grand Masters. These are going to be heavyweight matchups because that's what they are. Every single one are like that too as well. Then you got the other matches here, Tanya.
Not just that, we got 4 matches. This will be the day schedule. We got the Chingari Gulf Titans taking on the Upgrat Mumba Masters. Will they manage to make a comeback? We also have the Triveni Continental Kings against the Balan Alaskan Knights. What a day of chess this has been, James.
Oh, absolutely. Crazy chess, crazy tactics, lots of emotion. And it's only just getting started because we have lots of matches coming up in the next week.
It's been dramatic, it's been emotional, and it's been fantastic chess. And the fight continues in the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We will be back with all the action and more chess tomorrow. See you then.